All right, everybody. At long last, we are live. Hopefully, you can hear me here in whatever you are, morning, afternoon, evening. I think it's early morning for the two of us here. A little bit later in the morning in the UK at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. Of course, Will Anderson here alongside Austin Shin. Austin, a former UK and US champion multiple times over, a perfect candidate to give some context on the players. Austin, do you feel any FOMO, though, not actually competing out there today?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, some of you might know that Milton Keynes is actually my home city, hometown in the UK. So, yeah, definitely a little bit of FOMO not being part of it. But the next best thing is being here right now, here with you guys, and for everyone in the chat, to go watch the whole thing.
And we are, I think, ready to get started. So let's see. We should have a really good matchup here. The standings are going to be updated with their round two performances as soon as I have it. But Chris Lipe, a former finalist at the World Championship, clearly one of the top players in the world, against a seasoned veteran player from Canada, Andrew Golding. Should be a good matchup to start us off, Austin.
Yes, both players from North America as well. So yeah, I don't know how long they've been in the UK as well, but we're expecting to see a very good game from for two very good players.
And Andrew going first. So we should be all set. So again, um, this is the first game of the day. So if you guys see any kind of snafus, I see the bottom of the board is just barely cut off, for example, all of that stuff. Feel free to shout it out in the chat so that we can make sure that everything looks smoothly here as the broadcast continues. Got to make sure that board's off. But all right, looks like, so you can see we don't have rack cameras on site. We have annotators updating the racks. The letters for both players are not accurate as of right now. You see they're suspiciously weird looking letters. They're going to update shortly with what the players actually have. So, yeah, Austin, so many good players from all over the world, really, at this event, including some of the top players from the UK for sure. Former world champion Brett Smitherham, our top seed here. Of course, content creators Josh Sokol, David Webb, who are amazing players in their own right. Let's make sure we get that board flipped. And Unao, the opening play of the game. That's a word we see a lot in Scrabble, Austin.
Yes, looks like it now looks pretty good to me. Getting rid of those two U's and that the duplicate N's. So yeah, I'm not really sure what else he would really play. Maybe a pawn might be another option, but I think Unao looks very strong here.
Yeah, it's mostly
Um,
just a question of where to put it. So,
yeah, I think so. I think that looks like a pretty good place to put it with the constant next to the doubles there. And yeah, Chris has a much higher scoring rack on his side. Yeah, trying to figure out what he could play picks, maybe PYX underneath Unao, under the first UNA might be a good option. It would score a lot. But yeah, the leave of ABUV might not be so good, so there might be something better available here.
yeah, Pix looks really good. That seems to be one of the few places that you could score very many points. Otherwise, that play of Unao was pretty defensive against that X that Chris was holding, which is kind of the point, right? If you were to play, this is a good sort of intro lesson. If you were to play Unao in a spot where the U was here, the X would overlap it quite nicely. But it looks like Chris going for Vax instead. I wonder if that's just a miss there. Pix is not the easiest word to see. And if you don't spot that underlap, this is definitely a good consolation prize, but I think that might have been a miss.
Yeah, I think if you saw picks, I think that would have been the play. He would have played that immediately, I think. Yeah, but Vax is actually very good defensively. You can't really play too much to the left of Unao or Vax as it stands. But it looks like Andrew is playing up gone, keeping NT on his rack. Looks pretty good, but he is missing a bingo through the A.
Yeah.
wonder if anyone in the chat can see it in time. But it's a very it's a normal word, an everyday word as well.
I think I need to fix this. I keep having to change the board a lot. So yeah, up gone. That's, first of all, nice job by Andrew, even knowing that such a strange word is valid. But yeah, as Austin points out, a little bit of a miss there. You never know. This is the first streamed game of the day, and it's still early in the morning. These things can happen, but when you miss a bingo early in any of these games, definitely tends to be the thing you look back at afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. They can definitely gnaw at you if you start doing that. But yeah, just saying in Muffin Tentacle in the Twitch chat, pointing out that Pentagon was the bingo that was missed on that move.
That's it. So Pentagon through that A. Let me just, I guess I could. All right, let's wait to do Quackle until later. Oh, wow, look at that. That's a pretty cool play of impt. So you could be forgiven if you looked at this word and said, what the heck is that? And it's probably not been uttered by any human beings for quite some time. But it is valid. You can see the definitions hopefully helpfully popping up. Well, it's not very helpful when you see that. It just means to imp, which isn't really that helpful. I'm not sure I would know what that means, but fortunately it is a word in that dictionary. So the nice thing about it, Austin, it keeps QU on the rack together. But another option on that turn, if Chris was willing to spend the U, would have been bumpy in that same spot alongside up gone. Another possible option for him.
Yeah, definitely. We would have kept QT together. The Q really is not good on this board as well, so keeping the Q and U together in this case would have been favorable, I think. But it was like impt, however you pronounce it, blocked centimes, or however you pronounce that through the E.
Ooh, nice.
So I'm not really sure if there's any bingos available now, but at least it just blocked something.
Yeah, we have an extra. See, Chris, I don't think he actually has 8 tiles. We'll get that corrected at some point, I'm sure. So let me just let our producers know.
Yeah, just wondering what Andrew can do here. So NY is a Collins word. So for those that are not familiar with the International Lexicon, NY is good, but you can also play NYM as well. So Andrew can play something next to impt. I don't know how many more times we're going to have to pronounce that word. So I'll start playing other words, other side of the board that we don't have to keep talking about it. But something down from there could be something that he might be thinking about or playing through the T, but that would kind of blow up the rack a little bit.
Yeah, certainly with these this open triple catches the eye, but actually in this situation, as Austin just said, this is the spot that's likely to score more points with the overlaps. So it's kind of a weird situation for Andrew. This particular spot is really lucrative, so he's going to get more points by playing there in pretty much every case, but you hate to leave that triple open, and looks like he's gonna play mitten. Yeah, he doesn't want to live with leaving that triple open any longer than necessary. So
big score for Chris next through that E.
Oh yes, absolutely, and I would be very surprised to see that get past Chris's notice here, that he now has one of these words that is probably obscure to most everyday. Oh, okay, we got the rack correct. It was just the one U instead of the other. And let me get this upright for you all. And I think it's coming down fast. Here it is.
70 points.
Quare. This is another really obscure word, but you see it a lot in competitive Scrabble play because those Q words are all of such heightened importance. So few words contain a Q that each one starts to be more and more useful. And that's a 70-point bomb of a play there for Chris. Really the first big play of this game.
Yes, definitely the top move here. And what makes it even, well, more punishing for Andrew is that he doesn't have an eye to put the next to the queue. So he's kind of stuck with a lot of these kind of clunky tiles without too many places to go. But it looks like he's playing Jog, which actually looks very strong here. 32 points next to Upgon, keeping CDES.
That looks
Yeah,
great.
looks very good. Looks very
Yeah,
good.
using the obscure Oni hook, which again, a lot of these words, it's gonna bear repeating. Maybe I should just give a disclaimer that yes, some of these are definitely obscure, but these players have such a high level of mastery of the dictionary that you're likely to see a lot of really obscure words get played here. Flip that board for you guys. So now Chris does draw an eye, Austin. So it looks like he'll be looking parallel to that cue for sure, I would think.
Yes. My first thing was looking at Foci, which looks pretty good here. You're trying to get rid of some of these big tiles and score well. Barfi is another option. But yeah, just wondering, there's not much else. I don't think I can see much that would score there as well. Maybe Farsi.
Yeah, let me
But yeah,
change the.
something there will be the best move, I think.
Yeah, it makes sense. A play there is it just your eye now on this board. It's also worth mentioning that this V out in space is very restrictive. XU does not take any hooks. You can't do anything here. The lower part of the board is really blocked off. So Chris is going to play Barfi. That looks great. It's very, very similar to Foci in the same spot, scoring nicely, and it's not a great board. Unless you have an S, it's going to be very difficult to get a bingo down. Andrew does have one, though, so he can at least pin his hopes on that.
Yeah, just
But no bingo yet.
no bingos though. And just wondering what else he can do. Like, he's gonna have to play next to Barfi probably. Unless there's somewhere else that I'm missing. Unless he, I mean, what if he just opens up something from the V? Something like Cove just to open on the board. I mean, it doesn't score enough, but at the moment he only has one good place to bingo from, and that's hooking Unao with his ass. He might want to try and carve out more openings early on, whilst he can't really do too much. Because he is actually almost 100 behind, so he might want to play something like that. It's possible.
That makes a fair bit of sense.
He looks like
Oh, he's going for it. Okay, so yeah, this is not in the dictionary. He's played Cody's Austin. There are words that look like this, but this one is not valid. And the challenge rule here is 5-point challenge. You can see Chris going to neutralize the clock. It's clear that he is about to challenge this word, and it is going to come off the board. So Andrew may be sensing desperation at this score, or maybe he just thinks this is a word, but it's coming off. Big swing in the game.
Yep, Cody's spelt with DIES, I believe, is the real word here. And you can see that in these tournaments, you're actually allowed to use your phone to adjudicate words. I think the rule in the UK is that if the screen is a certain size or bigger than a certain size, you can use it. Unlike other North American tournaments, so for example, where you had to go walk to a computer to actually put it in. So that's what you would have just seen there. What Chris was doing is typing in the word Cody's, and Andrew hitting the button to actually adjudicate it. And you can see that it came off the board, and it's now back to Chris. He's now 90 points ahead. It's his turn, and he has a blank.
Yeah, definitely a good situation to be in for him here. All of those advantages in his favor. Now it's also worth mentioning he just saw all 7 of Andrew's tiles, so he can make extra sure that whatever he does, he doesn't open a spot for Andrew to play a bingo. That's an extra advantage that he has. I don't really think he even has a letter on his rack that would make that possible. But that's always something that you're thinking when your opponent plays a phony word with all 7 of their tiles. So we'll
Yeah,
get
he's definitely
these.
looking. Yeah, definitely looking to see what Andrew's theoretical best play would be. Again, it might be something like code next to Barfi, making OB, DA, and ER. But again, Chris is short on vowels. He might play something like WHA, blocking that S hook for Unal's, which then might force Andrew's hand to kind of open up the board somewhere else, and then Chris might be able to hit him with a bingo that way. So we'll have to see what Chris decides on.
Yeah, that's a great point. So WHA, as in the exclamation of like what, that's my
Yeah.
impression of that, would play to the A of
Oh,
now
the
for
first base, yeah.
17. But Austin, what you just suggested is maybe Chris playing Wah here. I think maybe I need to make this color brighter or something.
Oh,
So
yeah, I did see that.
playing Wah here is a point sacrifice, but I think it's warranted because if you think about the board after this positioning of Wah, you've blocked the only realistic S hook on the board and left Andrew with really little to do. So taking an extra few points. And he's going to play Claude instead. Oh, this is
Hmm.
really cool, Austin.
Ooh.
He's setting up his H to go up in the corner, knowing full well that Andrew doesn't have one, and that he's going to be hard pressed to do much in that spot. I like that idea.
Yeah, very much so. That's a very good spot from Chris. And any move that will put the H there, and if you can use a W, you're probably going to score upwards of 50 points. So, a combination of Claude and whatever he plays next could be almost like a bingo score. And we know that Andrew's not going to bingo here. He might play something like Code and Cobb and Oda, for example, and stay away from that C. So, it looks like Andrew might not play something there, but he could play something like Echo, ECCO maybe. But yeah, we'll have to see what he decides to do. But that H setup is definitely very, very strong.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm in Andrew's position right there. Am I thinking that a play like Claude is anything other than just a block of that lane? Am I thinking that Chris has an H? I'm not even sure I read that as an H setup necessarily. Maybe you do, but in all likelihood, it could just be a play that you make because there's really no other place on the board to play. So in any event, looks like Andrew does block it with Deco opening kind of multiple lanes at once.
Yes, he's opening a bingo lane above and below that D and E, I guess, of Deco. And yeah, I mean, again, what you said about Claude, it's hard to really kind of infer that he has an H. You kind of could just assume that Chris just has a lot of consonants, which is also true, but not necessarily having the H as well. But Deco looks a strong play here as well, getting closer to a bingo, which he needs. But yeah, Chris, what's he going to do now? Does he have any bingos here?
He has that blank. I don't think he actually has any playable bingos. Of course, the W and H are letters that harmonize very well together. There's definitely there are lots of shorter words containing those two, but with any of the higher point letters, the more of them you get on your rack, the tougher it's going to be to bingo. They're not really, that's why they're worth so many points. They're not seen in as many longer words. So I think if you were to replace either one of those two with a lower point letter, certainly a good one like an E, you would see Chris bingoing right now, but he doesn't happen to have one. So I think what he's likely to do is take his W and H and figure out a way to score decently with them. And there are a couple ways for him to do that, Austin.
Yes, you can play something like How just above Deco, Wio, WHIO, onto the O of Deco, also possible. So yeah, he's got a few options to play something there. He could play even underneath Deco, something like Whirl or Howl, which might make things a bit more blocky in terms of playing a bingo, which we know that Andrews must be relatively close to. And we can see that I think he already has a bingo lined up of Corrals, which I don't think plays even before this move and or now. So Whirl looks more like a defensive play. You could have played Whorl, WHORL, but there's a lot of hooks with the well, A, I guess, just the A and the U above DO, but with DI there's no hooks above that.
That's a great play. I just want to see if maybe if I'm able to, before Andrew's next move, I'm going to try to get some analysis in here because so this is our analysis board. I just want to like go through what made this such a good play. So Andrew has the bingo of carols on his rack, and after a play like how, this creates an S hook right here. So you can see this on the board would have allowed Andrew to bingo in response. So instead, Chris making a much more defensive play of whirl, and he could have played whorl in the same spot, and the O would probably have been a slightly better letter to use, but that would have exposed him to playing a do and maybe Udo, but much more likely the A hook here. So Chris opting for the most defensive option, knowing that Andrew's rack has an S on it, and he's getting huge dividends from that right now. So I think that's a really clever play, and looks like that's also a nice play in response of Carr setting up his S with Scar.
Yeah, very good. And again, he doesn't know that Chris has an S or a blank, so he's just thinking, just carve out another opening for himself, that where he can bingo and will be difficult for Chris to kind of block. But Chris does have very good bingo tiles here. I think he does have a bingo above Scar. I don't know if anyone in the chat can find it. I think there's at least one seven-letter word that would fit there. But yeah, that's really the players here. I think there might be some bingos to the V of Vax as well. So yeah, there's going to be some say lower probability bingos available here, and we're just going to see if Chris can find any of them.
I expect him to. You posed it as a question. I don't want to spoil it for anybody in the chat looking for these words, but he has at least one seven-letter word that I do expect him to spot here. Although I also feel like it's difficult enough that I would give him, some leeway if he were to miss it here. Also, the board is so constricted that not bingoing wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here, but I do expect him either to find his seven-letter word hooking Scar, and he has a couple through the V of Vax that I would absolutely expect him to see. On YouTube, a couple of you guys are pointing it out. Very nice. Oilways, it probably was pointed out on your Twitch as well. And you can see also, I just want to quickly shout out that we are streaming live right now on both my YouTube channel and Austin's Twitch channel. So I fully expect at some point that Austin, maybe not in game one, but once we get warmed up, Austin will probably be running all kinds of predictions. So if you want a gamba, you should go over to Twitch, hit up Austin's Twitch, and maybe give him a follow while you're at it. And there we go, Austin.
Yes, Oilways, nice spot from Chris here. By far the highest scoring bingo, 79 points. He had two other bingos to the V of Savorily and Synovial, which were 12 points fewer each. But yeah, this looks like the best play here. Especially we know that Andrew has the S. He now has two S's, but he had an S before. So any seven-letter word that ends with an S there no longer really fits here. But Scar does give away some hooks. It has an E hook and an O hook, I believe, for Escar and Oscar. But yeah, that would also force an opening to the triple in the top right. So very strong play from Chris here. And yeah. Let's see what Andrew's going to do here. I don't see any bingos, I don't think.
That's a good point, that this word of Scar, which looks very sort of like it's officially blocked, like there's nothing there, you actually can put an E here. I didn't even realize that, which is, and as you suggested, an O as well. So either of those two letters are there. I feel like that's the type of hook that I would sometimes miss just because it totally changes how the word sort of looks and is pronounced. So we'll see if either player remembers that hook, or maybe a simple play to the Y will just mostly block it, and nobody will need to worry.
Yeah, I think so. But again, yeah, it's just Andrew's got two S's on his rack. He's got two E's. He's got the L and the O. So he's kind of like having to wonder here, what letters he wants to try and get rid of, or which ones are his worst tiles. But I think that playing something like underneath a whirl, like Rose, ROES, unduplicates the E and the S, and gets a lot of points and also gets rid of that O. So it might be, I mean, he's already at 181 points behind, so he really needs to keep scoring, and hopefully he can get two bingos of his own and get back into this game. But it's not looking good, as we can see that Chris has an S and a blank on his rack, and he's probably going to be close to something again very soon.
Yeah, for sure. So everything going Chris's way here in this first game. I guess you could look back at Andrew's play of Cody's with the two E's as a turning point, but it's important to remember at that point he was already losing by almost 100
Yeah.
points. So the game was already getting a little bit out of reach. And that happens, Austin, it happens sometimes where certain games are not really winnable for you. Other games, I think I even did a video about you personally being especially good at sort of never believing that you're out of a game and just giving it your all. You've had incredible comebacks in your career. This one would be a bit much for anyone, though, from Andrew's POV.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a resign button, I might be hitting it already. But but in real life tournaments, we're not allowed to resign games because the has to be played all the way to the end, and spread, which is the difference between the scores of the players at the end of the game, it is the next factor in terms of uh, how to decide who wins the tournament. So obviously number wins, and then the differential spread differential is the next tiebreaker. So every game has to be played to the end. So we won't be hitting any resign buttons right now, um, but yeah, it's looks like Andrew is going to be playing. What is that? Ley lay. So opening up a bingo lane at the top of the board. Hopefully he wants to try and hit those triple word squares, either starting or ending with an L on hopefully his next turn.
Yeah, so that's definitely the idea. Keeping both S's, even though the board is not so good to end a word with an S here. I think generally you would want there to be a good S hook to keep both as opposed to scoring. But then again, there are plenty of 8-letter words that contain multiple S's, so I don't quibble with it too much. In point of fact, Chris is going to look at that L, and almost certainly he's going to be getting down his second consecutive blank bingo here. That L combining nicely with the rest of his letters for a couple of 8-letter bingos that I would be surprised to see get past him. So it's going to go from bad to worse here for Andrew, and from good to better for Chris.
Yep, I think so. I think Chris, he must have seen the bingos already. I think he must be just kind of doing his due diligence, and just making sure that there's nothing better through that L that he might be missing. So I think that we'll be expecting to see a bingo come down again. So it'll be it's gonna be a second bingo of the game. It feels like he's actually got more than that because he's
He
so
did
far
have the
ahead.
70-point Q play, which is kind of
Exactly.
close. So yeah.
Exactly. It feels like a bingo already with that on the board. So I guess his third bingo score of this game, kind of, if you want to put it that way, will probably be coming down. He's also a little bit short on time, a bit lower on time than Andrew, but it's not going to be a big deal here. He's going to just make sure for you guys out there, he's not going to miss anything better than what he's actually seeing.
Yeah, so that's absolutely true. We know from our position in our commentary booth that there are no 8-letter words starting or ending with an L, but actually both of those possibilities do need to be considered here. You could easily imagine a word ending in something like UAL. Chris is really close to certain words like eventual and revenual and things like that. And of course, starting with the L as well could easily be possible. But I fully expect that, as you said, once he looks at that for a couple minutes, he's going to I think he for sure sees his fallback options already of revalues and devalues. So, and here we go, confirmation of that. I guess we'll just need to figure out what this blank is, because it could equally be an R or a D. Our producer on site can maybe help us with that, but either way, it's not likely to matter too much. Going forward, that spot's going to be really tricky to use anyway. But I guess it's not impossible if it's a D or R, it could have an E go in between, and you could see the ZE combination potentially getting some use in that spot. But I guess Andrew's probably going to play that Z somewhere now. I don't think he has such a play available with these letters, Austin.
Yep. So yeah, with the R there, you could put an E or an A. So he could do either of those, but he could probably play something like 0 underneath oil waves, making O and IO. Keeps FSS and puts the Z or the Z. I guess I should start saying Z now. We're commenting on a non-North American tournament.
Yes.
But the Z will be put out in the triple lane on the far left, which will, in theory, give away a lot of points for Chris if he has something there. But again, the difference in the spread now, 223 points. He's going to need basically a miracle to come back, and you just never know. If he puts the Z out there and Chris has absolutely nothing, then he might have something. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you were mentioning it earlier, Austin, the spread. The reason why as in chess you would see resignations pretty frequently, but in Scrabble we don't have that. Forza. Okay, so I thought maybe Forza in that spot, Forze might be a nice way to score even more, but this is a good score and it keeps the Z. But in any case, you see after the player's records, you see that extra number. And what is that number? It's exactly what Austin was just talking about. It's the cumulative margin of victory in their first 2 games. Of course, this is a 25 round event, so it's still very, very early days yet. But that number is something that you start thinking about from the get-go. So for Chris, having a huge victory in this game is going to propel him close to the top of the standings. To be 3-0 with a very, very big cumulative margin of victory, that's a good spot for him to be in to start things off.
Yep, definitely. Especially as traditionally with these kind of tournaments, as the tournament goes on, in theory, you should be playing players around the same level as you, which will make it a bit more difficult to rack up more spread because it's going to be more evenly matched. At the start of each tournament, generally, I think mainly the top players or the higher rated players play players who are lower rated. So that's kind of the time when you can or more likely to rack up spread. Just looking at the standings right now, the player that's actually leading right now with 2-0 has a spread of 373, which is already more than 200 points higher than what Andrew and Chris have. So that just kind of explains that even with a spread of 373 after 2 games, that person has already won their games by an average of about 180, 190 points so far. So racking up spread now will definitely put you much higher up in the standings, and as that is the second tiebreaker after wins, it's a big factor. You need to get that spread up.
Yeah, and it is the primary reason why you don't see resignations is that I think the player who's ahead, I think typically resignations in chess, maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the player has to accept them, right? So you could imagine if I'm winning by 200 points and I have a great bingo rack and my opponent's like, nah, I resign, I'm not winning this game. I'm going to be like, no, I don't accept. I'm going to bingo on you and keep, beating that dead horse. Yeah, exactly. You can resign once I draw my a terrible post bingo draw, then I'll resign. Yeah, it's just too It's too challenging. So I think we just saw score confirmation. I saw the
Yeah.
clock get manipulated there. Um, but hold on, let's see. I think I have the standings. I don't know how to pin. So just thanking everybody for stopping by on YouTube. This is, I think, not my very first live stream on YouTube, but my first stream in a while. But of course, we are simulcasting to Austin's Twitch. And like I said before, there's probably going to be lots of interactive stuff to do there, including the definition bot. Of course, we have definitions scrolling underneath the board, but if you want to define any other words that you see on the board, you can go over to Austin's Twitch channel at Austinho9, and you can type in !define, and you can define some words. Try not to, well, I shouldn't even say try not to abuse it. That's the best way to invite abuse, but hopefully everyone will be respectful. So, yeah, it's tough one here for Andrew on stream. He's a veteran player. I don't imagine him being overly upset by this outcome, Austin. It just sort of happens if you play enough Scrabble.
Yeah. It's just going to be like, what is he going to do next at this moment in time? He did have he did have a big spot for the Z last time, which actually would have scored more than the bingo that Chris had with D values or revalues when he had Forza, but now he doesn't have a great deal.
He can just, I mean, if he wants to go
Yeah.
crazy, this is
there it
exactly
is.
the sort of play that, technically speaking, setting yourself up to score all the way down here is basically the only way that Andrew can try to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat in this game. Of course, Chris is never going to let him play in that spot, like over, he's no way is he actually going to let that happen. But hey, maybe he'll place a word on the board and mix up the, order of the tiles and accidentally misspell a word. Is that likely? No, but you got to give yourself a chance. And I think that was a reasonable play for sure to make for Andrew there.
Yep. And he has the the S as well. So a lot of words starting with ST that could go down from there if he draws favorably. I'm expecting Chris to play something potentially underneath the ZO. So something like Bolt, for example.
Yeah, Bolt with Zol.
Which would score well, and also that if Andrew wants to bingo, well, not saying, but he could bingo from B also, but you can see with a Bethesda down from that B, but he would need to play something through the T and the B to hit both triple word squares, which is incredibly unlikely to happen with those two letters in those positions. So again, just wants to not give away a 9-timer, which is, as I said, a move that hits both two triple word squares at the same time. So if he puts the B in that spot, that will kind of obscure that lane heavily.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm sure there are some 8 or 9 letter words that have TB in this location.
Yeah.
I can't imagine there are very many of them, and certainly massively fewer than if you just let the T go unobstructed. So blot, a very nice play by Chris to score well. Leaves him with 2 eyes, but they're actually, we do have the ability also to bring you the unseen letters, so we can just, as soon as we get the board rotated, I can show you what. So these unseen letters are from the point of view of the player whose turn it is, just as a note. So right now, the unseen letters are from Andrew's perspective, holding, as you said, Austin, I wonder if he's going to see it. It's not just a proper noun for people that are watching the Fallout TV show on wherever it is. I can't remember. Amazon, I think. Bethesda, not just a game maker. It's actually a word that's valid. So I wonder if he's going to see it.
Yeah, and I know that his chances of winning are pretty much 0, but bingoing now would also mean that he would collect the last 7 tiles in the bag as well. So then he could, in theory, try and bingo again. But by then, Chris would know exactly what 7 tiles are left because he is clearly marking off the tiles that are being played on the board, which is what we call a tile tracking. So Bethesda will is available for a play here. 92 points, so it would halve the spread, or the difference right now, or slightly less than half the spread. But yeah, this is again, I guess in a way, damage limitation to not lose and not actually lose all of his spread that he has accumulated over the first two games.
Yeah, so you can see I'm drawing it now. Bethesda actually fitting right there. That would be pretty crazy. I think that's a classic word that you could see be missed for a number of reasons. One, when you have an S, your brain wants it to be the final letter of the word. It doesn't love it when it's sort of in a weird position interior to the word. So, and moreover, you have ed in the word, and your word doesn't even end in ed either. So it's a very idiosyncratic word, with an S and an ed, and it ends in none of those letters, ending in an a instead. So that's the sort of word that I feel like is almost impossible to anagram naturally. You kind of need to have studied that word, Austin, if you're going to find it in a game.
Yeah, very much so. Again, it's just not a very natural kind of sequence of letters, especially towards the end of the word, of course. And I teach kids how to play Scrabble, and I always tell them to find common prefixes and suffixes. So, as you said, you can have ed on the end, or anything ending in an s or est, things like that. Which if you were telling the children that I teach, they would obviously never find Bethesda based on that, based on that 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 idea. So yeah, again, you might recognize, if you have studied it enough times, you might recognize the alphagram. But that's, oh, do you think he's found it? I think he found it. Oh, is he playing Bathe? Oh, he's playing Bathe. Okay.
Yeah, the
Um,
THE was a troll there because
yeah,
we saw that go down. We saw that go down, and it looked like
almost.
that all of that was in the correct order. But bathe is a much more human play, of course. Not seeing that crazy bingo, it makes a lot of sense that you would go for that. And just for the record, many of you out there in the chat, I feel like roiding is very likely to be a word at some point, Austin. Like, oh, this baseball player is definitely roiding. But it's not actually valid. And unfortunately, I got to get you guys oh, okay. The board is spinning so fast. But Chris played id in the upper corner of the board.
Ah,
So there it is. Okay, we're back. So Chris quickly, that was actually among the better plays that he had. Again, roiding not available, and it is back over to Andrew, with a bingo on his rack, which I do expect him to see.
yes. And Chris also played that with two things in mind. Basically, he is kind of hedging his bets on potentially bingoing again, now that he's driven an A and an N, and also leaving one tile in the bag. So you can see in the little graphic in the bottom corner with the unseen tiles, it's 8 tiles. So 7 of those tiles, from this is all from Andrew's point of view, 7 of those tiles are on Chris's rack. And of course, you can work out that the E is the last tile in the bag, obviously unknown to both players. But having one tile in the bag means that if, well, the idea for Chris, that was, leaving one tile in the bag means that if Andrew bingos at this moment in time, then at least Chris won't be, will have, at least Chris will at least have another shot to play another turn, and potentially bingo himself and then bingo out that way. So that's why you generally leave one tile in the bag, at the end of the game.
Yeah, very true. All well explained. Weirdly, it feels like a bit of a trap here, and I'll show you why using the analysis board. So basically, Andrew has a couple bingos here. He's got endwise and sinewed, and it looks like he is getting ready to play sinewed. But after either of those, the D is in just the wrong spot
Oh,
to allow Chris to respond with adorning, and that is almost certainly what we're likely to see. The only real way out of it for Chris, and we'll just cut to Chris's POV, and you
oh,
can
there it is. He's,
see
he's
very
playing them already.
quickly adorning is going down. The only way to avoid that from Andrew's POV would actually have been to play sinewed here, which I think might have prevented Chris from bingoing. So that would have been quite the read to come up with that play. I don't know exactly. Maybe Nigel Richards would figure that one out. That would take a lot of permuting to figure out that maybe this play of Sinead works out a little bit better than the one that Andrew made here. So either way, nicely played by Chris to immediately spot that ending bingo. Let me get these scores updated with the placements that were actually made of these words. And I think we're going to be looking at quite the blowout for Chris Lipe here in round 3.
Yes, so you can see the score updated there. That it should be the well, in theory, if everything was worked out correctly. Of course, these guys, what you're watching right now, are working out their math on paper. But 497 to Chris and 323 to Andrew. So it's a 174-point victory for Chris. He'll move up to 3-0. Spread will be up to about 300, and Andrew will be 2-1. I guess his spread will be at +2 after all that. So.
Yeah, still in the positive. Yeah. He's still in the black after that. But it's so early, of course. The reason that we play all these games in a Scrabble tournament is to get all that variance out, all the different ways a game can unfold, and to give the players the maximum amount of time within reason to let their skill come to the surface. So pretty much anybody can lose a game, even the Nigel Richardses of the world and the Austin Shins of the world. And I dare put myself in that class as well. We all can, well, maybe not Nigel's class. Well, I need to chill with what class I'm putting myself in. But anybody can get a big blowout loss against them. So Andrew can not worry too much. But of course, if we do go back and look at the sequence in this game, so yeah, you can see that early on, this is the fully completed board. They're looking at it there on the right, although I have to bump it up a little so you guys can see that base. But yeah, this was kind of a big turning point, actually really a couple, right? So early in this game, Andrew is sitting here. I guess I should probably show you the racks that he had. But he had Pentagon available on this turn. That was a pretty big swing that he'll look at and feel like he could have influenced the outcome of the game. But here was probably the big one, Austin, where the score of this game was pretty out of reach. At this point, actually, Andrew was already down by 90, but he made things worse for himself by attempting this phony here. So a little bit self-inflicted, but of course Chris drawing first blank and the second blank one after the other, not too much you can do about that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes games just pan out in this kind of way, especially if you maybe you make one misstep, especially with Pentagon, that would have changed literally everything. And then, of course, by then, who knows what would have happened? But especially if you make one mistake like that, and then it kind of pans out in this kind of way for the next 3 or 4 moves, and then it kind of forces you to make a play like Cody's and Unal's, which is what we saw got challenged off, and then it just kind of like kind of gets the ball rolling against you in a way. So I guess that's kind of what we saw today with this game. But yeah, in the same time, I think Chris played really well here. He found all the moves that he was, we kind of expected him to see, and you saw the result. He played really well and he moves up to still undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually really impressed by a couple of defensive plays that Chris made after Andrew phonied. I feel like his play of Claude setting up his H, knowing that there was really no way that Andrew could do very much through that C, and that if Andrew didn't touch that C, he was going to get a giant H set up with everybody's favorite 2-letter Collins word of ch. So that was a great play, but even better was his follow-up play of whirl, which I thought was a really, really clever way to form this DI 2-letter word that cut a lot of access off and not make a new S hook to Andrew, and it paid immediate dividends there as Andrew had a 7-letter word ending in S on his rack that Chris blocked. So that was very impressive defensive performance by Chris Lipe in this game. So
Yeah, and you can just see that the players were just filling out the result slip. So for those that aren't tournament players, at the end of the game, you kind of fill out the winner, the loser, the scores, the spread, which is the difference between the two scores, and then basically putting the round numbers so that way the person who is inputting these results will basically put it into the computer, and it will generate the standings, and then once everything's all finished, then it will generate the next round of pairings. Although the first 4 rounds have actually already been prepared, so it necessarily won't be right now, but that's kind of what they were doing with that little slip, if anyone was wondering what that was.
Yep, all the little procedures, that the nitty gritty. I think we talk about chess a lot in Scrabble just because chess is doing a lot of the things that we have sort of dreamed to be able to do for a while. So you see, they have their little slip that they hand in. So do we, a little bookkeeping that just has to happen. I guess we could compare it to golf too. I think they have those little scorecards that you fill in golf. I've heard stories of golf players getting in serious trouble for filling those out wrong. I think in Scrabble, there's really no penalty for filling it out wrong, but it does require the other player to sign off on it. So anytime, I don't think anybody's ever tried to pull a fast one on me, Austin, and claim that they won by 500 points when they actually won by 50 points or something.
Yeah, it's not like when you're at school and you're forging your parent's signature for when you did your homework, or you got a tracker mark on your poor attendance or detention or something. This is not necessarily, oh, I'm going to score. Oh, my score was actually 700 points and my opponent got 1 point. Yeah, you need both players to actually
Wow.
agree on what the score was, and yeah, that's what we have to do.
I'm surprised at you, Austin. That would come naturally to you. I don't know. Some players I would expect that from, in their childhood. I'm sure you're just not sure actually whether you're just giving that as an example or whether that's based in life.
No
Forging.
comment. No comment.
No, okay. Well, no juicy scoop about Austin's delinquent childhood here. I've done a couple of kind of underhanded things to get out of class. I used to have issues with I had a issue with a big cut in my nose that I could actually pretty much make bleed on command. So I could just give myself a little slap and I would get a little nosebleed. So I used that at least a couple of times to get out of a particularly boring class. That's pretty much the extent of my shenanigans, I would say, as a not that troubled youth. I've become.
Do you bring that trick out to party tricks and things? I mean, I know you have a red t-shirt on. You could do it now, and then no one will know.
Oh, well, I've since had it. Actually, a Scrabble player, Jesse Day, actually fouled me playing basketball at the national championship, and it reached a point where I had to get it fixed once and for all. So no more bloody nose shenanigans for me, nor would I want to get out of streaming Scrabble at any point. Thank you very much to everybody watching along on YouTube as well as Twitch over at Austin's channel. Definitely appreciate everybody being patient, as I think behind the scenes I think it was really the mayor of the town that came to welcome everybody to the venue, and that might have set things a little bit behind. So I know we hope to go live a bit earlier, but we're here now. And somebody asked, how long are we going to be here? I think we're going to have one more round, and then it's going to be a lunch break. But then I believe, let me just see. Do I have the microphone up on the standings? Nope, I meant the schedule. Yeah, so here we go. This is our schedule. Please ignore the countdown timer at the top of the screen. But you can see we just had round 3, and we're going to be moving into round 4 shortly, and then we've got 5 more rounds coming up after lunch break. So a lot more Scrabble to go today, and you can see we're going to be going for pretty much the entire next few days, Austin. 25 rounds of Scrabble. Where does that feel like enough to you, or would you always want more in a big tournament like this?
Oh, I always want more. So like there's a big tournament in the UK called the UK Open, which is generally held like the first weekend or maybe the second weekend of January. I'm not sure if it's still going on. It might not be going on anymore, but that tournament had like I think it was like 30 games in 3 days, and you played all the way. There's like the middle day on a Sunday. You play like 13 games from maybe 8:30 all the way to about 10 p.m. So it's very grueling. If like if you can get through a day of 12 or 13 games, like you can pretty much get through anything, and it's an experience to be able to play for that long. But yeah, this is kind of what happens in I think in UK tournaments. Where you kind of fit as many games as you can in a weekend. Some of the weekend tournaments have like 16, 17 games, which I think is generally comfortable for a lot of 3-day tournaments as well. But yeah, I'm always looking for more games, more action, and get your money's worth, I guess. So yeah, that's just my opinion. I think other people would prefer to kind of take things a bit more easily, but yeah, I'm always game for down for more games.
That's true. And well, anybody that is a follower of yours on Twitch knows that, and definitely encourage anybody that's watching on my YouTube. Head on over to Austin's Twitch, toss him a follow if you want to show your appreciation. Austin streams a lot of Scrabble, and what he just said is borne out by the amount of games that he plays and plays very well. So for me, my answer is I feel like I'm a little too old now to be playing 12 games in a day. I would say 10 is probably where at the end of that session, my brain starts to feel a little bit like it's overheated and I need to dump it in an ice bath or something like that. But yeah, it's tough, right? Because the more games you have, the likelier it is that you're going to crown a deserving champion. And that's, I mean, not that anybody who wins an event like this would ever be undeserving. Certainly 25 games should be enough that whoever wins this event with so many strong players in the field, you can't just draw good tiles. You have to be a phenomenal player to win an event like this. So I fully
Yeah.
expect that with such a stacked group of players that it's going to be a really exciting batch of games. So definitely encourage everybody with some time to spare this weekend to check it out. So that being said, I think maybe rather than I think it's probably likely that we'll need to take just a short break as we figure out who our matchup is going to be, and we'll get things set for round 4. But I really anticipate that it's not going to be very long before we get started with that. So, yeah, I think let's take that quick break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with round 4 from Austin. What is the pronunciation? Milton Keynes? Is that, I mean, it's your hometown. I don't want to butcher it.
Milton Keynes.
Keynes. Okay,
Yes.
there we go. So I have to be careful. Milton Keynes. I've learned that lesson. So quick break for us. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with round 4 at the MGI International Scrabble Classics from Milton Keynes, UK. Ooh, sorry, everybody. Messed up transition there. But unfortunately, so here's the situation. We were hoping to bring you round four from the MGI International Scrabble Classics. But because the event got off to a bit of a slow start, the players actually were sort of encouraged to rush into round four as they are getting back on track with their schedule. So actually, most of the appropriate games to be streamed, and really we don't actually have a game now that we can flex on over to the stream. They've all actually already started. So that's okay. What's going to happen is we were already going to go to lunch break after round four. We're just going to start that break a little bit early. We will have 5 games coming up later on after lunch. So what we'll do now is I think we're going to just take a little bit of a break, come back in something like an hour and a half, something in that range, for 5 more games of Scrabble today. So, Austin, you were mentioning that I think the players are likely to have kind of a nice catered lunch on site. So hopefully they can get their fuel
Possibly.
and start the afternoon. Oh, possibly, not for sure.
Yeah, no, no, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I know that the location of where they're at is next to lots of nice cool restaurants, so they might just quickly hop over there. Especially since by the time this game ends, it'll be 3 p.m. Local time, which is not really lunchtime in my book. But so there might not be many other people in there. They can get their food really quickly. So we'll see.
So yeah. Anyway, only mild disappointment. Just realize that even though we're not getting that round four coverage, we will be getting coverage for basically 20 more rounds of Scrabble for the rest of the weekend, give or take. So sorry for those of you hoping for round four. I see a couple folks who are saying they're about to go to bed, and we're hoping to get one more game of Scrabble in before that happens. But we will be back for you, other on the other side of the world, folks, tomorrow and Monday with more games for you to watch. So for the rest of you located in the EU and the US, we'll take a little longer break, and we will come back this afternoon with 5 more games of Scrabble from Milton Keynes at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. All right, everybody, we are back from lunch break. A little longer than we expected, but we've got an amazing afternoon of 5 games with minimal interruptions coming your way from Milton Keynes, UK, at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. And as I was for just one brief round this morning, I am joined again by Austin Shin. This time, Austin, we've got a bit of a longer stint ahead of us.
Yes, very much looking forward to, was it 5 games in a row? Is it 5 or 4? 5 games in a row now. And we were playing all the way to the end of the day. So going to be some very good games, some very good players on stream coming up for you right ahead.
Yeah, in fact, we might as well cut straight to the board where you can see we've got I think our lone former world champion in the field, and that is Brett Smitheram to the right. He will be going second in this game against Jason Carney, somehow finding himself only in second place despite his first 3 games of the tournament scoring 570, 520, and 590. And he also followed it up with a win in round 4, and yet that is not good enough to be at the top of the standings. That's the type of competition that we appear to be facing here, Austin.
Yep, it's early on. There's going to be a lot of blowout wins for lots of people, and as the day goes on, we should see a lot of closer games with evenly matched opponents. So hopefully, we'll have some close games coming up for you right now.
So yeah, I'll let our producers ready. I'll let our producers know we are ready anytime. And you can see the players they've bagged their tiles. They're clearly, we just need to relieve them of this awkwardness and tension and let them get started already here. And yeah, Jason will be going first. I don't know too much about Jason, Austin. Of course, Brett is very well known within the Scrabble world as truly one of the top players in the world. He has to have been in the top 5 or 10 rated players in the world for most of the last decade, if not longer. But I feel like I have seen Jason towards the top of various events in the UK.
Yes, Jason's actually a very strong player. He doesn't necessarily play too much internationally. He did play in I think the World Championships in Vegas last year, which some of you may have seen the coverage for. But yeah, he's a very strong player. He's actually been near the top of the UK ratings for quite some time now. So maybe last 10, 15 years. So he's definitely right up there and definitely a threat to win really any major tournament. But he has a very solid word knowledge and very, very accurate gameplay too.
That should stand us in great stead for this to be a really close game. I see the rack appears to be off. Let me just, I think that's probably a space in the notepad file, which I'll just make sure. But yeah, also notice that the clocks weren't refreshing, so we'll try to figure out what's happening with that, just so that we can see how much time the players are working with. But I guess as long as the players aren't running super low on the clock, it shouldn't be the end of the world to not see the clocks, but we'll try to get that fixed. I think maybe for this game, we don't want to disrupt the players. But anyway, you can see very similar racks for the 2 players. One with the 4 vowels and the J for Jason, and one with the 4 vowels and the X for Brett. So we're not likely to see any bingos to start things off here.
Yeah, there's not many options for both players as it stands. It's going to be difficult to get many points down. But yeah, I mean, it might be off to a slightly slow start in this game 1. But yeah, hopefully we'll see some bigger players coming up soon. And also, I'm just going to mention on my Twitch channel, if you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to put out a prediction as to what you think the result may be. So you can use your channel points and use them to decide on what you think the result will be. I put it basically an under/over on Brett winning by 49.5 points or more or less. So go ahead and use your coins wisely. Get predicting on what you think the result will be. You got about 5 minutes to predict.
So look at that as hopefully the predictions rolling in on Twitch for Austin. But look at this play. Awa not using the J, instead setting it up in two places at once. What an interesting choice by Jason here instead of the potentially more traditional just a jar. The nice thing again about this Awa play is that now there are two spots for the J. Of course, there are also two spots for the X, and you can see that Brett lays that X down. Pretty reasonable move. And he puts the G on there too, which makes a lot of sense from a defensive standpoint to me, Austin.
Yep, definitely. There's a lot of hooks for Ox, so you're putting the G there, and it makes it a bit more difficult to underlap. But it does also give away potentially a lane to the triple, to just above the G, so you can AG or UG in this lexicon. But the beauty of our being played on the first move is that the J can go above either of those A's, and it looks like Jason will probably play something above the second A of our and play something like Jet or something like that.
Yeah, seems reasonable. The J is the only tile worth more than 1 point on his rack, so certainly he'll be thinking about spending it, and Brett drawing the Z as well. So every power tile, as we call them, is coming out one after the other, and it feels like all of them are going to be thanks to Jason's opening play of Awa, which made perfect sense to really increase the value of that J. In so doing, it's increased the value of the X, and now the Z, which is certainly going to find its way onto the board. I can't imagine that both spots for the Z will get blocked here. Zax and out, and the just Za going across. So something like Biz will fit with Zax for a pretty hefty score. And yeah, they'll at some point they're going to have to run out of these high scoring tiles.
Yeah, and that's sort of thing is that Jason will play the J and some kind of vow after that, which then would give Brett a big Z bomb above that, the JA, and then there's the triple letter square above that. This might give Brett a score of 60 plus points if Jason plays above the A of our. So any play above that, like JA or Jet, so you can play ZA or ZE in the Collins lexicon. Might give Brett a big score and replies also.
Yeah, so I just wonder if Jason plays the J, is he going to draw the Q right off the bat and really just power through all of those 10 and 8 point tiles really quickly? It's interesting because when that happens, you definitely have to take note of it in the early going and realize that if you have good low point tiles, all those high point tiles are now gone. It can actually make your odds of drawing bingos a little bit higher if you notice that in the early going, those high point tiles have all been played. So I think at this level, these players are very likely to detect nuances like that. Certainly, Brett is very, very sharp with these types of observations. That's part of what makes him such a phenomenal player and a former world champion.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, Brett's an incredibly savvy player, so he'll be onto anything that looks kind of off. But we're seeing that Jason is taking quite a long time here, I guess, deciding between JO or Jet. So he's going to play Jet, and actually this one doesn't give Brett any play above the E, as far as I can see anyway. There's no ZI words that go across, so it looks like Biz will be the play above Axe, making Zax for, what is that, 53 points.
Yeah, pretty solid play for sure, and I expect it to come down not that quickly now, because he's going to have to at least imagine, well, geez, I just now have an enormous Z play here with Zay, but incredibly, I don't think he has a word that goes across here. So there are no hooks to JA, so you can't play there, but Brett has correctly sussed out that he has no Z play at all. No word starting with the Z that lets him play in that spot. Of course, the OT, not a valid word. Instead, he plays Biz. That's definitely his best play, as you pointed out, Austin.
Yep, very strong play here. Again, you can see all the big tiles are kind of converging on those double letter squares just around the center square. So I don't necessarily see that every day. But yeah, so far 4 moves and 4 3-letter words.
Yeah, this is a very strange looking board, and I am almost wanting to see a play like I think probably something like
And
pattern is likely to be the best play through this tee for Jason, but I really want to see something like pan be played because I have never seen that formation here. This perfect symmetry, almost like I don't know. Is this like a Minecraft piece or a Roblox piece? I don't even know. I'm such a boomer. But I feel like I've seen that in some kind of, it looks kind of like a TIE fighter or something like that from Star Wars. Anyway, I'm so sorry that I don't, that I'm so old and boomerish. But in any case, what do you guys think this looks like in chat? Let me know how out of touch I am. So yeah, I think pattern is very likely to be as solid of an option here, and he
yep.
is going to play that and deprive us of our beautiful symmetrical shape. I think it's a good play, Austin.
Yep, I think it's the best play here. It scores by far the most points. And yeah, I think it's just overall very good play. There's not too many other options that score anywhere near as much as this. But yeah, Brett has kind of ugly tiles now. He drew a bunch more vowels with his Y and S. So it's a matter of whether or not he's going to play something like OI, OYE, making OP and YA. So next to the left of the PA or pattern, that would at least score him, was it 31 points? But yeah, he can't get rid of the Y, the O, and the I really together for many points. So he's going to have to take this turn and probably the next one to kind of get rid of those vowels, and hopefully he doesn't pick out too many more. So I would expect him to play something pretty quickly. There aren't too many options available that kind of rival OI, I think. I mean, you could also say maybe OY underneath Gox, making GO and OY, but OI up here looks by far the best play. And I'd expect he doesn't take too long to play that.
Yeah, I agree. It's you never want to keep four vowels in a lone consonant, but this does score 31 points, and it has some merit also to block a pretty easy to use scoring spot. Now, it is worth noting that the board is kind of full of good scoring spots right now. You can see there's a triple open right here that would end in pretty much any vowel, literally any vowel, A, E, I, O, U, all fit in that spot. There's another triple here, and this spot would have been pretty good to use overlaps. You have this spot as well for some potential high-scoring overlaps, another one. So this is a pretty lucrative board for scoring. So it's not so much that Brett has blocked something so powerful for Jason, but he has scored 31 points, and that's probably a little bit better than exchanging.
Yes, I think 31 points is a lot of points to pass up, and he's keeping an S, and he could obviously draw into something potentially if he picked up two constants. He picked out DE, which is actually pretty favorable. So he's so Brett is definitely maybe one move away from getting a good set of tiles on his rack towards a bingo. But yeah, at the moment it's Jason's turn. He is holding the blank with some other good tiles, but I don't think there's any bingos available. There's no open vowel, which we would really be needing, which again, the reason why Brett would play something like Oi, not opening up and giving it away too much. So the question really is, does he go for like a 20-point score, or does he maybe just play off the R, maybe like YAR or JAR maybe, to fish off one tile, or does he play OR? Or so there's lots of different ways he can go around with this. But I don't know. What do you think he would do? This is one of those
Yeah,
kind of
jar is
yeah,
so tempting. I mean, you've got the two R's and you have such good bingo tiles.
or row maybe.
Yeah,
Row.
something maybe
Yep.
ROE. It
Yep.
was pointed out in YouTube chat that maybe Nitro and Bog would be a nice way to open the board a little bit more. You're scoring decently well. It's not such a bad score. And afterwards, you get all of these nice lanes. You've opened up this whole part of the board by playing that. Of course, the downside possibility is that you draw clunky tiles. You're drawing 5 tiles. Every successive letter you play after the first opens you up to those sort of nightmare draws. But as we were talking about before, you know you're not going to draw the Z, the J, the X, some of these other tiles that pretty much immediately make it very difficult to bingo. You know those aren't happening here because they've already been played. So definitely that's an option. I would be sorely tempted to just play Jar, except given the situation you're facing right now, you think about it, you've got pretty good bingo tiles, but yet you somehow don't have a bingo. And Jar doesn't really do anything to change the complexion of the board. You could just draw a consonant and be in the exact same situation next turn. But if you draw a vowel, you're very likely to be bingoing, even on this constricted board. And Jason opts for intro. Austin, what do you think?
Honestly, I think intro and nitro are kind of pretty much the same. I think they're both very equal. Um, Again, you could sit there for another 5 minutes considering which one you might like most, but Jason is also not necessarily the fastest player in the world. I think he's taken probably a bit more time than Brett has so far. So I think you just got to pick one and just get moving really. And again, when I said about Jar, I mean my what I said first was playing YAR next to Orient pattern, which would open up the N hook, which at least would give you another spot to bingo if he wanted to go down that route. But it would definitely suggest that he has a very strong leave of tiles. So yeah, there's a number of different options for that move, and I don't think you can possibly like hate any of those options.
Yeah, it's very stylistic potentially. A lot of it boils down to how actively do you want to open the board and create a little bit more opportunity for yourself with that blank in hand. I think there are players who would be patient potentially and realize that after a play like Jar, you are pretty likely to get openings after a play like this or a play. What if your opponent, if you play Jar instead of intro, your opponent is very likely to play in one of these two spots to a triple word score? For example, I'm almost positive that this same play that Brett made of Oidia, he would have played that in the spot where intro was played had Jason just played Jar instead. So you might have been able to afford to be patient. But worth noting that these letters for Brett would have played at the top of the board, hooking Opa for 3 more points. But Brett definitely seeing no reason to open one of these gigantic spots. And that might have been a really, really good choice for him. Not sure if I see anything right off the bat through an but it looks very likely that there are bingos there. So could have dodged a big
Yeah.
bullet. And looks like Jason, as you
Oh,
suggested.
this is a slight mistake. You could play crunched through the D of Oidia, which would be much better, and would have
Oh,
doubled the H
yeah.
and doubled the word too. So I don't know if maybe he's playing this one a little bit too fast here. But crunched or crutched or something would score 88 points. This one scores 74 and opens up at least another bingo lane. And I think scrunched is also good. So it also gives another hook above.
Oh, and look what Brett's drawing, Austin.
Yeah, he's got Stowery and Scrunched, so I think that should come down pretty quickly unless there's something that is better than that.
So Austin was suggesting that these same letters, if you made this blank and N
And
instead of using the N on the board, you could have played crunched into this D, which would have scored very well, putting the H on the double letter score and the entire word on a double word score. So that looks like you mentioned that maybe Jason playing slightly deliberately in his first few moves of the game. Maybe he's sort of responding to feeling like he needs to speed up on the clock, and he made a little bit of an inaccurate move there. And it is going to, nicely done by Brett to immediately see that S hook and come down with it here. Stowry, I don't know exactly. I'm sure he would have bingoed after crunched in this spot, but this feels like a significantly higher scoring option than Brett would have otherwise had.
yeah, it definitely would have made it a lot more difficult. And just so you guys know that Oidia does not take an S as Oidium, so that one is not. If anyone is out there is wondering if that takes an S, it does not. But yeah, I think Stowry, yeah, it's a bit of a kind of a double whammy that you kind of lose a bunch of points by not playing Crunch onto the D of Oidia, and then you also give away a few more points, allowing Stowry to be played. I'm sure something would have come down anyway, like routines onto the end of that same end of intro, but it would then open up the triple for the top left and also score top last. So those kind of mistakes kind of can multiply with the same number of moves afterwards. So yeah, we'll see if it actually ends up costing him. But at the moment, Brett is still leading by 42 points. And as I said in the prediction we have going on Twitch, I put the betting line at 49.5 points. So we'll see if he manages to get a few extra points towards the end of the game.
He's getting close to that betting line, a well-set line. So, yeah, in the absence of the player timers, which we'll get those back after this game, we'll just keep updates on whose turn it is. It is Jason's turn now. So, Jason, after what I assume that blank was a D, I don't think you would necessarily make it an S. Maybe well, now I doubt it's going to matter one way or another. As he's going to play Beget in the lower corner. That looks pretty good. Maybe a possible improvement on that turn would have been Vegete through the E of Stowery. Not the easiest word to see, but it would have gotten rid of that V on his rack, which Scrabble players of all stripes pretty much, I don't think anybody likes the V, Austin. I feel like opinions vary about the C. A lot of newer players hate it because you can't make very many two-letter words. Expert Scrabble players like it, but the V is pretty universally reviled.
Yes, the V is generally quite a bad tile. The only really obsession of what's the word I'm looking for?
Exception.
Objection. Yeah, exception is that the V is only good if you're leading and you want to use it to block the board. But yeah, the C's are obviously very useful because we literally just saw Jason play Crunched using both C's and bingoing. So the C's are good tiles to bingo with, and the V's are generally pretty bad.
Yeah, it is. Does have that defensive merit, but typically, as Scrabble players, having a letter really be valuable only for defense in a game where you can find yourself either winning or trailing on the scoreboard. Having a letter that's really good for defense is not. There are just so many situations where you're trailing, as Jason was on the scoreboard right there, where the defensive merit of the V is kind of lost. Whereas, most letters do have some mix of attributes that make them relatively equally useful regardless of the game scenario. So you never want those letters that are sort of self-selecting only a handful of situations where they're useful. As we see Behalf come down for Brett, this looks like a pretty good play on his part.
Yep, the score's 28 points. There was also another play playing half just to the left of Oidia, making Hin, Ad, Lee, and Fa, which actually scores the same number of points, but that takes an S, and we can actually see that Jason has an S on his rack, so he would have been hitting that with evokes and halves, which would have scored upwards of almost 50 points pretty much. So yeah, again, a little bit of defense involved here. I'm sure he would have seen half next to Oidia, but playing half where he did there with Behalf is definitely a stronger option.
Yeah, it's not immediately obvious that half would take an S, but it actually does, as Austin said. So I think that's probably unique to the International Dictionary, the Collins Dictionary used here. So, you might be thinking to yourself, wow, I'm just ironclad if I play half here. But as you suggested, that would have been met with a gigantic counterplay that would have allowed Jason to really instantly score his way back into control in this game. So that's now a few plays. I do think of Brett as being a very cagey, very good defensive player. We've seen a couple moves now that he has made. Gox in the early going, tacking the G on to avoid hooks there. Oidia sacrificing a few points, and now Jason playing Kiev through the eye of Oidia. That looks like a great move on his part for a number of reasons, Austin.
Yes, he's getting rid of the V and the K, scoring very well with it. He has the S, which is the only hook for Kiev, just putting the S on there. And he keeps MSO, which is, not necessarily the best leave, but definitely far from the worst. If he picks out some good 1-point tiles, he should be able to maybe get a bingo hooking the S into Kiev, or even through that E that he just put out there. And there's also space at the top of the board above Stowery that allows for bingo lane there too. So he's kind of making more lanes possible so that he's going to get his head ahead in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a 3 point game right now. So it's very touch and go. What's he drawn? It's drawn an
Oh,
interesting combo with the two M's and two O's, but not sure what he'll come up with. But even if he doesn't have a bingo, he'll probably score something decent. As we see, Brett probably not thrilled to open the board like this here, but that is by far his highest scoring play available. Twirl from the TF pattern. I think he's got to do that here.
yep, I think so. Keeping DNO looks very strong also. And yeah, there's not really much else he can really do. But, but yeah, looking at what Jason can do, he's got a nice spot underneath Stowery. He could play COMM, which would score 34 points. He could do something like that, or even ammo just above it. So making at, mo, moo, and or
Oh, nice.
above the tor, which would also give him another bingo lane above that. Now that his S hook is kind of taken out from Kiev. So yeah, he might want to do something there. He might just want to just get some points on the board. Yeah, we'll have to see what he decides to do, but he's got a number of high scoring options now.
Yeah, they are seemingly concentrated in this area, so you can use your M's either to underlap or overlap. The M is one of those tiles that is very useful for that purpose. Lots of two-letter words that you can play, so he's got two of them together, and really a lot of the letters in the Scrabble dictionary start to suffer when you get more than one of them on your rack at once. But the M does, I mean, it's nice already to have a two-letter word that literally consists of MM. That's not too many of those consonants can pull that off. So not necessarily the bingo that Jason may have been hoping for, but he should come up with a decent scoring play that continues to drive towards playing a bingo. It is worth noting that Twirl, Brett's previous play, did somewhat obstruct the S hook on Kiev. It's going to be a little tougher at a cost of giving three pretty good bingo tiles to play through. So we'll see. And it looks like Jason is going to play Modem. So
Okay.
scoring pretty well, Austin, but he will leave himself two vowels and just the one consonant in the S.
Yes. I don't know if this is I can't tell if this is a more aggressive play than something like ammo or not, because he's opening up more unique floaters on the board at the top of the board now, to pair with his A, O, and S. So is this kind of a statement of intent here? Now he wants to try and go for the bingo, or is something like ammo a bit more hidden, so to speak? We're just having a hook there. But Modem definitely like opens things up a little bit more, and it's quite possible that anyone that bingos, in that top right quadrant, so anything ending with an IRL with twirl or starting with the M, O, or D of Modem, could be the winner of this game here, because that will kind of take out a lot of the space on the board, and then that only leaves the bingo lanes with the E and the T at the bottom right, bottom left of the board. So it could just come down to just whoever bingos first in that top corner.
Yeah, it does feel like the odds are very strongly in favor just based on the letters that are there. The M, if you're going to get a longer word with the M, oftentimes it's going to be the first letter of the word. The R will often end in IER. This I can end in ING, assuming there are any G's left, and there are. So a lot of the sort of geometry and inflections of English would suggest that this is going to be the action area, but you never know. Sometimes, as you said, maybe there's a random bingo from this T. Maybe you hit a bingo ending in OR or something like that. So there are other possibilities. And it looks like Brett is going to exhaust a bunch of those possibilities right now, cutting off a number of the options that I just said with what I believe is his highest scoring play. I like this move a lot, Austin.
Yes, I think so too. It does add a little bit of defense to his move, but don't forget that there's still one blank from his point of view, and I think three S's unseen. So he's probably also trying to go for those as well. So yeah, he's trying to keep the scoreboard pressure on and try and grab those good tiles that would hopefully be able to bingo first. out of the two, and you can see that Jason has drawn a bunch of vowels.
Oh, but he's found a
Play
really nice
agave.
play, agave. That's a nice play with all of those hooks, and it sets up his S. Of
Yeah.
course, that's not the best S setup ever. It's sort of restricted to four-letter words there. But if Jason draws a bunch of high-scoring letters, he might be happy. He might even draw something like S and then another. What I mean is he'll draw a second S and maybe two high scoring consonants, and he'll be very happy to use the hook that he has just set up. So that's I think that's a good play. I'm not even sure what
Yep.
other option I would have strongly considered after seeing that one.
Yeah, there's not that many options with so many vowels. You really need to get rid of. You have five vowels there. You ideally want to get rid of probably three of them. And you can see that Brett now has just drawn the S and the blank. So what does he have here? I think he has something. Well, that's almost in the right order for a word in the bottom left corner.
That's true. He looks like he has at least one. It's funny because we're talking about how the upper right corner is just so obviously the best, but after Brett's play of Donned, that's no longer necessarily the case. So, for example, with this rack, he would have had mainsail from the M into the corner. With that being blocked, he still does have tilapias, for example, the yummy fish, but certainly a couple other options. I wonder if he'll. I don't think he'll necessarily want to play airmails in this spot right here because it gives up such a nice scoring spot to the triple, but maybe he doesn't care about that. Maybe playing airmails is a better idea because it blocks these two obvious floaters in the R and L much easier to play bingos through the R and L than it is to play a bingo starting with a T that must start with a T or technically an E in one spot above. So a couple options here. For Brett, I think he's very likely to be good on the clock. He's been playing with really good pace, so I think he'll think about this a lot. My first instinct was that
Play something.
yeah, here he goes. He's writing down that slip. That's where you have to record what you want your blank to be. He is going to go ahead and play tilapias, which was my first instinct. But I'm wondering if maybe there is some merit to playing airmails and Kieves here.
Yeah, actually, I kind of prefer airmails and Kieves just because it adds a little bit more defense. I think the R and the L, I mean, just right in the middle of the board, it's much easier to bingo with anything through the R and the L, and he would play. Again, I don't know if he's maybe playing a bit more defensive with that in mind, but you can see that unseen tiles now. Only two. Well, actually, it's only one vowel, and I guess the other no. Well, the other blank's already been out, but there's one vowel unseen, and Brett is going to see a lot of clunky consonants come his way.
Weird. I
And it'd
wonder.
be interesting to see if he picks up the Q and the U together or not.
Sorry if it's counting. I guess it must be counting the Y as a vowel, but either way, that's just our little script that we run. But yeah, in either case, you can see it doesn't matter whether you count the Y as a vowel or not. There is a serious vowel shortage right now. So Jason, even though he finds himself down on the scoreboard quite a lot, you could definitely imagine Brett being in a little bit of trouble sometimes if he, for example, if the U is still in the bag. He's got a pretty. Oh, it looks like he's
Oh,
dodged the Q. So,
wow.
according to this, you can see from Jason's POV, the unseen tiles look really bad, but actually, unwittingly, unbeknownst to Jason, I should say, the Q is in the bag waiting without a U to accompany it. So, that's definitely a rough situation here for Jason. But he definitely still has chances of trying to fish for a bingo that could be pretty devastating if he gets it down.
Yes, so Evil Budgie in the chat and on Twitch is saying that F, Q, V, and Y are the four tiles in the bag. So Brett has actually avoided all four of the biggest tiles available here.
Wow.
Somehow he managed to avoid them all. But it's going to be very interesting to see what Jason plays next, if he's going to play something short and try and avoid picking out those tiles. And there's plenty of places to play off the Q for 31 points above Biz or above Tilapias. But he does not want to pick out the Q here. He wants to hopefully let Brett basically eat the cue and let Jason bingo somewhere on this board. So that's kind of the idea that his route to victory is to bingo and let Brett pick up those big tiles and then take those tiles from him when he goes out.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, this late in the game, realizing that these queue spots, as you noted, are available, it does take the sting out of the queue a little bit. It also means that you have to worry if Brett's drawn the queue and you so that with four tiles in the bag, you have to worry that if you're Jason, you want to get a bingo to ideally a bingo out to end the game, but you almost have to bank on Brett not having the cue right now and drawing it after his next play. So this is, I mean, whoa, seems like a pretty reasonable choice by Jason. You got to score something. So this scores almost 30 points. And now from Jason's POV, maybe he can somehow dodge the cue in the bag. Hold on, that tracking isn't correct. I'll get it right now. So this is now, the unseen tiles are going to be from Brett's point of view. I guess those letters are too terrible to really give him any kind of pause. I think he can just sort of move ahead and make a blocking play and know that there's pretty much no way that Jason's bingoing, and that if Brett draws the cue, he'll have two spots for it in different parts of the board. So I suppose there's really not much to worry about here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything to worry about. Yeah, you're leaving. Well, if you just take out any one of those tiles from the bag, you either don't have enough vowels, don't have enough good letters, or you have too many of those big tiles that don't go well together. It looks like Jason's left the V in the bag. So Brett's probably looking to play a move here that doesn't use up his solitary vowel. He's going to need that to potentially go out on the next turn. So words that might play through either of the O's of modem look like the idea here.
That's true. I mean, he might also say that because he feels like he's home free with Jason not having any playable bingos. So either Jason has either the cue is in the bag and Jason has the other 7 letters which don't combine with anything to create any serious threat, or Jason already has the cue. But if Brett is a little worried that clearly Jason didn't have the cue when he played Whoa, I don't think it's that likely that he would have kept it and tried to draw this last U that's on Brett's rack. But I do think that there is some chance that Brett will try to keep his U and maybe try to draw into a QUO play going across here. He might give that a try. For example, if he keeps his T, he can play quoit or quote. There's probably some other stuff that he can hit. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Brett just play through the O of Dond with some kind of whatever highest score he can get, and know that if he draws the Q, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, so like you were mentioning about the place underneath Woe, Slurp goes there, keeping TN, which most likely probably might not be able to go out the next turn.
Wow.
He picks out the Q or the
Slurp.
B.
That's great.
It scores a lot of points. I mean, it does block one of the spots, the high spots for the Q with Tilapias, but he does have the other one above Biz still, and also the I and the N for Twirl, playing Chin. So it's not really a worry in terms of playing up the Q, but he's going to play Slurp anyway. It looks like the highest scoring play.
Great play.
It should outrun anything. I mean, even if Jason did have anything, it would be more than enough anyway. But yeah, he's going for the highest scoring play here.
That is a very, very nice spot by Brett, who that's just par for the course, and you can now see the unseen tiles to Jason. I guess we don't really need those because at this point in the game, the unseen tiles are just known to both players as long as you're doing your bookkeeping correctly, which is not an automatic thing. Sometimes it's possible to write the wrong stuff down on your score sheet. In this game, it's not going to matter. The outcome is academic. It's going to be a win for Brett Smitheram, our former world champion in our midst, and definitely one of the top players in this field. But a pretty solid performance by Jason. Oddly, I feel like his biggest miss was a completely unforced error when he played crunched in that spot early in the game. So yes. Here comes his cue play.
Yeah, so Chin's actually blocked Vorant through the ORA, I believe, might be the only outplay for Brett,
That's
incidentally.
beautiful.
If that matters, potentially with the prediction that we have ongoing, that might actually make a difference. The betting line is currently at 50 points difference, so we'll see if that might make a difference here, especially with Jason maybe being able to play Fey, Fey to the right of Dond, and it might save a lot of spread points by playing something like this.
That's a very nice play. It's possible that he may have had better sequences with just QIN here, right? So maybe blocking Vorant and then leaving himself better stuff. For some reason, the computer engine likes that. I'm not 100% sure why yet. But this looks like a great play by Jason, as you said, to block Vorant through the ORA. I'm not sure I would have seen that necessarily, hopefully, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Brett's going to probably just play something like VIN through this I, and he will get to the end of the game. Unless he wants to block a good spot, as you suggested. This is a pretty good spot right here to play Fey. So,
Yeah, I'm
um,
actually interested to see if because I don't think Brett can play the V without Vorant. I don't think there's a play. It could have potentially have stuck him with the V. Plays like Chin, and then maybe playing off with the S, and
oh,
then playing
that
FY
must
in the
be
top right.
it. That must
Potentially
be
could have
it.
stuck him. Yeah.
Okay, that's why. So playing QIN in this spot would be the mega Nigel Richards move because it manages to block Vorant and
Maybe.
VIN and leave Brett with no place to play the V.
Oh,
That's very impressive to come up with that one. And he is going to suss out that this is his last place to play that V. That is correct by Brett there. So nicely done. And now, actually, in addition to Fey, parallel to Dond, Jason has Defy in the upper corner as well. So one of those two plays is likely to get played. So pretty interesting game here to cut our teeth into, Austin. I feel like we saw this was pretty back and forth the entire way. I think both players played quite well.
yes, I think so too. Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to think if Chin potentially wins in any way.
Oh,
Um,
by
just by sticking with the sticking Brett with the V. I don't remember. I guess these scores on the screen right now were what was actually what happened at the time. So he was actually about 90 behind.
Yeah,
Um,
so the issue, so
close.
the thing about the stick is if you play Chin here to stick him with the V, you're only scoring 23 points, whereas this play scored 46 points. So you have a
Oh,
lot, like you're just getting so many more points for playing this, even though you're allowing Brett to play his V.
hmm.
That if you, so we can probably look, well, I don't know, the analysis board will maybe betray us here, but let's try. So in this situation, this is from Jason's POV, right? So we'll go back to Brett just played Slurp, and this is the right situation. So the score at this time was 422 to 426. So if Jason plays the QIN to block Brett from being able to play his V, he's still down by a lot of points. It's going to be really tough for him to make up all of those points here. So I'm still asking the engine what he should be doing. I think he's very likely to come up short just because he's got such a long way to go on the scoreboard.
Yeah. So the thing is that he can score well with the F and the Y.
For sure.
Um,
Maybe even with a setup, right? Like
Potentially.
if he plays like DEI in the upper corner or something like that. Well, I guess that just gets met with some, maybe just it will get the job done to block that. So anyway, um, so Brett would have to just play off his T in the lower corner, and then yeah, it sort of wants Jason to slow play this, and it doesn't look like he has a great way of doing that. I think just Phi here scoring 31, his E would score 10. So it doesn't seem like he would be able to get all the way back from this deficit, especially when Brett also has another letter to work with. So in any case, um, tricky end game to get absolutely right, but a great game overall. So it looks like Brett is going to get a key win here by a solid margin. The margin actually is higher than this. Let me just retrace the steps of this end game. So it was then VIN was played, and then Defy in the upper corner, and the final score was 433 to 407 in Brett's favor. So lot to sink our teeth into, but yeah, again, just to continue talking about this situation, I definitely think this was sort of the key to the game right here. Crunched, you can actually, there were a number of things that scored into this D of Oidia. I had a question on YouTube of maybe this is a strategic choice. I just think 14 points on the scoreboard is so many, and I don't feel like the positional benefits of Crunched are necessarily better at all, let alone 14 points better. So I think it was just sort of Jason responding to maybe going a little bit slower on his first few moves. I have done this, Austin, more times than I care to remember, where I realized too late or not until after the game that all I had to do was change the letter that I wanted to designate, and I actually had it in a better spot.
Yep, it's definitely an easy mistake to make. Again, especially if you kind of are self-conscious that you are running a bit low on time, or you're feeling you're a bit behind schedule, so to speak. You might just find a bingo and just be like, let's just play it and let's just move on, and then not necessarily realize at the time that there was something that was, I say in a way, significantly better. Obviously more points, and obviously gives away a lot less. So, yeah, I mean, this probably was probably the turning point in this game. Not playing this, and then Brett played Stowry. He had another. I mean, he could have played something else also. But yeah,
Routine eyes.
that would have been a nice one. But yeah, he would have scored a lot less with Stowry, and then potentially opened up something else for Jason also. So yeah, I mean, I think this was the turning point here. Again, who knows what would have happened, but this definitely would have upped Jason's winning percentages significantly.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what would actually happen here. So Crunched in this spot, scoring 74. If you play Crunched, and again, the response of Stowry for 81. So let's say that he plays Crunched for 88, and then the rack of Stowry, how well does that do? It literally, as you suggested in game, Austin, it only gets you 62 points with routines. So overall, minus 14 on the scoreboard for Crunched, and then plus 19, 18, yes, on the either 18 or 19, I forgot already. Something like that for Brett. So a total swing of over 30 points on these moves, and you can see the final score of the game, 433 to 407. That is a smaller margin than the point differential of these two moves. Sometimes it really is. I mean, it looks like a pretty innocuous mistake, but sometimes these tiny little oversights. This is what you're dealing with at this level of Scrabble.
Yeah, yeah, very small mistakes can sorry, the butterfly effect. It just kind of makes you things like this can happen. So it is very important, if you can, obviously not to make too many mistakes, especially ones that you obviously words that it's literally playing the same word somewhere else on the board. But those things can happen. It's very difficult to literally see everything all the time, especially whilst you're on the stream as well. So it's difficult to do, but overall, I think both players played very well, and there's not really much to say criticize in a way. They both played really well.
Yeah, when that's your biggest blunder in a game, you're doing really well.
Yeah.
You're seeing very high level Scrabble being played. A ton of really obscure words, a lot of really nice overlapping plays by both players. Certainly Brett made a few. Jason made several excellent ones, like agave late in the game. That was not a gimme by any means. So yeah, just a good game. This is round 5. So technically, what we're expecting to see as we go forward is games where, as a Scrabble tournament rolls its way along, the wheat kind of separates from the chaff. But if this is the level of play that we're seeing in round 5, I think we're in for a pretty good ride here.
Yes, definitely. It's there's a lot of very strong players playing in this tournament, and you're going to be seeing many more over the coming today and the next 2 days. So every matchup that's going to be even in the top 10, 15 tables, they're all going to be very, very strong players, and it's basically just pick whichever one. They're all going to be good.
Yeah, I definitely seen a few YouTube comments of people saying, I want to see this player, I want to see that player. I saw somebody saying, I want to see Sammy Okasaga. Can't say no to that. Sammy, one of the top players in the world for many decades, and definitely a lot of fun to watch. Of course, we've got if you're here watching on YouTube or on Austin's Twitch channel, you probably are familiar with our Scrabble content creator ecosystem. Do we have any David Webb fans out there on YouTube watching, wanting to see David Webb play? He is in the field. He's 3-1. We'll see if he won his last game. I'm sure we have many Josh Sokol fans wanting to see our current North American champion, Josh. I know he was on his own channel earlier with his POV, his live POV. Definitely recommend checking him out on there. So who do you folks all want to see? Let us know in the chat, and who knows? I mean, we're pretty much open to suggestion. There's so many good games. You might get, if you are persuasive enough, you might get your wish.
Definitely, there's a vast array of very, very strong players. Especially the name that you have mentioned. Probably maybe more well known, I guess, because they're on stream a lot or they're streaming a lot. But there's also a lot of other players on here that I don't know, for example, like Brett. He doesn't necessarily play all that often, but he's around in this tournament, going for the top prize. And it's definitely a treat to see players like Brett, and there's either other players in the top section of these events, even like for example, like a Kevin McMahon, who's based in Ireland, doesn't necessarily play in a lot of international events. He is also playing in this, so there's a lot of other very, very big top players who are playing here, and that you probably might not necessarily see in other tournaments.
Yeah, it's very true. It's not, it's tough to get out there and play on the international stage. There's lots of great players who, for just reasons of logistical hurdles, it's challenging to go really far and wide to play Scrabble. Somebody asked in the chat earlier, how many people are there who make their living playing Scrabble professionally? And, not so many right now. I would say possibly Nigel's made enough to squirrel away, but really for most of us, every little bit counts, and I think nobody is quitting their day job anytime soon. But I would love to see a future where the top few players as a start, maybe it gets even more. I know that even in chess, which is many orders of magnitude bigger than Scrabble, it's kind of tough to make a living just being a player. But we'll see. So
I can see on the camera. I think Phil Robertshaw is looking to.
It looks like Phil,
and he's going to be playing as Ed Martin.
That's a great one.
They're both UK grandmasters. Ed is now based in Sweden. He's been living there for I think around 10 years. His wife is from Sweden, so he moved there. He does play in tournaments in the UK. Fairly often. He's been playing in UK tournaments since he was a child also. So he's I guess a fellow child Scrabble player. And he's also won the UK National Championships in 2018. So I think both these players are former UK national champions. So again,
both. It's pretty
big game.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pedigree for two former UK champions. And Austin, it must be noted that you yourself are in that class. You've won 1 UK and 2 US. Is that it's hard to keep track.
That is correct, yeah. And actually the game that I played in the 2018 National Championships was the final against Ed Martin, which I lost. I was going to repeat my national championship, and And then that final game, Ed Martin managed to beat me. So he won the national championship and did not retain my title in that one. So yeah, I mean, Ed's a very strong player. He's been around for a long time, very savvy player, and he's very good tactically, I would say.
That's my favorite type of player to watch on stream. Of course, I know that probably most of you out there want to watch the high flying word finders, and I'm sure that, let me just say, Ed surely knows a ton of words as well. But
Yeah.
I like it when we get these really cagey strategic battles so that we can explain to everybody what makes Scrabble even deeper than just reaching into the dictionary for the craziest word. So
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think Phil is one of the best players in the UK. Also, I actually don't remember if he's won the national championship in the UK more than once. I can't remember. I think he might have. Um, and he's also very good tactically. You would never be able to beat him by a lot of points. He will always find a way to catch up and come back at you. So, I'm expecting a relatively close game here, and I will be putting out another prediction in the Twitch chat. So in the last game. If you vote for option two, if Brett didn't win by more than 50 points, that was the result. But yeah, whilst we start this game, I will be putting out another prediction for you guys in the Twitch chat to get involved with.
yeah, definitely. For those that want to do those interactive features, I don't know how to do that yet on YouTube, so I definitely recommend Austin's Twitch channel. It's going to have a lot of stuff going on over there, but of course, I'm very happy to welcome everybody on YouTube as well as the players are getting started. So that was a quick turnaround. We didn't get those timers back up and running, but last game, I mean, the timers are mostly nice so that you can know who's actually on turn. So we'll try to make sure that you're aware of that at each juncture. So Phil going first, the player on the left, and he's got a J, and he has one word that definitely stands out to me, Austin.
Yes, I believe Fanjet would be the play here. 40 points, putting the F on the double letter square. And then the J and the T will be above and below the double letter squares next to the center square. Looks defensively the best player. I don't think it would take him very long to find that.
The
And
vertical play, though.
there he goes. Diverti.
So this is the kind of half serious, half joking debate that goes on in the Scrabble world about which direction should you play your opening move. And I think to me, it's much ado about nothing, but some players get really riled up and say that opening vertically is horrible or opening horizontally is passe, and you're a dinosaur if you do that. I don't think there's too much to it other than it's kind of a meme, but we see the vertical opening for Phil. That's definitely the right word to pick and the right place to play.
Yep, definitely. And I can predict that Ed will probably think about this play for 3-4 minutes, probably. He's going to think of if he has a bingo or not through any of these 6 unique floaters. And I mean, the only thing I could think of for Ed at this based on this matchup is that I know that Phil has been playing against Harshan Lambadusaria in friendly games. They both live relatively close to each other, and it's not a bad thing to have the current national world championship runner-up sparring with you, and he's actually very evenly matched with Harshan. Whereas on the other side, you have Ed, who lives in Sweden, who I don't think there are that many Swedish English players. So I don't know how rusty in terms of Ed's gameplay is, but I mean, he's 4-0, and he's finding the best play here within 3 minutes.
Yeah, nice job. That's so a lot going on there. As Austin said, you have to at least honor the possibility that there's an 8-letter word. Certainly, you can probably quickly say that there's no 7-letter word from those letters at these players' levels. You're feeling like, oh, there's probably not a word here very quickly. But finding the only word that hits the 2 double word scores very fast, the M and the E both on a double word score, that is a very good job by Ed to find the right play and play it quickly. So nicely done to him for sure.
Yes. Yeah, he found it pretty quickly. And again, now Phil has some big tiles in his rack. So what's he going to do here? Maybe something like Kex is like the Looks like the
Yeah.
highest scoring play potentially here.
Yeah.
41 points.
Not thrilled with that leave, especially with
Yeah.
the two R's. There's a lot of competing objectives here for Phil. He wants to score with his X, wants to get rid of an R while he's at it, but also not open anything too aggressive to the opponent. I wonder if he would consider playing something like Oxer. Whoop, I wrote a Q when I meant to just do an O. So Oxer in this spot has the merit of getting rid of the X and one of the two R's. KRY isn't the best leave ever. But at first, Oxer, you're saying, wow, why would you make such a big S hook? Well, it's not so bad because there already is a pretty big one in Fanjets. It's not so much worse to create a different one. And instead, he's going to play Oryx,
Okay.
sacrificing even more points. I think this is a perfectly reasonable play, Austin.
Yep, he's got the K, so he has the K to go above the Y, and he has the E, so that might be a kind of a setup play in mind. Potentially if Ed doesn't have anything to go up there, but he does. So he has something that potentially could go parallel above Oryx to play something there. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely erring on the side of a better leave, keeping E, K, R. Much stronger overall. And I do have Phil down. Well, actually, I have both of them down as a well. I think Phil slightly more aggressive than Ed. I think Ed's a bit more defensive. So we'll see if that pays off with his pickup. And just another quick reminder about the prediction on going on Twitch. You've got a little bit left. You've got 30 seconds left to predict. I've set the betting line at 20 points in favor of Phil. So let's see if what happens here.
I trust your betting lines too. You've got this great intel, like Phil is sparring with Harshan. Like that's gold when you're trying to set the right betting line. So there's no beating the house when it comes to Scrabble betting on Austin's Twitch channel. You see the links to it are popping up beneath our little commentator spaces on screen. So definitely, if you're enjoying the broadcast and enjoying really high level Scrabble, definitely. If you're on YouTube hanging out with me, definitely recommend checking Austin out on Twitch as well. Give him a follow. But yeah, I think that's a really clever play by Phil to create this nice K spot here in the off chance that Ed, for example, has a bingo through the E or with Fanjets or something that you weren't really going to be able to address anyway. You're able to come back with a very nice high scoring play to really equalize the score after such an outcome. But of course, Ed is almost certain to play something in this spot using his N. I think that this play of Nye, I think we've seen it a couple times now. One of those really, really useful Collins, unique to Collins 2-letter words. That's going to let him play something good on top of Oryx. And I think he's probably just thinking about what word that is right now.
Yes. So options you have maybe Wayne, W-A-N-E, or Wena, W-E-N-A, which doesn't take an S, I believe. So there are options there. And again, that could get reparalleled above that too, especially with that X in that, well, the EX or AX of Wayne or Wena actually giving away even more points above that. So Phil could be thinking of that in mind as well. He could be like, well, if Ed doesn't play there, I've got my K. And if Ed does play there, then I could just go above it again. So
Yeah.
there's a few things going on here in terms of tit for tat, in terms of what we're witnessing here.
I think this play of Wena is a little bit cagier and it allows
Yep.
slightly bit, and you can see that is what Ed has played. The reason is that Wayne is just a little easier to hook this AR. There's more hooks on there than there is to ER. So I think there's just a handful of letters that would make that more dangerous. So this is just a really tiny little difference and really nuanced play by Ed, but it shows how attuned to these really little details these players are. Absolutely, in my opinion, the correct choice by Ed to switch the positioning of the A and E from the normal word to the obscure word here. I'm impressed by that choice.
Yep, again, small differences can lead to bigger outcomes. Again, what we saw with Jason in the last game, not playing Crunch in the right place, something like that could happen here too. But I think Phil has Brisket. He can hook that onto Fanjet. Looks like it's going to be the highest scoring play for him, 82 points, taking him up to 152 points now. So he's ahead by 67 as it stands. And with that in mind, Ed now has the Z, which can go above Axe, which will also score about 60 points.
Yeah, he's going to. I mean, one of the few things that would have played regardless of the two, well, not few, there are a bunch of things that would have played atop of Oryx and then whichever word he chose, Wenna or Wayne. But after either of those choices, the Z was definitely lurking, and he has drawn it, and he can pretty safely play this. Zax
Yeah.
doesn't take any hooks. There's no real way to counterplay to this triple in the corner, even though it looks like you're opening it after playing Zoe. So, of course, you don't love the leave that Ed is leaving here of LLITU. That's not your favorite leave in the world, but for 60 points, you will definitely be happy. And it looks like, ooh, look at that draw for
Oh,
Phil,
wow.
Austin.
Yeah, so just with Ed, he's going to play Zedo there for 60 points. And just to highlight how strong a spot that is, the second highest scoring spot is just playing the Z for Zax. And then the next highest scoring spot is like Blitz for 32, even half the number of points. So you have to play something up there. Phil has bingos here through the E of fan jets. He can get to the triple, things like Egoist, Itageres, even that will score along, keep things blocked. He also has the option to play another S hook onto Briskets, playing Restage, which would actually be a lot more offensive. Maybe he doesn't want to do that potentially. The scores are still very close based on Ed's last play of 60 points, so he might play something like Egoist that would keep things kind of blocked and not give away too many floating tiles. So I would suggest maybe playing that potentially.
Ed, on the other hand, just managed to draw NY to his terrible leave, which gives him. I don't think it will actually fit anywhere unless Phil makes a really weird choice with what bingo he picks. But he has a 7-letter word of nullity on his rack somehow. Oh. So, despite having that really brutal 5-tile leave after Zoe, he did draw into a 7-letter word. I really doubt that he's going to have a place that he can play it, though.
Yeah, I don't think any of Phil's bingos are going to set up a hook in any way. So I can't see it ever happening
Yeah.
unless there's some other 8-letter word that he could play through any of the tiles, potentially that he might open up. But I don't see nullity ever being played here. So it's
it's a shame, but
yeah, it's a shame.
so be it. That happens. We've all been there as Scrabble players. I guess the nice thing for Ed is he's got a decent place for the Y to go here that would open some more stuff on the board, BYE as a hook. So there is that. But certainly Phil is likely to, and it looks like he is going to play Eglatir, which seems as good as anything. In fact, the nice thing about this is he has avoided putting an S in any of these squares, which make it a little bit easier to play down. We all love the S as the final letter of a word, but actually it is the most common starting letter for long words as well. It's just not as big of a blowout in favor of the S the way it is for the last letter, for obvious reasons. So nice play by him. Again, very tiny little nuances that you can tell the players are taking into account.
Yep, and also another good thing is that it only gives away 2 unique floating tiles playing that. So you only have the E or the R to make a word through and not, say, EST. So you've got one fewer option to play through, and the Z and the X are both being played already. So there's no danger of playing ZE or EX as a kind of parallel play next to it. So again, very, let's say not defensive play, but definitely taking account of all the options available. And again, this could potentially be a game-winning play potentially if an SLT was played. Maybe Ed would be able to put something down later on. But if you can see that Looney has just been played for 28, looks very strong here. Getting rid of the L, U, and the Y, which are his 3 worst tiles, and scoring well with those.
And he's going to get some luck in the form. I mean, I don't know about luck. It's certainly Phil drawing one blank bingo and then the second blank and another bingo is not the most lucky. But at least Phil is not going to have a playable bingo here. He's close with more of those low point letters. He doesn't quite have one. And that's really when you're trailing in a game, that's often the best case scenario is for your opponent to be mired in these racks that have low point tiles but no bingo available, and just hope that they keep missing a few turns in a row. And there really isn't a very strong scoring play available for Phil here. He doesn't have much. He's going to want to use one of his D's and then a U. Something like udon under the letters of mineable seems like a reasonable way to solve some of the problems on his rack, but even that only scores 22 points. It doesn't look like Ed looks pretty close to something good too, but I don't think he quite has the ability to strike back just yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He's definitely getting closer. Phil just kind of has, I guess, after playing Udon, he'd be pretty close to something also. But yeah, I mean, both players are probably going to take a turn to kind of just sort out their racks and see who can maybe bingo next. And don't forget, even though that Phil has bingo twice with blank bingos, he's only 56 ahead. Again, Ed got that Zeto play for 60. Basically is kind of a bingo score, so he's only about a bingo behind. Definitely not out of the woods yet. So Phil is probably wanting to bingo next and maybe kick off this game.
Just for the record, I'm looking carefully at the standings. As soon as we know how these two players did in round 5, I will be updating it on their little scorecards under their name. I know it has only 4 rounds worth of standings under there, but we'll figure out. So certainly going into round 5, these two players were right at the top of the standings, both flawless records with pretty good spreads, especially Ed. But we'll figure out how they did in round 5, and we'll see a little bit more. But again, it is a little early to be scoreboard watching, Austin.
Yeah, so Will, just so you know that the enhanced scoreboard is up to date. So Ed has 5-0
Oh,
plus
it is?
701.
Oh, okay.
And Phil is 4-1 plus 368. So
I must have to clear cache or something. Enhanced scoreboard.
yes,
Okay,
enhanced
that's
scoreboard is
working.
today.
It wasn't before. Okay, got it. Cool. Perfect. So that I will update that now. All right, there is the aforementioned udon. I think that was probably the best play available to Phil there, which says a lot about how difficult that rack was for him.
Yep. Yeah, especially when a 22-point play is your best play. Obviously you want to be scoring more than that, but gonna ebb and flow a little bit, as every game does. And we'll see if Phil has drawn something to bingo through. But yeah, Ed has what has he got now? What's he going to play? That's the question.
Yeah, this is at least as tough as Phil's previous decision, if not tougher. Just in the sense that I don't even think he might not even get 22 points on this move, which. All right, so now I have the records correct. So as you suggested, Ed did win his previous round game, so he is in first place, whereas Phil did drop his 5th round game. So now that should be correct. What to do if you're Ed here. You've, again, try to identify what are the pressing issues here. You want a bingo, so you want to leave good letters on your rack. Therefore, you'd probably want to get rid of at least one L and potentially the P if you can score well with it. But I'm not really sure where he is likely to do that. Something like lip on top of eglatir it looks okay at first glance, but it also, you don't love the idea of obstructing any of these letters in any way. So that scores only 19 points and kind of gets in the way of, I guess, even if you play lip here, the nice thing is you still do have an E, even though you've blocked this one. So you don't like blocking this E, especially because it might end up scoring a little bit better playing through this spot than it would playing through here. You're not getting the same double word and double letters as you are in that spot, but at least you would still be bingoing. So maybe we see lip here. Austin, I would grudgingly make that play in Ed's shoes, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, another option I'm thinking is maybe playing pull, Pull, through the U of Looney. Does have an I hook, I believe, so you could play just doing that and then setting up your I. And that gets rid of the 3 tiles that you probably don't want. So
that's pretty good, yeah.
EIE on the side open. But yeah, there's really kind of slim pickings. And oh, look, we're going to see pillar come down, which is not a word.
Ooh. I think I just saw Phil's mouth move. I'm almost sure I saw Phil's mouth move and
You're
say
gonna,
hold. I'm almost sure of it. So what that means for those that are less familiar, you can see Ed is not drawing his tiles right now either. So this is a classic situation where when you're not sure what your opponent, if your opponent's word is valid or invalid, you say the word hold, which is shorthand for hold off on drawing new tiles. And it looks like Phil isn't going to challenge this word. It is actually not in the dictionary, Austin. I'm very surprised by that.
yeah, I actually was thinking about that too, but the only anagram with pillar with an S is spiller. So that way you can maybe work backwards and think, if spiller is good, then and pillars is not, then maybe pillar is not a word, or pillar or pillars, those are not good. Maybe you can work backwards that way. And yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that it's stayed on, but then again, that kind of goes back to kind of the black book notes that I had. Maybe Ed is slightly rusty, not playing quite as much, even though he is obviously killing it right now with 5-0 and a 700 spread. But yeah, I mean, it's still very early days, and yeah, these kind of missteps will add up as time goes on. And it does look like Ed has actually got dioptase through the P of pillar.
This would
So
be a sick, sick sequence. Now,
oh,
I do think there is a very good chance that Phil just plays
yeah,
Chiv and blah, and
yeah,
he does. So it would have been the sickest to see Ed play a very plausible looking, I might add, phony word of pillar. And if Phil had not just played Chiv, which is a very strong play by him, by the way, to keep his lone vowel and play through this area and give nothing back to Ed. But had he played somewhere else, Ed would be playing dioptase, as Austin pointed out, for a gigantic score as a triple triple. That would have been pretty bonkers to see that go down. We do not see that go down, but Ed still has very good letters, so I'm quite sure that he's going to be bingoing through the L of Looney at a minimum with something like isolated through here. And oh boy, it looks like Phil has pretty good letters as well.
yes. So Phil would have like presided onto the E of Egleter. So yeah, isolated again puts lots of vowels next to big squares. So maybe sodalite is the other playable bingo through that L. Slightly bad, maybe. I mean, you're putting the O next to the triple in the middle left triple as well. So you're kind of opening two big spots. And knowing, I mean, obviously, Ed doesn't know that Phil is sitting on a bingo, but he's not going to play next to Sodalite. So if he manages to pick out something big, like even a QU or something next to the I and the T of Sodalite, maybe a big score there too. But it's going to be an exchange of two bingos the next two turns that you're going to see next.
Yeah, so Austin suggesting that by playing Sodalite, this would be Ed's playable bingo here. You could get lucky and draw something like Q, U, A, and then some fourth letter that fits in this spot right here, and this would more than equalize after. Like, so Phil, we know, is very likely to see bingos through this E, but even then, so Ed's going to score very well right here. He's going to be briefly ahead when he plays this word. It looks like he is going to go ahead and play isolated.
Okay.
And if Ed draws just right after this play, he could still be in this game, despite the fact that we know Phil is bingoing here. So let's just see. It's a big, big draw. It's weird to ever want to draw the Q in a mid-game situation like this. It still would be very useful because even though we didn't see Sodalite, where the QUA combo would be so big, it's still decent in this spot with just QI, right? Like there's still just Chi there is going to score quite well. So very curious to see what happens from here on out. And as you suggested, Austin, presided is going to be the play.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if isolated is a slight mistake, or maybe he's opting for more variance here. Again, hoping that something like presided comes down, and we'll take that maybe the bottom left corner because there's more overlaps. To play something down there for like 50 points. But again, you're giving away two, well, You're giving away two big triple word squares on the left side anyway, so maybe you're just hoping for QI, something a bit more simpler rather than QU something something. There's too many other things, but it looks like Ed has picked up Aranus
Yeah,
on his
not
rack here.
not a bad rack. I'm
Uh,
not sure if he
do you
has
have
an
anything?
obvious place to play it, even though it's such a nice, high probability 7 letter word. The board is not the best for it, huh?
Carnius, I think Carnius through the C.
Oh, yeah, he'll play at the top. That's right, absolutely. So, oh, wow, that's it. So, the only bingo that Ed has available is Carnius from the Sea of Chiv, which that would be a crazy board, Austin. So, after Carnius, there's now a huge triple open going this way, and this D is totally untouched. You could see something big go through there, and best of all, is that Phil's rack is not very good. He can't really do very much
But
about
the
it.
thing is that yeah, Phil has Meow down next to ISO, so he has AI, OS, and WO, which will at least score, well, how much is that? Like 40 odd points, which
That's
might kind of partly negate Carnius. So at
yeah,
least he has something to go there at least.
for sure.
It just really matters if Ed finds something, finds Carnius, and then can hit that bottom left triple hard with whatever he picks up next. Or even pick out another bingo, who knows?
So we'll cut to unseen tiles view and just see what he's looking at here. So this unseen tiles is from Ed's POV. You can see it's a little grim. There's a lot more vowels than consonants. It's going to be difficult for him to draw a balanced rack with all those vowels unseen to him. However, we do know that Phil has 5 of those vowels and only 2 of the consonants, so that evens things out a little bit. For Ed's post bingo draw, maybe he can draw a bingo with ing that fits somewhere. Would that be crazy to see like adorning for the second time?
Maybe, yeah.
um, we've already seen that, so yeah, I don't know.
There we
So he
go.
does spot it. Nicely done, nicely played. That's his only playable bingo. Good
This
job by Ed.
this actually gives Meow at the top even more points actually.
Oh, true. Look at that. And that's the type of word where meow with that spelling, you think to yourself, what the heck is that? But players at this level, because those letters are so clunky, words like that really stand out as important ones that players at this level will know for sure and are very likely to see on their rack. As soon as you have 2 or 3 of the 5 letters, maybe 3 or 4 of the 5 letters in meow, you're starting to think to yourself, man, I really want to play meow with this rack, because there are very few other words that let you play off that clunky combination together. So as you suggested, Austin, 56 points are now on offer. So a lot is hinging on Ed's draw here.
Yep, 56 points for this, and Carnius was actually 62, so this pretty much actually negates that bingo. I know Phil would be slightly worried about leaving all these spaces open at the bottom part of the board. Importantly, he's leaving the U on his rack, so potentially if the Q comes out, which is relatively likely, now that Ed doesn't have the Q and there's not many tiles left, that might put him in good stead because he's got the I to maybe play QI next to isolated.
Yeah, that's true. So the Q is definitely going to loom large here, but Ed has not drawn it. It would have been huge if he had managed to draw Chi right now as the board, there we go, has come to a stop. But yeah, not the draw that Ed needs to keep pace in this game. And now if Phil draws the Q, he's going to be in good shape. But I guess from Phil's POV, even if he draws the Q, he might be more concerned with this D of isolated because with the lead that he has, it's really the only way that he can lose this game is by leaving that spot open. So it could leave sort of a tough decision. And wow, look at that.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Oh my. So
Wow,
that is the
yeah.
open door that Ed needs here. Look at
Oh
that
boy.
rack for
That
Phil.
is like the worst thing he could have picked.
And Ed is going to play Fate
Ooh.
for 55. And unbeknownst to him, so I think Phil is very likely to want to block this spot. He may
Oh, for
even
sure.
just play AIA. Whoop, that's the board spinning. He might just play to block that Q spot. now, even though the score has gotten incredibly close. But let me just get the tiles correct. So, all right, the tiles should be correct now. Look at this. Four tiles in the bag. And look, actually, Phil now can know to a certainty that he has all of the last eyes. That spot actually isn't quite as scary to block from a Q standpoint, but what it is scary is all that other high scoring stuff that's there, right? You can't let Ed get a free crack at playing through that eye, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, also like he has both of the A's for cat too, because Ed can't play that either. So we're gonna see a vowels versus consonants showdown, and there's only 16 points in it. And as we know, you can't really score many points with all vowels, but Ed actually has at least one vowel that he can
He
play.
does. He
Yeah,
does
he
have
has
one of the
one.
two. That's true. He's got one.
Ooh, this is gonna be close.
And not the Q either.
Oh wow, yeah.
So he managed to not get the Q, which I can't tell whether that's good or bad because if you're Phil, it's going to be huge for you if you play something simple like AI in this spot, right? Or AIA, whatever, to get rid of one more letter. You might play Aya in this spot. You definitely would not play Awa in this spot because you
No.
need that U in case the Q is coming. But if Phil does play something like that, he's going to be thrilled to see the Q come onto his rack to pair with all the rest of those vowels. It could actually save his rack here.
Yeah, definitely. And also there's four tiles in the bag, so maybe something like AIA would be a bit more beneficial because he wants to try and go into the bag and get some consonants. Um, but yeah, things like Sank also, CINQ,
For sure.
through the I also a possibility. So yeah, he does need to play there, and it really now depends on if he picks up the Q. Like what letters are left? There's a C, E, G, Q, I think, left.
Yeah.
Oh,
The the crate ooh. Looks like hopefully we get our player cams back. As long as we have the board cam, we can at least finish this part out. Although it's going to be agonizing to know when they're going to play. Yeah, we'll get the clock. We'll get all the clocks and stuff back after the game. So, yeah, the crazy thing here is that from Ed's POV, he's gotta hope, I think, that Phil has the Q because it's going to be so impossible for him to deal with it if he draws it. And in fact, Phil does. So that's kind of good. But Ed has some really high scoring plays like HOUTS in this spot, scores 47 points. And if he draws an I or something like that, he's going to have outs in multiple spots, right? Like after this play, he'll have GVN. And if he draws an I, he'll be threatening given in this spot and in this spot. So I
yeah,
feel
and
like
yeah.
there's some serious. So the last letter is an E. So
Yeah,
venge, yeah, venge will be possible for him.
yeah.
So this is a huge one.
Ooh.
I wonder what he'll end up playing. He has to see that really tricky spot though of HOUTS. That would probably be the best play for him. Although thugs in that same spot might leave him a little more flexibility going to the end game. It's tough to know.
Yeah, so if with Thugs, that would score 6 points less. He would still be ahead, so it's 41 points for Thugs. He would be up to 434, I think. So still be 10 points ahead, leaving a little bit of insurance of a vowel on your rack. Unseen to him will be five vowels and three consonants, so the likelihood of picking out a vowel here would be pretty high. But again, you're kind of looking at the ways that you might lose this game. And if you play Haups and you keep VGN and then you pick out another consonant, I think you automatically lose. But with Thugs, if you pick out another consonant, you don't automatically lose. So like there might be some kind of weighing up here in terms of what Ed is doing. He's going to go through the pre-end game one in the bag scenario here and see. I mean, he's generally a pretty quick player as well, so he will have some time left to decide on what to do next. But Thugs, I don't know. Maybe it wins more often. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be close, especially because I feel like this oddly keeping GNV actually does decently well with those vowel draws, but NOV is that I mean it might do a little bit better with draws like the C. This is tough. I mean, this is where when you're in the game, you have to really buckle down. There's only one tile in the bag, which is both frustrating because you have 8 end games. In this case, you have 7 because there's 2 eyes. You don't have to worry. Once you figure out what's happening when you draw an eye, that accounts for 2 out of the 8 situations instead of just the one. But other than that, I should say, it does take some iteration to try to figure out what am I going to have and what is my opponent Phil going to do to block my best plays. You know, it's tricky because if you draw into 2 plays that are going through an E, is it going to be possible for Phil to somehow play something long through the E that blocks both of them or something through here? It actually doesn't look like that will be possible. So it's going to be really difficult for him to block those plays, but maybe he'll score enough through this E. Yeah, we'll get the player cameras back probably after this game. Hopefully, I think the player camera might be able to be salvageable now. The clocks are gonna have to wait till after the game. Would not want to bother the players while things are still in progress. But yeah, this is a tough one. I'll just see what the computer engine thinks, because the computer engine is gonna figure this out a lot faster than our puny human brains, Austin.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot to think about here. I think if you pick up the Q, you automatically lose. I think the C, if you pick up the C, you probably, well, you might still win, depending on if you play Thugs or
I
Houts.
think you might have a chance after Thugs if you draw the
Yeah,
C, which makes Thugs very appealing.
I think so too.
So computer engine seems to like Hoots a little bit better, but I'm not sure I trust it all the way here.
So yeah, so the engine says that it wins 5 out of the 8 times. Basically, any of the vowels will win, because if you have the U, Phil cannot do anything with the Q already. Otherwise, I don't think you can play the Q by itself
Oh, good
without the
point.
U.
Yes,
So any consonant after Houts loses. Again, I don't know if the engine is correct after Thugs. It thinks maybe
I'll
two and
try.
a half two and a half wins here out of 8. I don't know if that's really correct, but
I'm gonna check it out. Let's see. So Ed would be up 10. No, you win with a C draw after Thugs if you're
okay.
Ed. So that would be a win. I'm curious if you win with this. Just trying to figure out. This is a really tricky one. And yeah, you lose after that draw too.
Oh, he's gonna
Oh,
play Houts.
okay. So Houts is going to be the play instead. This gets him 6 more points, which is also worth something. And he's gunning for that vowel draw, and he is going to get one. He is going to get that vowel. And this could be a situation where, with Venge available in 2 spots, there's just no way that Phil can address either of those outplays or score anything, even though he has QU on his rack. Oh, this is a heartbreaker for Phil
Yeah.
Robertshaw, who was up pretty much the entire game after Brisket. He was 1 step ahead of Ed, and Ed is going to make a brilliant pre-endgame play and draw exactly what he needs here. Yeah, Pillar is the winning play, says Ricky on YouTube.
Yeah, I think I think that he could play something like Iodic that would actually block, well, actually wouldn't block anything, would it? No, it would block that an immediate outplay, but then he would just get stuck with a Q. So
Yeah.
he needs to play the Q now, essentially.
All right, we
We're
got
sort of
our
getting the feedback with the
got our players
players.
back. Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully it'll crispen up in a second. Nice. Cool.
But yeah, he's not going to score enough points, and maybe the extra 6 points played a factor in Edwards' thinking here. He's now 16 points ahead. He's at 440, and Phil can really barely score 20 points as it is. So maybe he was just thinking of maybe he would just outrun Phil no matter what happens.
Yeah, it's a good point also being made on YouTube that you have to infer vowels after Aya. I feel like if Phil even had one consonant, he would have been able to play those consonants there. In most cases, certainly if he had the Q, he would have played Chi without question quickly. And then if you had the C and G, he probably would have played it. So it's possible from Ed's POV, he could have known that after Aya, Phil had four vowels on his rack. But even then, I don't think it really matters that much because there were so many more vowels than consonants in the bag, unseen to Ed, that he still has to go ahead and gamble that one of those tiles left in the bag is still a vowel, and his odds are still actually kind of decent of that being true. So, very nicely done by Ed, and Phil is unfortunately going to have the bad realization here. Sorry, I got to update the score. The score after that is 440 to 424. And the situation facing Phil Robertshaw here, knowing that Ed has Venge in two spots right here, it's almost certain that the game is going to end. And if he tries to block both of them, he won't be able to play his Q in the process. So just a heartbreaking finale for Phil, but very impressively done by Ed, I have to say.
Yep, definitely. And again, these are, they both pretty much, apart from obviously Pillar, which is a phony, but other than that, this game was pretty much played perfectly from both sides. And it just comes down to one draw of Meow pairing up his I and U with five other vowels that completely derailed his game at the end of the game. So, um, yeah, it can come down to draws, just one draw of one move, and then it just kind of ruins you. But yeah, this is absolute heartbreaker for Phil. He's already realizing now that he's in big trouble here, and seeing that Venge plays in two places that he cannot adequately block and play off his Q at the same time. So
Yeah,
um,
it's so
yeah, no
funny,
problem.
right? Because if you actually look at Phil's moves, they were all either perfect or completely like in that top class. Like Oryx, was Oryx better than Oxer or Kex? Maybe, probably, because it sets up the K, but certainly no real mistakes by Phil except not challenging Pillar, right? He's going to look at that and say, "Oh my God, I can't believe it. How did I not challenge that word?" Right? For Ed, it looks like a totally normal word. There's so many stranger looking words than Pillar, but if there is a mistake in this game, that's the one, and it's that's pretty much it. That's all you can look at from Phil. Other than that, he's played a magnificent game. And as you said, Austin, he just drew the seven vowel rack right down the stretch of the game.
Yep, I think so. And it might come down to that. And I think once he realizes it's not, and once he realizes it's not a word, then he's going to be kicking himself. And these are again the small errors that creep into games, and you need to punish as hard as possible. And even after Pillar and even after Meow or whatever, he was still in very good shape. It was just a very unlucky one draw of five tiles. Like you're not expecting to pick out five vowels out of seven that were in the bag or so. You're expecting to at least pick out one consonant and then you'll be okay. But yeah, this was really, really unlucky from Phil overall. And yeah, he's really going through all the options here in terms of what could be best. And Ed is going to extend his winning streak, it seems, to 6-0, and retake or keep his top position in this tournament.
That's true. And I have to say, he also, if you want to give him, instead of dock him for playing Pillar, if you want to give him
Yeah.
credit for making, I mean, he was in trouble at that
Yeah.
point. He didn't really have a good move, so I'm not sure how confident he felt in that word, but he really manufactured his comeback in this game by playing that. We were in favor of a much more passive move than that. Like Lip on top of Eggletier is basically the best that I saw from his Pillar rack, and he did much better than that. To really, I don't know what the lesson is in there for me or for you, Austin. I don't think I would ever be able to play Pillar in that spot, but he did, and it was a huge shift in the game in his favor.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, then sometimes you just have to make some things happen. Again, I don't know if maybe Ed thought that maybe Pillar is good, there must be some element of doubt in terms of when he played it, or maybe it doesn't look good. And obviously Phil, I think, held for a certain amount of time and then let it go. So it's definitely a plausible sounding word that it is. But again, with Lip scoring 19, I think it was, Pillar scores 31. So it's way, I mean, in terms, if it was a valid play, it's way better than all the other options. So maybe Ed thought there is some merit to trying something that was actually slightly, well, significantly better than his options. But again, it was there for the taking. It's a misplay, and what definitely one thing that you'll look at when you look back at this in terms of what could have been for Phil.
For sure. And a question in YouTube chat of, can Phil play Odic instead of Iotic? And the answer is that does force Ed into finding a very particular couple sequences, but Ed would still be in the driver's seat to win that end game just by virtue of after Odic, Phil would have QUIG, which would not go out anywhere. So Ed basically just has to do a sort of a normal out in two, just play two decent scoring moves one after the other, and he still comes out ahead after that. So the computer engine suggesting that there's no hope for Phil here, which is, of course, you can't know that if you're Phil and you're trying as much as you possibly can to come up with a way to steal this game. And sometimes even when the computer says that you're not able to do that, and he is going to play Odic. So I really like that choice, just to force Ed into maybe making a mistake. But yeah, it's still going to be pretty winnable for Ed here. But even when the computer says there's no chance for you, you have to, maybe there's some sequence that puts a little pressure on your opponent, and maybe they make a blunder. Not everybody is a computer after all.
Yep, definitely. And I would use the analogy used in tennis in terms of like just let your opponent take one more shot, and they might make a mistake. They might whiff it into the net. It could happen. I mean, you know for sure that if you don't block it, Ed's just going to play Venge somewhere and win the game. So you just extend the game and see what happens. Again, very unlikely that someone of Ed's ability is going to make any kind of mistake here. I mean, he's still also ahead of by 9 points. He probably even could afford to not even play anything here. I mean, I don't even see a place that Phil can play off the queue after this. So, well, I guess he still has Quid, but he could end up like maybe blocking something down there and then sticking Phil with the queue potentially if he wants to be cute about it. I don't know if there's a way to do that. Maybe like Eng or ENG or something onto your briskets. I don't know, but maybe you don't want to mess around too much in this situation. But yeah, it definitely kind of opens another can of worms that Ed has to deal with. But he should be fine here.
Getting word from producer that Ed actually, going into this turn, had only 3 minutes on his clock. So it is Ed's turn to move. A few minutes ago, Phil had only 7. Phil is probably down to about a minute on his clock at this point. Just looking, doing his absolute best to try to come up with some kind of sneaky way to steal this game. He's done a good job of it with Odic to prolong the game. Frankly, a game where both players are so low on the clock, one of the ways that you can win is to force your opponent overtime. Every minute you go overtime, that first second is a 10-point penalty. And if you go into a minute of overtime, it's another 10 points and so on after that. But if this game were to be with no penalties at all, if it were a margin of less than 10 points of a victory for Ed and he were to take a time penalty, that's how you could steal a win here. So that's, as Austin just said, force him to make another shot, force him to take a little more time. All of those are very reasonable choices. So I like that choice by Phil.
Yep. And yeah, as I said, the Quid is the only place to play something here. He's going to play V. So
that's the right play.
The best play.
Yep.
And he can go out with GN pretty much anywhere, really.
So I'll be very impressed if Phil now follows up with his highest scoring play, a very, very
Ooh.
tricky insertion play in the interior of the board, near to the center of the board, in fact. This might give Ed a little bit of a start if he were to play this and Ed hasn't seen it. But there's one really cool play. But V was Ed's top play. Getting rid of that, well, it's kind of confusing when he played the word V, and I'm trying to refer to the letter V. But playing that 4-point tile on his rack was, for a good score, was definitely the right way to go.
Yep, definitely. Again, now Phil is stuck with the Q. So really he's just got to play his highest scoring move and I guess kind of at the defeat here, unfortunately for him. And yeah, Ed managed to squeeze out this win. This might, in the end of the day, all these wins count. And arguably it's even sweeter when you weren't even expecting to win so close to the end of the game and you come out on top. So yeah, really well ground out by Ed here.
Yeah, I'm impressed. This is the first, I think this is the first game I've watched Ed play, and I have to say he strikes me as a very, very solid player, which of course you gave us that scouting report after all, even though maybe he doesn't have as convenient of a sparring partner out there in Sweden. He still looks plenty strong to me. But of course, again, Phil played great too. So I fully expect we're going to see these two players again on the stream going forward. It would be a shock just based on how well they played this game.
So we're just getting news on well, I have Itzy Hassler in the YouTube in the Twitch chat saying that running it through Macondo. Well, I believe that. Well, I think we know that in Ed's situation when he played Houts, he had 5 out of 8 wins. Any constant, I think he would lose. But Macondo says that Thugs would win 6.5 times. So the half would actually be the G, would actually tie the game. And I think all the vowels would win. And I don't know what the other win would be. Maybe the C, I think, potentially. The Q would also lose. So I think the C is also a win.
Yeah, that much we checked.
Thugs was slightly better in terms of win percentage.
So interesting. So you get that extra win with the C, and then potentially there was another letter that ties. Did you say which one that was?
Yeah, the G. Picking up the G would.
The G is a tie. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So really, a lot of other winning scenarios there. So maybe I'm not sure what are the losers then? 6. So just the Q.
Just the Q, yeah.
Is the only loser. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Well, in this particular case, Ed was potentially fortunate then that one of the tiles, the one tile left in the bag, was one that was going to win after either of those two plays of Hoots or Thugs. But either way, not the easiest to spot the big overlap in that situation under pressure. So very nice. Very nicely done. Tricky to suss out that endgame with the C and G and those other letters there. So Ed, sorry, the scores are not updated yet after Phil's previous. So Phil, actually, to finish, I think he played Ale in the upper corner, and then Ed finished by playing his G and N right here with Gant, which was probably as good as anything. Wow, Austin, that was a barn burner. Jeez.
Yeah, wasn't expecting an end game like that, especially when Phil was in control most of the game. But again, 2 things: just the phony of Pillar, and then that draw of 5 vowels after Meow really put Ed back in the game here. And yeah, that was the difference really. Ed was behind by about 40 or so around that time, and then he ended up winning by 40. That was how big those vowels at the end really cost Phil. But yeah, just going to say quickly again in the prediction in the Twitch chat, if you voted for option 2, which is Phil not to win by more than 20 points, you get your coin. So I'm going to choose that prediction result, and we'll do another prediction for the next game shortly.
Wow. Yeah, it's a good point about maybe the percentages aren't as obvious because of Phil's previous play of Aya. You know, you just know that some of those vowels are much likelier to be on Phil's rack as opposed to in the bag. So that would potentially give Thugs an even bigger advantage. And the players have very quickly squared the board, but that's why We have the analysis board because there was the question of where was that tricky play that I was referring to for Phil. It's right here. You could play the old Shetland viol, I think is what this is called, GJU. That would have been a really cool play in the interior of the board. That would not have done anything to guarantee a win for Phil. It just would have made things a little bit closer in margin, but that is a really cool insertion play in the interior of the board. So I think we do want to get our clock cam back here. So, man, that was a pretty crazy game, Austin. Man, a lot to cut our teeth into. James Curley says, good game to watch. Yeah, it was a great game to cast. I'm sure you feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, we want close games, and we got one. Not going to get too many more closer than that. In terms of how the lead kind of changed very slowly towards the end as we got towards the end to the finish line. But yeah, very well played from both players overall. Again, very little to criticize or say they should have done this or that. Again, very accurate from both players, which you would expect from two of the best players in this tournament.
For sure, and we have two more great players coming up. Austin, our next round matchup is Brett Smitheram again, our world champion in the field, against Paul Allen, who I think you
Ooh.
mentioned that he himself is. Did you say he's the current champion, UK?
Yes, he's the current UK national champion. I think they're having the UK national championships again in about 3 weeks from now. So he'll be, I don't know if he's actually attending, but I'm sure he'll be looking to retain
Defend
his
that title.
title.
Yeah.
And he's won the UK national championships 3 times. I think Brett has won it multiple times also. So yeah, again, two of the very best players in the UK will be up very soon.
Sounds good. So let's get that timer corrected. We're going to take a brief break while we do that, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes with round 7 from the MGI International Scrabble Classics. Okay, everybody. I think we got our players seated and ready for round seven. It's Paul Allen on your left, as Austin was explaining. He is the reigning UK champion, who we'll see if he attempts to defend his title in just a few weeks' time against the 2016, I believe, world champion Brett Smitherham, who put forth a very impressive effort on the live stream earlier today. So, Austin, this is definitely a top matchup of UK Grandmaster level players that you must have faced off against a number of times.
Yes, I've actually Paul is one of my most common played opponents in UK Scrabble. So I know his game pretty well. He's very solid on basically all round game. And then Brett obviously is strong in his own right. He's been the number one player in the UK for probably like 15, 20 years now. So he's obviously got his pedigree and he's obviously won a lot of things when he does play. Again, Brett is not quite as active as other top players, but doesn't seem to affect how well he plays or in these tournaments that he plays in. But he's always a threat to win any tournament that he plays in. And it goes the same with Paul as well. So both are very strong players. Obviously, we've only played 6 games so far. Both of them are not in the top 5 currently, but there's still time for them to, more than enough time to for them to rise up the ranks.
Yeah, still so early. You do see kind of ebbs and flows of tournaments this long. This is a 25 game tournament. There's going to be a few more. I think this is 3 more rounds today. So we hope to bring you another round earlier that we're, I think, still catching up from a scheduling standpoint, and we had to omit our round 4 game, but there's still going to be a lot of Scrabble coming at you over the next few days, in fact. And 25 games is long enough for those ebbs and flows, like I said, streaks, and hopefully for these contending players not losing streaks. But sadly, there's time for that too. So it's kind of a minefield to get through these tournaments with so many good players without going on a bit of a skid from time to time. But the ones that can avoid that will find themselves on top. And Brett, as you said, Austin, not as active as some players. It's so interesting for me when I'm not active, and I haven't been for the last year or so plus. I feel like I do get a lot of rust that needs to come off, but some players are just ready to rock anytime they sit down. Brett appears to be one of those.
Yep, definitely. I mean, I don't necessarily keep track of how many tournaments each player plays. I know that Paul is very active throughout the year. Probably plays like 10 tournaments a year. I know that Brett probably maybe plays like 2 or 3 every year. So he just comes out for these big tournaments and he just rocks it basically. So it's very, seemingly makes it look very easy. Yeah, it's nothing not easy to do for a lot of people who feel like they need to keep playing more often. But yeah, we should be in for a great matchup here. I mean, looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. But I will put out another prediction in the Twitch chat. They're gonna start bagging up the tiles right now.
Yep, there they go. Austin's Twitch handle, you just saw it slide out. It's the same on Twitch and YouTube, Austinho9. So definitely recommend if you're hanging out with me on YouTube, definitely another good follow to make over on YouTube and Twitch. And maybe you get to win some A9 coins on Austin's Twitch and become wealthier than you could possibly imagine. Yeah, question on YouTube. Tell us more about Brett. So I think, Brett is truly one of the top players in the world. I would put him somewhere right around that top 5 area. Nobody can really claim to be on that Nigel tier, but he is firmly in that next tier down. Really, really strong player, well-rounded player, knows a ton of words, and is a very tactically sharp player. And is a good commentator as well. In the past, he's done Scrabble commentary. He has a sort of acerbic wit to him that can be entertaining. So I actually don't think I've ever met Brett in person, but I'm sure that time will come at some point. Maybe I have to make it out to the UK to make that happen.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Yeah.
I have met Paul in person, but I don't know as much about his play style, Austin. I know that he is another guy that is really strategically advanced.
Oh yes, definitely. He's definitely. I think his strategy is definitely his forte. Again, you can't be the national champion in the UK without being an all-rounder. He's definitely very, very strong on that front. And yeah, as far as I remember, every single time I play against him, he always wants to dissect the end game every time for like 10 minutes before, and then we end up noticing that other people are playing the next game already. He just wants to keep looking at every single possibility. He's one of those people that will do that, and he wants to dissect everything. And he's that way inclined. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. Fanna has been played here. Looks like the best move. You can't do anything with the Q. But this gives him more shots to draw out the I and the U potentially with this Q. Also, I just realized on the timers are actually switched, so
Oh, I can fix that.
just a note
Yeah,
on that.
I'll fix that. That's something I can do. So yeah, definitely. That is kind of the mark sometimes of really strong players. I could think of a few other ones that are just very, very much given to wanting to analyze, wanting to break down, all of that sort of stuff. And I feel like sometimes I'm the same way. Other times I just want to get out of Dodge and not think about the game anymore. Certainly, if I've blown the game or if I feel like I have, then I do kind of want to dive in and figure out, was there a way I could win this game? So there is that element to it. But yeah, Paul, I just know, is constantly posting these really, really tricky Scrabble puzzles on Facebook Scrabble groups and stuff like that. That seems like he too is given to analyze at great depth. So yeah, we'll see. This could be a real tactical battle if the tiles cooperate. Of course, you never know when sometimes one player is going to draw all the goodies and the other will not, but I think we could be in for a really good game here.
Yeah, I think so too. And yeah, not many options available for Brett. Maybe Oxo above the Alpha Fana, which again gets rid of most of his tiles, but does set up a big spot potentially for a Z above that or a J, I guess. But Paul doesn't have either of those. So it might be okay, but he has something like PAD that can go above that and would score a lot of points, but you're keeping the V and the Q together. But maybe you just take the points. Well, pod, I guess, maybe slightly better. But yeah, you might just take the points here and just wait for a better opportunity to get rid of the Q. And yeah, just going to quickly say again, if you want to get involved with the Twitch prediction, you've got about a minute and a half left to use your coins, get predicting what you think the outcome will be. I put the betting line at 25 points in favor of Brett. So let's see what this game has for us. And also thanks to Benji Scrabble for the to Twitch sub as well. I much appreciate that. So thank you very much for that.
Shout out to Benji, of course. Podal, very nice. So that's definitely the highest scoring play that Paul has, and almost certainly the best play as well. Of course, for 42 points, you're going to be willing to live with that Q remaining on the rack, but I'm still thinking about that play from Brett's POV. Brett is a very defensive player, and I'm sure he made this move of Oxo grudgingly, just realizing that you can see the rack hasn't updated yet. On his previous rack, he had, oh, and now it has updated, and his tiles are a little bit better. But I'm just wondering, does he somehow have a word ending in A for apodal? I don't know yet, but close. But is that a word? I think it is, right? Apodal? Or no? Is that
I
not?
can't remember.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like it as a word. Yeah, it is. So, but the point though that I'm trying to make is that this Oxo play is so easy to overlap. It looks like that at first, except you do need a little bit of precision to overlap OF. There's not that many letters that can go in this spot, so maybe it's deceptive. I thought, wow, that's crazy. It's going to get hit by such heavy overlapping plays. And it did, because Paul had the D to form DOF, this archaic word. But it's not maybe quite as dangerous as it looked to me at first glance. I don't know what you think about that, Austin.
No, I agree. Yeah, you can put the D there, you can put the W and the O. There's a kind of very select letters that will go there to make a word go in first. So in this instance, Paul did have one of those that were technically got two of those letters to play above there. but it comes at a cost that he has to keep the Q and the V together.
Oof, yeah.
And I don't know if it was worth maybe keeping the A and the L, because I think it does open up a lot of options above the A and the L here, maybe for a four timer. So for four extra points, and the AL is actually not that bad as a leaf to go with your Q and the V. So I don't know. I would probably have left the A and L on my rack just to kind of keep it a bit more contained, especially if Brett just played Oxo. I'll be a little bit worried in terms of what he might have with the Z or the J. To kind of setting that back up again. In this instance, Brett doesn't have either of those, so it should be fine. But Brett has a few things to think about here in terms of what letters to get rid of here.
Yeah, so apparently apodal is a word, and apparently there is one six-letter word of lomata, which I would be very surprised if I came up with that. Instead, he plays maloti, which I think is a pretty reasonable sort of consolation prize. And you might be saying, wow, that's crazy. Why would he play such a dangerous play, making such a big hook? The answer is that this word, I think, is already a plural, or it just is a currency of some sort, collective currency. So you can't put an S on here. This does not represent any kind of risk. So I think Brett would be the first to say that Lomata is probably slightly better. It scores a bunch of points, doesn't really give anything back to Paul the way that this triple is open. But I wouldn't have seen Lomata. I don't think. I hope I would have, and Maloti is a pretty good consolation prize to me.
Yep, I think so. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Lamata is definitely better. I think it scores about 10 points more. And yeah, Meloti does, again, we're looking at the Oxo play, setting up the J and the Z, and then Podal kind of sets it up again, and then Meloti kind of does that again with the O in that spot. And neither player seems to have the J or the Z here. But the I, crucially in this case, instead of playing Lamata where the Q wouldn't really have been played, but Maloti now gives a good spot for Paul to play off the Q for 34 points.
Yeah, finally, Paul is able to dump that thing. You can just see that sometimes it just takes a while, right? So this is the third turn of the game, and Paul's finally got rid of that Q, which he drew on his opening rack. And you might be saying, like, oh, well, he scored 26, then 42, and then 34. But the thing about that is that when you draw the Q and you have to deal with it for so many turns, your upside is very capped. There was no chance, really, of him drawing a bingo. A 70-point play, an 80-point play were much, much less likely. So while he did manage to do a great job of scoring an average, relatively decent points per turn, there was really no upside to it for him. And Brett, on the other hand, Austin, is he's not loving life after that draw.
Yep, he kept an A and drew 5 vowels, similar to what Phil did in the last game. But he does have a constant to go with it, and there's a big one too with a K. Maybe something like kata, K-A-T-A, through that T of Maloti, but set up the A and the O hooks for the triple, and the top middle triple potentially if he has something. And yeah, there's not really a great deal else apart from Aked, A-K-E-D, through the D of Caddy again, kind of using up 2 of your vowels with the K. This time not giving away the triple, but you're keeping an extra A. So, it's kind of like, what were you going to do here? Yeah, that spot would set up the J as well, potentially, if the J is play up a jet and going across. So, yeah, I mean, there's kind of slim pickings here, really. There's not really much you can do. You just got to pick one.
Yeah.
He's kind of like mulling over now. He's kind of staring into space and being like, what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah, he had a situation like this in the first game we watched of his when he played OYE, leaving something like AIIOS, right? Like, yeah, this is not a very good rack for him, but I think he has enough high-scoring plays on offer that he's definitely not going to exchange. He's going to be patient and give himself a chance to draw some consonants while scoring decently. And I think this is a very reasonable play. You just pointed it out. Austin ached. He managed to score 29 points, even with the 6 vowels on his rack. That is not a significantly below average score. It's roughly, a little bit below what I think these players would average. So, I mean, an exchange 0 is significantly below what the players would average. So let's see if he can draw some consonants here.
Yes, and it actually also leaves that A unobscured with Riccardi, and Avyze, Avyze, plays onto there for 40 points. Does set up some hooks to the triple, but I guess we'll see soon if Brett has any of those. But that kind of gets rid of a lot of the kind of big tiles that he has in his rack and can finally get closer to working towards getting that first bingo down.
Yeah, I do feel like given the way that so we are not seeing them manipulate the rack, but we are presumably we have annotators on site who are helping us by entering in those racks into a text file, and I feel like this is a very purposeful ordering. Like he must have spotted Avyze very quickly and spelled it
Yep.
out on his rack because you see the VYZE is in the correct order. So I'm pretty sure he is aware of this. I guess there is an interesting sort of question is you can score 40 points with that word in 2 different spots, and I suppose the question becomes what do we think is the safer spot? It feels to me like this spot is a little bit safer, but then again, you might regret it some of the time. I mean, you're giving away the triple if you play it there. So I think just on that basis, but there might be situations where your opponent has a D in later position in the word where you're giving them a bingo that they wouldn't otherwise. But I think this seems pretty clearly the better positioning.
Yep, I think so. Doesn't give away mainly just to give away the triple lane. And you can see that Brett just drew out 2 S's. Looks like similarly he has AAS spelled out on his rack too, so he's going to play that underneath caddy. That's going to get a lot of points also. How much is that? 32 points. But getting rid of his duplicate A's and S's, he has AEOS, which is again not great, but he's definitely much better than what he had before. And he got 32 points, so both players moving slightly closer towards a bingo, which is what they're both after here.
Yeah, they really are sort of converging on that bingo from very different points of view. Paul dumping the high point clunky letters as fast as he can, having the Q that he's saddled with, a lot of these high pointers that make it difficult to bingo, whereas Brett has been dealing with vowel overload. I think in general, we would prefer to be overloaded by clunky consonants than by sort of toothless vowels that don't let you score anywhere. But at the same time, if Brett gets a good draw, he's closer to a bingo than Paul is because those low point vowels are actually good bingo tiles when you mix them with low point consonants, whereas Paul's continued to leave kind of clunk on his rack through no fault of his own. But yeah, we'll see. I think I would be expecting him to play with through that A of Cadiz here. Looks like a great scoring spot.
Yep, I think favor looks pretty good here. I think that got added to the American lexicon.
It did, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But that's how I know that. I just know about that. 41 points for favor and Feta. Very high scoring play, getting rid of the 2 highest scoring tiles he has on his rack. Again, not leaving the best letters C, G, and T. But again, 41 points. You've got to take that, I think. And you can see on the other side, Brett has the opposite problem: too many vowels.
Still, yeah, it's really. I mean, he's done a very good job of. It looks like he drew 1 consonant. Really, if he could convert one of those E's to another consonant, we might be talking about a different situation right now. But he has quickly sussed out that he can get 22 points by dumping 2 vowels, the classic Wind of the Faroe Islands that made so many that makes so many of my YouTube viewers unhappy. And apparently, the definition is that it actually is a Scottish word for grandchild, not how it's defined in the U.S. dictionary. But either way, a lot of people are annoyed by that word, but we sure love it in Scrabble.
Yep, and using if used effectively to score a lot of points there. So I believe that was 22 points, just getting rid of the O and the E. Again, very deliberate here, keeping AEEST. Looks very strong. Again, we'll see what he ends up picking out the bag, but he's obviously hoping for two consonants. Paul is one letter off Chigatai, which doesn't play anywhere. But yeah, now he's just going to be looking at how to get rid of, I guess, this G and the I, which are pretty much the worst tiles he has. Or maybe he's looking for something else.
Yeah, it certainly feels like a play ending in the C would play right here with Cal. That looks like a decent way to get some points. This is also a scoring spot worth looking at right here if you can find the right word to go there. It doesn't feel like any of those plays is likely to be better than a 5-letter word. Hooking to Cal, something like ethic, or the more obscure Theic, if that's what you are preferring. Either one of those looks pretty good in this spot right here. So we'll see if Paul looks there. I'm pretty sure he will. It doesn't feel like there are too many other spots, Austin. My eye is drawn here, and there you see
Yeah.
ethic.
Yep, very strong play here. I don't know. I personally might have opted for Theic just because it's a bit more difficult to underlap, especially with the big tile. And I'm with J or something playing on into like Jane, you could play something there. With Theic, you can't really do that. Again, very minor things here, and you can also have put the O in between Homer, I guess is good. So you can there's other options that would be available there. Brett are now getting rid of his Y and E with another vowel. So he plays yay for 25 points. Doesn't waste any time with that. Keeping EOST looks very strong, and he's opened another bingo lane underneath the R and E, which all of his remaining tiles all go under.
Yeah, that's a great point. I feel like I'm still thinking about this ethic situation where I do feel like not only the overlaps, I didn't even think about Homa, and I guess Huma is valid, but I
Yeah.
also feel like it might be slightly easier to overlap on top here, just making words like, something that goes like RIED fits here that wouldn't fit in the other spot. But these are tiny, very,
Yeah.
very minute details. I think it's a great play to fit that spot for
Yep.
a good score. Agree with your analysis of Brett's play of YAE, yay, in that spot. And at some point, Brett's got to draw some consonants and something balanced. And I think when that happens, we're likely to see a bingo. So, yeah, we still have this up a podle hook, which isn't impossible to hit. It's not that easy to end a 6-letter word with an A, but if you were able to get that, this would be a pretty good amount of points on offer here. So we'll see if that comes to fruition as well.
Yeah, I mean, Brett is also looking to try and play a bingo, so he's probably not playing for an A, and then Paul doesn't have an A, so that spot might stay open unless someone blocks it by playing something underneath or above Ethic. But yeah, Paul didn't draw amazingly great here. He would have some 8-letter words with other tiles that are not open right now.
Like
Um,
to give it as a
yeah,
puzzle. Give that one as
yeah.
a puzzle.
Yeah, feel free to find out what you think an 8-letter word would be with another tile, with a blank tile, and then you put that in there. But yeah, he has some ugly kind of tiles apart from the I, S, and T. He might play something like pig potentially down from Avise, or PIU maybe. It doesn't take an S. Um, that might be an option if he maybe is now thinking, oh, this S hook is getting a little bit dicey now. It's like just sitting there waiting. Maybe Brad has got something, but he's going to play Just, which takes an O hook as well. Giusto, a lot of points actually. Racks up a lot of points with advisors. That advisors alone gets you 21 points. Alone anything that gets doubled. So, very good scoring play. 33 points, keeping PI, and maybe looking to grab another S or a blank with the next pickup.
Yeah, I do like that play just because you're going to want to be realizing at this juncture of the game, and maybe it's good to put the unseen tiles up instead of the two of us. You can see those two question marks at the end are still lurking, the blanks.
Yep.
If you can play some smaller, one or two or three tile play and try to get a bingo that way. But if you used more tiles at this juncture of the game, as it gets later and later, when you see those two blanks still unplayed, the value of using more tiles does grow. So I feel like that's part of it. Wanting to score well, better than you can really anywhere else is part of it. And also denying Brett the ability to easily hook that with his own S if he were to have one. You can see he does, in fact, have one, and he probably would have considered a way of playing there. Or also the D, avise, is a verb. You want to deny that D hook to your opponent as well. So a lot of reasons to play just there, and a bunch of people correctly suggesting pugilist, the word that you spotted there, Austin, but not. Look at this draw for Paul. That is not what he wanted.
Yeah, he kept IP, so he should just picked up boo booed.
Yikes. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, that's the play.
Wow. Very aggressive. And he is catching Paul at an absolutely
Oh,
perfect time for an aggressive play like this, I have to say. I wonder if there was anything in Paul's affect or something like that you could have picked up on there. But this is definitely the right time to make an aggressive opening because Paul can basically not do a thing about it. I wonder if
well,
he just
he has
exchanged.
booty. He has booty underneath on a BUDI
Oh, that's true.
badge, which
That's
scores
true.
well.
Yeah.
Um, Takes out the E hook at least, but you can still play Odd or Ode. So it kind of restricts it a tiny bit, and gets rid of some of his bad tiles. But yeah, you're keeping pub on your rack. Again, not great. You're going to take another turn to clear that up. And by that point, Brett might have a bingo ready to go. And it doesn't look like well, has he got anything? I don't think he has.
No, it looks close. He's
Yeah.
closer than he's ever been, but I don't think he's quite there yet, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll get the players back as soon as possible. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if I felt like I saw some kind of a shadow pass over the board, but obviously Paul's clock is still on, so clearly he hasn't made an exchange play just yet, and we'll pretty much, be able to figure that out when he's made that happen. So yeah, booty. That was the play you suggested, Austin. I do like this. At the very least, it has a very strong blocking effect. It doesn't block the A or the O from going down in this spot, but it does block the E. You can't have U'd in that spot. Whoa, what's going on here? So I do like putting this D in this spot because you now prevent the E from hooking here, which is worth a lot. The E is really good for playing bingos.
Yep, definitely. And again, if you can, I mean, booty really is like the highest scoring move that you have. Another option is actually to play boo boo through the U of Geost at the bottom, opening up another triple. Again, I don't know if you really want to do that, but that's definitely to me significantly worse than booty. But yeah, Brett's still kind of close but no cigar. And it's really a matter of what he wants to do now. I guess maybe Hui through the U of Geost, setting up an A or C, but he doesn't seem to have those. So
Yeah, at least there's only
yeah.
one A lurking. So
Oh, and one C. That's it.
yeah, it's
Oh,
not
big fourth rack. Oh
so
man,
it's not so oh my gosh, he did draw a blank, but drawing another pair of U's and R's. So
double
yeah, not what he wants. Of course, you're happy to get that blank for sure, but
yeah.
I wonder what would Paul even do in response to just HUI here is going to be kind of annoying. I don't know. And there it goes. There is that play. Very aggressive. And it is the time for Brett to be aggressive, Austin, down 100.
Yep, I think so. Oh wow, I didn't even realize the score was that different. Because no one has actually bingoed yet. I wasn't even looking at the score. I was just assuming that it was quite still even. But wow, yeah. Hui, yeah, I think you in this one now realize the score is actually that far apart. Then yeah, Hui, it's got to be the best play here. But yeah, Paul doesn't really have too many amazing options here. You could play something like Burp in the top right, making BE and UR. Again, if he doesn't want to open up the triple, he could not play something like that, I guess. Maybe like up and pop is an option, or even up and above ethic as well. That
Yeah,
kind of
maybe
blocks off that
there.
top bingo lane at the top.
Yeah, that seems
Um,
pretty good
yeah,
as a blocking play as well in this spot. But yeah, it's it's tough. Certainly, playing up, at least blocking something, feels
yeah.
a little bit better than nothing. But of course, knowing that this giant spot is still available doesn't feel good. But it looks like Brett has somehow dodged being able to play in that spot.
Yep, he has it entitled through the E of favor, which now just got blocked.
Wow, crazy to put that P out in space. That's kind of a tilter there.
Ooh, yeah,
Because that, does he even have? So
I
it
don't think
looks like
so.
a crazy aggressive play with a blank unseen to Paul. Of course, it does very nice things to get rid of the one of the two U's, one of the two R's, and both the B and P in one go. So I do definitely appreciate all those virtues for the play of Burp. Oh my God, there is actually a playable bingo here,
Oh, here we
Austin.
go. Yes, there is, and actually the Twitch chat has actually just found it. Salicitum, nice find. I will say that. I think you guys will know what that means.
I haven't seen it
But
on
yeah,
YouTube yet. Haven't seen it from you all on
yeah.
YouTube
So I'm
yet.
not going to tell. I'm not going to say just yet, but there is a very very nice word here. Again, I think it's. I would also say it's kind of a as a normal English word as well. It's not completely uh, you know, obscure. But
Yeah.
I do agree with Paul's thinking here that maybe playing burp, giving just one floater that's the P, might be a lot more favorable than leaving the E and the R floaters, which are much easier to bingo through.
That's true.
So you might have that in mind as well, just giving one worse floater than leaving two kind of easy floaters sitting there. Um, but yeah, this is now the time where we're going to see if Brett is going to find this incredible play.
This would be amazing. And again, for those of you who are saying, I know it's been mentioned here, but here it is. Just take a look at it on the board. Turnstile through the UR.
Oh, no.
And instead, we will see just belt. I think it's, oh,
Oh, he's
wait,
taking enough. Wait.
hold on. Wait a second. The timers are wrong on this screen. So let me just get this out of here so you don't get confused. So he hasn't played it yet, but you see there is where it would fit on the board. That would be pretty amazing to see that go down here. And again, okay, it
Oh,
looks like
that
he
is.
is going to go ahead and play belt. I think there's almost no chance that I would see turnstile here. Maybe I would see it if you told me to look through the UR that there's a bingo there, but that's not how it works over the board in Scrabble. Nobody's telling you that stuff. And wow, Paul draws the C, Austin. That's huge for him.
Oh, yes.
That's a
Yes,
big
but
swing.
he has a bingo at the bottom now. I think Currens is good.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is well, I guess Brett might have been, even if he did find that turnstile, he might still be doomed anyway, but Currens, Currans, and Hewick is going to score 95 points, so it puts him about 190, 180 head. So yeah, it's not going to be looking good for Brett. He has now finally drawn a bingo of indites, which would play next to the T at the very least.
Up. And there we got our
Tiniads, something like
players.
that.
So just in time to see Paul designating this strip. This is an A. I cannot imagine him designating that as anything other than the valid A for Currens. We'll
Yep.
pop up with the definition in a sec under there. And basically, Brett would only really have a shot at this if he happened to have a 9-timer through the P of burp, hitting both of those triples. He's got a very solid rack, but he doesn't have any words like that. So this is a tough one as he sets up that aggressive hook, and then Paul draws the C just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and it's a very opportune time there because he actually had a bingo to play there, so it was not like he just picked up the C and then had to wait. He got the C and got the goods, and then we came down straight away. No waiting around.
Yeah.
And yeah, very very good timing for him there. But Brett, I think maybe Tiniads and Rhett in the middle of the board, I think might be the play here. It scores 68 points. He might even shift it over one more to the right
Yeah, you
to open up
could
a 9-timer lane.
you could sort of, right, so playing it here with these hooks is probably, excuse me, it's probably a little safer. I wonder how aggressive he's going to feel he needs to be. He could shift his word over one, and all of the hooks, well, the one hook would still be valid. It would then make an S in the triple lane. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I would be more inclined to kind of throw in the towel here. I think just knowing that you're putting literally the easiest letter to play through in the triple lane, and your opponent is just going to block. Right? There's no real hope for you. So I agree with this choice. It doesn't feel good to throw in the towel in this way, as opposed to play the crazier positioning. But I think Brett's just being realistic, and remember, you have to protect your margin of victory. Because that is your tiebreaker, your primary tiebreaker here.
Yep, exactly. And the unseen tiles, well, what we can see from Paul's side is basically what Brett is trying to delve into here. And yeah, I mean, maybe blocking the P is going to be a lot more difficult to do because like things like Platoon, for example, if he wants to block that spot, I don't actually know how many tiles are left. There's 12, so 5 tiles left. So yeah, he could play something like Opal, maybe just take out that spot, not empty the bag if he doesn't want to. But yeah, there's definitely options to play from the P. Again, you could play like Blue, I guess, even better, above Burp, so it doesn't really give anything away. But yeah, I think at the moment, there's not really much else now. I think the game result is actually not in question anymore. It's just a matter of if any of the players can get some other kind of bingo down before the game ends.
Yeah, totally agree.
Edgewise?
This is, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. So yeah, that's definitely a possibility for Brett. Let me flip the board, correct orientation. So yeah, that would still fit, I guess, through the
S
of Tiniads if Paul plays something parallel. If he plays Platoon, PLATO edge. Yeah, that's not gonna fit.
no, it won't fit. No.
Yeah, not quite. But if Paul decides to play something like Lou in the top corner, that would block off the triple, which is exactly what he wants, and that would allow Brett to play edgewise. Issue with that, of course, is it doesn't score particularly much. It is going to do a decent job of maybe cutting the gap a little bit, cutting that deficit slightly, so Brett comes away with not a blowout loss. Not that this is a blowout, but, narrow the gap significantly. Yeah. But yeah, what's crazy is just that this spot is looking like it could go untouched here. This big spot, which could easily have been super damaging if the right bingo was drawn, but never ended up happening, seemingly.
I mean, yeah, but there's still a little bit of time left. I mean, Brett could play edgewise, and then Paul could land something there with the A that he has if he plays Lou. The letters left are still not bad. There's still an N and R, another I, and a G. So he could potentially draw into something up there if he.
Yeah, Paul actually has the only hooks available there, so he can know that spot is just his. He's got the remaining O's and A's, so that spot is of no threat to him whatsoever. He can let it sit and hope to draw into something there. So that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really now a matter of taking up that P spot with Burp. That's the only way I think he can realistically lose, and I guess just roll a dice on a potential bingo to go out.
Yeah, so definitely, if not for the score being so out of reach, this would be a really interesting situation. It's not that interesting because we know that no matter what, Paul is up by more than enough to win. I guess what's interesting now is to see whether Brett is going to spot this play. I definitely like his chances of spotting his bingo through the S of edgewise here. That would be a really, really cool play to see go down. I do think he's going to spot it. But we'll see. It's not the easiest word with the 3 E's and a W and a G in it. So We'll just have to see if he spots it. I like his chances. What do you think, Austin?
I think so. I think he'll find it. I think he's more wondering because look at the remaining tiles now. They're looking very dangerous from his point of view that Paul might bingo something through well, obviously at the top left with
Oh,
or even through the eye of Tinian's. But yeah, he's
Tangier
Tangier
will fit. Tangier
looks
will fit
good,
up there. Yikes.
and he's got bingos through the S of Tinian's as well, so he's pretty much guaranteed. We have tearing at the bottom as well. It's like the perfect combination of tiles that would bingo in pretty much every spot available. And he has operating as well, I think, through OP.
Oh, wow, that's true.
Yeah,
It looks like Brett is going to go ahead. He circled the blank
it's not going
slip,
to get
so
operating down though.
yeah, no,
I don't think it fits.
this will block operating, and we get our answer to the question of is he going to see this very tricky play? It's a very nice play by Brett, edgewise, the bingo. I do wonder if not bingoing now is the correct choice by Brett, just because the pool is so bingo prone that maybe you want to, dump something and maybe dump an E. But I think he probably has to go for it while he has the playable bingo. And I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
that's just how it goes. But
yeah, I think so. You might not get another chance to bingo otherwise, and or might just like now he might have bingos everywhere anyway. So I think you just gotta take it and just hope that Paul doesn't have anything and
yeah,
just let the tiles do the rest, I guess. But yeah, it's a big win for Paul in the end. 164 points. It's going to help his spread a lot.
yeah, for sure. So this is definitely what Paul wanted to keep himself in the thick of things and to hold Brett back. Of course, Brett, 2016 World Scrabble Champion, always a risk to start running away with things. So every loss that you can deal to him when your tiles cooperate is very, very important. But I think Paul played extremely well in this game. I can hardly think of anything I would have done different. I probably wouldn't have played Burp, but it might actually be the correct play there. That's probably the only. So the only thing I would have done different might have been my own flaw. But this is another extremely well played game. I guess you could look at Maloti and suggest that Lomata would have been better, but again, that is a really difficult. 6-letter words are often Scrabble players' sort of last thing that they learn, those obscure 6-letter words, because if you're playing 6-letter words, the odds are pretty good that you should either be trying to play 7 or 8-letter words or play something shorter. So the 6-letter word is kind of, you don't see them quite as often as some of those other word lengths. And Lomata, really the only miss here, Austin.
Yep, I think so. And again, both of those words are not, don't take an S at the end of it. So they're not like sevens that would have, you would have studied a lot more. But yeah, that might have been the error here, really. And even if Bert found turnstile, he was kind of again, I said he's kind of doomed anyway, with currents coming down. So there wasn't really much I don't think that Brett could have done in this game. Just the tiles just kind of went against him, and Brett's a very strong player, and if it gets to the point where he bingos on his final turn of the game, that's the only bingo he's got, then I think you've done pretty well. You got pretty lucky to kind of stifle Brett to a certain degree. So yeah, and again, I'm just gonna say about the prediction. So if you vote for option 2, which is Brett being not winning by more than 25 points, then you've got your coins back. So that's what it means, Jellymocha. It's just kind of a under over on whether or not Brett can win by 25 points or not. So that's what it is.
Yeah, Austin setting the spreads for these games, which I feel like, there's our player cam again. So yeah, I mean, it seems like we can get that player cam back when it drops, but hopefully we'll figure out what's happening there. But either way, yeah, I mean, Brett probably is a favorite against almost anybody that he plays, but Paul is easily strong enough to give him extremely good fight. I just think in this game, I think he had about a 4-turn sequence in the middle of the game after Maloti where he was completely overrun with vowels, and he needed that to be like 2 turns or something like that, and really get on the board quicker with that with bigger plays or the bingos that he got at the end of the game, and maybe it would be a different story. So definitely tough with all the vowels that he drew, but Paul played great. So another very, very high level game, not surprising at all. I'm sure we will have another good one, and hopefully our player cam's back as well in round 8. So again, just a summation of where we're at. This is round 7. We're going to be playing. I can cut to the schedule and go through this with everybody right now. So here is the schedule. Let me turn off my scene switcher so you guys don't, so we can actually talk about this. So we have moved past our coffee break. We just finished round 7 and we are headed to round 8 here. So 2 more games, Austin, to finish off the day. You mentioned earlier that if you had your druthers, you might get 12 games in a day. But where is your stamina at this point in a day of play?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're not feeling as fresh as you were at the start, but and it's getting, it's getting to the point where you're wanting to eat something, I guess. It's now 6 p.m., just past 6 p.m. local time. And there's still 2 more games to go, so it's going to be a bit of a late finish. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, if you can get a good run of games in and you're feeling pretty good, then you kind of get into your flow and you don't really think about tiredness. You just keep going. There's not like any long break in between games, so you're just kind of constantly chugging along. So, personally, for me, sometimes if there's a big break in between proceedings, you're kind of when you're in the zone, you kind of go out of the zone, and it's hard to kind of get back into it after a big break. So, I kind of like the continuity of just keep playing, personally, but I know that other people will not necessarily want to be quite as intense or maybe want to have a bit more of a break in between. So that's kind of a, I know, I guess it's different for different people.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I mean, you definitely can notice so that that elite level where the true grandmasters are residing. I feel like stamina tends to be very good. I feel most of those players, the tales of Nigel Richards biking 20 hours around the country to get to his
Yeah.
tournaments. I feel like that's more than just a weird story of incredible endurance. It speaks to his stamina and the fact that he really, that's just a kind of an underrated part. We all know about the word knowledge and other factors of his game, but I think, as many other strong players have, having that stamina to play a lot of games, not use up that much energy to play your best game. I feel like sometimes I use up a lot of energy to to play a certain game of Scrabble, and then I leave myself tapped out for the rest of the day. So, and in any case, it is day 1. Hopefully, the players aren't feeling it too bad, and maybe tomorrow it'll be worse when they get into this chunk of the schedule. You'll start feeling that burn because you already played a full round of competition in the previous day. So if we just look at the standings, these have not been updated, I don't think. Maybe I can refresh and see if we're getting any.
Some of the games have
Well,
updated.
yeah, I see Phil Robert Shaw looks like
Yeah.
he won a game. Terry Kirk also has played 7 on there, so we still have a bunch of results in, but we do have our pairings for round 8. So I'm looking at them now. There's a number of really fun options that we can go to. So I think what we'll probably do is just take another short break, try to fix the player cam once again, and figure out what our matchup is going to be in round 8. We've got an embarrassment of riches. So with that, let's step away for just a couple minutes. We'll be back with round 8 from Milton Keynes with the MGI International Scrabble Classics. All right, everybody. We don't have our cameras, but I think we will shortly. But we do know what our next round matchup is, and it is Sammy Okasaga versus Chris Lipe. So we've already seen Chris once on the stream. He is our esteemed president of WESPA, and he was these two players both have the distinction as I think we're seeing. Okay, I think we have some context clues here that these are the hands of Sammy and Chris. Hopefully we get these player cams back, but either way, we're here. We're ready to do our best to cover this game. But oh, there we
There
go.
it is.
Um,
Oh,
Let me just tell our producer that. But Austin, these two players are both players that have gone really far at the World Championship in the past. They haven't won, but they each have come super close to doing so in the past.
yes. Chris has been a runner-up before, and I think Sammy has finished third, I think, third or fourth, I think, in a relatively recent World Championship. So both of them have extremely high pedigree in these big tournaments, and they could definitely go on a run of wins at any time. So we should be expecting again some more great Scrabble from both of these players. And Sammy, I believe, has won the African Continental Championships maybe 2 or 3 times now. So he's been around the top of the game for a very long time.
Yeah, in fact, the year when Sammy almost won, he came in first in the main event, in a main event that had pretty much all the top champion players. And he had one of the most epic performances of all time. I'm planning on making a video that's going to feature the story of this very soon. And it's really like one of the most. Yes, we are all good. Our producer behind the scenes. So yeah, he came in first at this event, which was like insanely stacked, and then he lost in a best of 3 match, which just feels so painful in Scrabble to have that happen. When you go 22-10 or something in a main event, and then you get taken down in a best of 3 after you just had one of the most epic performances ever, and not only that, he did it as a last chance qualifier. He didn't even actually qualify in the tournament through normal means. Oh, and look at this. Okay, never mind. I thought we were going to see a blank get burned here, and I was like, oh no, but this is a really nice opening play here, Austin, by Sammy to start the game.
Yes. 48 points, keeping the J in the blank. So definitely got some scoring potential / bingo potential. Chris has drawn 3 S's to go with his Q. Probably expecting an exchange here. I guess you can go multiple ways of how you want to do that. But yeah, I'm just going to also say in the Twitch prediction, and we've got a prediction going on right now, so you can get your coins down on what you think the result will be. I've kind of put the betting line on Sammy winning by 10 points, so that if you think he's going to win by at least 10 points, go for option 1. And if you think Sammy will either not win by 10 points or Chris wins, then go for option 2. So get your coins down, get predicting on you think what the result will be. Does look like Chris has just exchanged. I don't necessarily know which ones.
Yeah, we'll figure it out shortly.
2 tiles. I think he just picked out 2 tiles, I think. So maybe it's a Q and S, maybe.
Yeah, exchanging an S, right? Like, let's talk about that a little bit. That doesn't feel great to do, but ultimately, even though you incur the risk of throwing this really valuable tile back into the bag that your opponent might draw and be really happy to have, you can't be really worried about that. You have to be worried about maximizing your own chances, and there is a chance that you'll draw it again later yourself, too. So there are some upside to it as well, but ultimately the 3 S's really don't do you any favors. You need to get down to 2 and 1, even 2 sometimes, more than you really need to get that bingo down. But I think Chris makes sense to keep 2. I might have even thrown 2 back. I would consider keeping CERS there. I think ultimately I would have kept ERSS after some thought, but yeah, it's an interesting choice, Austin. Curious your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think I might end up. Well, definitely going to exchange the Q, and I probably would exchange an S at least. Whether or not I will change another S, I don't know. If I would feel that way yet, I don't know. Oh, looks like Sammy has just realized he doesn't have enough tiles for dejecting, and he's just revealed that he has a J and a blank.
Or
Oops.
he read. So if the rack we're seeing is correct, then yeah, maybe he was thinking about dejecting as you suggested, or maybe he thought his G was a U or something like that. He was going to play. I don't
Oops.
even know. But I'm
Wow.
curious though. Once you've exposed your blank and your opponent knows that you have it, is there any merit to just playing jetting for 56, burning the blank through this T?
Well, I think that actually might be the best play anyway because it scores so much. And G doesn't really open up the board at all. It actually closes it down because there's no hook for G. So now Chris might opt to play a bit more defensive here and not give away too many hooks. But he kind of put down the D, the J, the E, and then the blank. So he knows that he doesn't know the other tiles. He just knows that he has the blank. Um, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, from Chris's point of view, he could have a blank and six random tiles. And he might be looking just to keep it close to.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know. I mean, there from a mathematical standpoint, I think it's very close between G'd, the play that Sammy just made, and burning your blank to play jetting through this T. The reason that it's close is just the blank is valued at, depending on the board, it's something like 30 points. And you are getting that many more points to play jetting here. Plus, now that you showed your opponent that you have a blank, you're kind of selling yourself short. You know, you're making
Yep.
it so that they're going to play differently than they would. They're going to make things more difficult on you. Now, I will say, of course, in this situation, that Chris has a standout play that he's not going to play differently now that he's seen Sammy play the blank, because he has one play if he spots it, which I'm a little worried maybe he hasn't because it's obscure, and if he saw it he would play it immediately, of Lectress through the T. If that rack is correct, he's got a gigantic 90-point bingo through this T. So there's nothing that's going to dissuade him. He could know that Sammy has 10 blanks and he would still play that play. So it would also be deeply concerning that he would have that many blanks, of course.
Yeah, I mean, Chris has taken, it looks like 2 minutes to play this movie. He hasn't actually seen it. I'm sure he would have played it if he's seen it. Also, Lectress takes an E hook, Electress as well.
Oh,
So,
I was wondering about
yeah,
that. I would be terrified to play that, but I feel like if lectress is a word, and probably it's a feminization or however you would say that of, elector and electress, right? I feel like
yeah, I think so.
it should go. I think I would probably play electress, but it would take me a little bit of courage to do that. So yeah, that e hook is going to be a big deal. But
Let's see if it gets played.
yeah, I worry. Yeah,
Oh, missed it.
as time ticks by, I worry that Chris isn't seeing it, and I
Yeah.
admit it's not an easy find. That's definitely kind of deep into the probability, and it's one that's a little bit tricky to spot. So instead, we see EL, which, if you're not going to see Lectress, this makes a lot of sense.
Yep, very much so. He's opening up hooks with his S, making ELS. And I don't think he wants to open up too much, knowing that Sammy has a blank. I mean, I'm assuming that he saw that the blank got played. I mean, I think the blank was flat on the board when it got played.
Well, I think
Uh,
he even reached for the slip.
yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that he would have known that he would have the blank. Um, so yeah, I mean, Sammy's got a whole bunch of other bingos playable here.
I think he spotted his best one. Yeah, nicely spotted here of Tootsing. This is the
Yeah,
only
Tootsing
play
is
that
good
gets
here.
him all the way through. So nicely spotted. That's not that easy to see. I feel like I'm not sure I would see that, which is giving me pause that I need to like get back on my
Yeah.
grind. That's a really nice play by Sammy. 84 points. The only play that hits both the double word scores there. I'm impressed. Nicely spotted and quickly too.
Yeah, and I think tootling is good. So I think I saw that and not tooting, but maybe he would have saw tootling and then was like, oh, tooting is also good and this doesn't block it. So maybe he had that in mind to begin with, but and obviously we didn't. So yeah, that was very nicely found. But Chris, yeah, again, short of vowels here. He's got the nice CK combination, but he's got too many C's and S's, and there's nothing really much that he can do here.
Yeah, this is tough. Even one vowel would have gone a long way for him to possibly bingo here. But of course, the two consonants, including he already had a C, so drawing another one is just clunking things up. Like you said, CK, normally a very synergistic combination, just not the right time for him to draw it. So, yeah, sorry, let me flip this board so you guys can see it right side up. But really, there's only one vowel to play through, so I expect him to play some variation of a naughty word through this O, and we'll see. Or it could just be what you do to a gun. Let's get our minds out of the gutter, everybody. So I think that's probably, we're probably looking at, I think, so if you just play cock as a singular, you give up a massive Y hook sometimes, but I kind of like leaving off that S so that if you do draw a bingo, you're actually, sorry, that's a mess. If you do play this here without the S and you draw a 7-letter bingo, it is much likelier to actually play with the hook afterwards. So, yeah, tough one, but Sammy's drawn pretty well also.
Yep, he's got Aerosat and potentially Cox to play there if he decides to play one short.
And I guess Aerostat to the T of Tootsing, Tootsing too. So it's going to be hard to keep him off the scoreboard here with a bingo.
Oh, what's he playing? Playing Gek, which gives away Gecko and Sat and Aerosat.
Ouch. That's like... couldn't have been, this is like heaven sent for Sammy to just hammer this in an even better spot. So note that if he were to not think of the gecko hook, which we know he is going to think of, there it is. So clearly he's spotting the gecko hook. But if he didn't think about that, he would still have Gex, but that would be a very terrifying play because it would land one square short of this triple and allow an S to go down for a ton of points. And the interesting thing there is the play of Gek by Chris Lipe really looks like he probably has an S in reserve, so I would be terrified to play Aerosat there. But because of the gecko hook, there's no need to worry, and Sammy is out to an absolutely massive early lead in this game.
Yep, he's up by over 200, and we've only barely played like a handful of, not even a handful of moves there. So I think Chris has only played 3 moves, and he's already 200 behind. But yeah, Chris has a number of bingos here, and he has a bingo, and he actually has only one playable bingo.
He has screams on his rack, but incredibly, that play of Aerosat managed to block both this S hook, so screams no longer fits here, and it blocked the Gex hook in one go. So perfect to block all of the simple 7-letter words that Chris might have been hoping to play. But Austin, to your point, as he did with Lectress, he has another much more difficult find here, and that find is Scamster through the T. This is nowhere near as easy to find as Screams, and it's not really Chris's fault. Of course, he's going to look at it and say, dang it, I missed Lectress, and hopefully he sees Scamster. But those aren't very easy to spot. There are many situations where you'll get much easier bingos to find than those two. So he needs this in a big way if he's going to fight his way back here.
Yep, exactly. I guess the only kind of, say, saving point is that there aren't that many floating tiles on the board. There's obviously the A at the bottom of the board with Aerosat, which you can almost immediately discount. There's not going to be any bingo there. And then there's the T of Aerosat, and there's also another T of Tootsing. So you're really looking at that T. The only way he's not going to find it is if he just doesn't necessarily recognize that there is a bingo with the T with what he has, or maybe he does recognize it and doesn't know what it is. That would really be the only way that he will kind of miss this. I'm sure that if you told him that there is a bingo with the T, he would see it. But looks like he's about to play something, and he's not playing. He's playing Cream, setting up the S hook.
Okay, this makes sense. Of course, he would want to find Scamster, but at the very least, he's now making a lucrative S hook that's not very easy to block, frankly. It's tough with the C not allowing easy overlaps. I don't really see a great way for Sammy to block this conclusively. So, nice idea, but without question, Chris would have wanted to find Scamster there just to continue to score a lot more points and put more pressure on. But you could see this working out better for him if he draws really well and draws a really, really high scoring bingo to the triple. There is a chance that he will actually benefit from that choice.
Yep.
Look at that. Oh my God. Sammy just piling the points on Austin.
Oh, yeah, it's at the point where I have my prediction going. I might as well just end the prediction now. It's already way beyond what we think is going to happen here.
Yeah.
Completely one-sided game, and Yoked has just come down for 65 points, taking Sammy to 300 points already, and he's already almost 250 ahead. And I don't know if Chris even has a bingo here. He's still going to struggle. And his high scoring plays do use that asset for Scream, and I don't know if he really wants to play there. He probably doesn't want to play there, but he could play Waifs and Ats to try and protect that S hook for Scream. But yeah, I mean, you're really kind of in a big hole here that even if you had 200 tiles on a bigger board, you still wouldn't be able to catch up with this deficit.
Yeah, so to your point, this play would score 33 in this spot. Sorry for my bad three. It would score the same word in this spot, would score 43. So he's going to go ahead and grab those points and just hope that maybe the idea here, get the 10 extra points and you set up a nice bingo lane right here as well. So it's not, no, it's not what you would have gotten for making a giant hook mate on Scream, but it's pretty good, and the board is still not totally bereft of opportunity. But of course, it is definitely the case that Sammy is out to an incredibly fast start. He does have a pretty bad rack right here, though. Maybe this is where the comeback trail begins.
Anything's
There,
possible. Anything's possible. But yeah, it's something that he could play something like Uvia, I guess next to Tootsing, so 8 and Moa. That might be a good option. He's just looking to get rid of those V and a U and also those some of those vowels. Chris has just drawn into something better, I guess now. I think he has a bingo for this next move, but we're going to see what Sammy's kind of psyche is here. Looking at playing there, he's blocking the bingo lane in the second row that Waif's created and blocking the R hook floating tile of Scream. So he's really trying to block this board down, take it down now, and really not let Chris have any opportunity or any sniff of any comeback.
makes a lot of sense. As you said, this does a lot of blocking at once. Now the 7-letter words here do not fit. The R was just blocked. Nothing new was given with this V, which you can't overlap. Blocks the E of Scream as well. So there's a lot happening to with Vare. In general, it makes a lot of sense when your rack is as terrible as Sammy's just was. If you're not going to make a play that makes you very happy on the scoreboard, you might as well make a play that does a lot of stuff that you want to the board shape. And that's exactly what he's done with that really unappealing set of letters that he just had. I kind of liked your suggestion of Uvia just to continue to score. It does still block a little, but I do like the thinking behind Vare as well. So can't fault it. Makes sense. So Chris has 1, 7, or 8 letter word, and oh no, that's not true. He's got 2. He has 2, but then he also has 1 9-letter word, which I would give as a puzzle to the viewers. Not
Yes.
a word that people probably, it's a little obscure, but you probably wouldn't be surprised that it's a word. I would be impressed if people
Yes,
spot it.
actually, Jalamokas in the Twitch chat has already found 2 of the bingos already and found the 9-letter word, which is not a surprise to me. But yeah, that's going to be a great find if Chris can find it. He's actually not found any of the bingos. He's playing Chog. opening the bottom line now, which I think is not a bad idea if you can't play if you don't see the bingos. It's opening a dangerous bingo lane at the bottom of the board. And this actually does score pretty well. It scores 36 points.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I wouldn't say that it's absolutely clear to me that Chris didn't see his bingos on that previous turn, which, just for the record, those were, excuse me, those were sloughed and gumshoed to the D of G'd right here. So two 8-letter words playing into this D. And then the 9, I see the cameras again. Sorry, everybody. The 9 was shogunate, the office of a shogun. So that would be really stylish. It's not 100% clear to me that Chog isn't on par with those plays, just because you're scoring very well and keeping the blank. And I do feel that at this deficit, however, you can't really afford to wait. You need to keep pushing with as many points as possible and hope to get insanely lucky over and over again. So there is that to consider, that just practically you really do need to keep pushing and getting as many points as you can on each individual turn. So yeah, either way, wouldn't call Chog a big mistake. Ultimately, the bigger mistakes in this game have certainly happened earlier. Chris is going to look back at Lectress as a huge turning point to get him out of that consonant-heavy rack immediately.
Yep, and he missed Scamster as well. I mean, not quite as big as Error, because it does set up the S hook. But Chris does have another bingo. He's got a third opportunity at a bingo, which I believe will be his best play. And it's a pretty obscure one also. So we'll see if Chris can find it. But all the other options in terms of best plays don't really score that much. And a bingo, the one and only playable bingo, will actually at least open up the board and give him more space to bingo onto. So this could be the time now where he needs to go and find this play.
Yeah, so not sure to leave it to the audience for this find because it's kind of tricky, so I might just give it away. The word is swounded, which is not your everyday word. And also, this would be pretty impressive in the sense of actually getting to bingo with a WU combination. That's not that easy to do. Those letters are renowned. I say it a lot on these live streams. Those letters are the bane of many a Scrabble player. Just not that many words. Certainly very, very few longer words, but swounded does qualify as one of those longer words with a W and a U in it. So I really do feel like this is uncharacteristic of Chris, some of these misses. We've all had games like this, and I mean, who knows? He probably could be feeling a little hungry. It's 7 p.m. in the UK, and you might have just had a little bit of lunch. So instead, he plays Woe. I think this is more unequivocally a slightly inferior play to bingoing, but again, he keeps a very good bingo leave, and eventually, I predict he's going to get one down.
Yeah, hopefully. He's opened another easier bingo lane with the AW there now. So hopefully he has drawn some better tiles and he can finally get off to the races. But yeah, Sammy in the meantime has been drawing a lot of vowels, and he still has the V and the U together right now. So yeah, he's got a few options to play something like Buna, B-U-N-A, above Muley. At least that will kind of block off some more bingo lanes that Chris could use. And that looks kind of the best play to me in terms of all the options available. You get 30 points and keep that spread at 100, and it looks like he's found it.
As you predicted, that seems pretty good. Keeps ARV, which you don't love the V under almost any circumstances, but you do kind of like it when you're winning by a lot and you can save it to block more of the board. And you do also kind of like it when it's paired up with the R. It actually harmonizes reasonably well with the R compared to some of the other letters that you could be stuck with. So if Sammy does manage to draw an E, maybe he even gets a bingo down with that V, which would be just devastating. Maybe not. Maybe the devastation has already happened in this game, but it would just be insult to injury at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if there's a bingo here. I don't think there is though. So Chris has had three opportunities to bingo on his turn. And this specific one, he doesn't have any playable bingos. So he's going to be looking to get rid of the Y and the U, probably somewhere that scores a good number of points. Um, yeah, I mean, options would include something like YUS, onto underneath Muley, making Umu and Nuz. Again, the S is not really worth anything on this board right now. There's no way to play the S as a hook, so it's actually not that bad to play it. And there's still another S and blank, I guess, unseen still. Um, so there's things like that that he could play. But yeah, there's nothing particularly amazing here. Maybe DEY next to Tootsing, so making 8 and Moy if you don't want to play the S. But yeah, nothing particularly inspiring about this play. They're all kind of meh plays, really.
Yeah, it's just brutal that finally, after he's got a rack that maybe he can work with a little bit better, he still just doesn't have anything playable. So it really has been like the perfect storm. Of course, he would prefer not to have missed those bingos, but he also had really, really difficult ones to find. A lot of these are ones that I feel like, I myself would miss from time to time. And sometimes you get games where the finds that you're expected to make, if you're going to play flawlessly, are just not that easy. So it's been a tough one for Chris for sure. I'd say it's very uncharacteristic of his play level in general. But also, Sammy has just shown that, even now, many decades into his career, he's a pretty fierce opponent and definitely is a threat to win this tournament. So, there's too many people, Austin, that could really be considered a solid threat to win.
Yep, definitely. This is a stacked field, and we're only just kind of in the very early stages of this tournament, where a lot of the players that we're expecting to see near the top, especially towards the end of the tournament on Monday, already kind of rising through the standings, and there's obviously a lot of other players who maybe you wouldn't necessarily expect to be near the end, but are still near the top, having a good run on day one. But yeah, we're expecting both of these players really to be kind of near, or at least in contention for a prize, which I believe the top 8 will get some monetary prize, and then ninth and 10th get some kind of souvenir from MGI. So yeah, we're expecting at least both these players to be there or thereabouts come towards the end of the tournament. And there will be games like this, especially for Chris, where you just really, you miss one thing like Letras, and then it's just you just kind of lose it from there. I mean, sometimes it just happens that way.
Yeah, snowballs quick sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, we can always cut to the standings at some point. Just I feel like Chris is about to make a play.
Oh,
There we
there it is.
go. Oh no, it goes from bad to worse here. So the D hook
Yeah.
on Ver, that's not valid, and you can see
Oh, it's a
Sammy's
challenge.
clock. Yeah, we can't see the players, but if you notice, his clock immediately get neutralized. What's happening now is the players are challenging. Sammy is challenging the D hook on Verd. Undi actually is a valid word. That's okay, but this is not a valid word. Ver, I think, is an adjective with that spelling, so you can't, and I doesn't even take an S, let alone a D.
Yep.
So, yeah, rough one for Chris. He can add a phony to the litany of issues in this game now.
Yeah. I
Ouch.
mean, yeah, it's
Darn.
not great. And yeah, I mean, he might be thinking of the valid anagrams of avida and varied, which is switching the I and the R, or getting it confused with weird, Waired. Again, very easy to get those mixed up, and I get them mixed up plenty of times myself. So, yeah, easy mistake to make, and he's made it at a time when he actually doesn't have a bingo, so he's going to have to spend another move potentially sorting this out. Look like Vita is the play here.
Huh.
I don't know if this gives anything to Chris.
I wonder why not try to use more letters here. I guess just not
Yeah,
wanting to expose more letters that you can play a bingo through. I don't
he's
know if
blocking that lane.
Yeah, he's blocking that lane, but I feel like, oh, there we got the players back, hopefully. But I'm just thinking about a play like trivia, right? So the thing that's not as
Ah,
good about trivia is that it opens these lanes that are much better for 8-letter words. But it does so while also not leaving 3 vowels and a consonant, or sorry, 2 vowels and a consonant. That's
Yeah.
not that bad, actually. Never mind. I think this is fine. I should retract everything I just said. I think this is a very good defensive play that doesn't actually expose Sammy to really that bad of a rack leave. So I need
He's
to.
switching it now.
Oh, is he? Okay. Well, look, see, I knew it was better. I knew it was better. I had no doubt.
But it gives away bingos, like studenty at the very least. There's probably
Oh,
others.
true. That would be very nice. It would be good redemption for Chris, hopefully, to get something like that down here. I have to go back and give Sammy trivia instead of Vita. I thought he had committed that move. So he goes up to 397. And Austin, you spotted studenty,
Yeah.
like having the characteristics of a student through this T. So you would see that go down. Sorry for my arrow. Let me get another crack at this arrow. There we go. That's better. So studenty through that T, and
Oh,
oh man, brutal.
yeah.
So just
Yeah.
setting up that line. So there's another one, but again, that's not an easy one. It's like he's
Okay.
getting only difficult words to spot. So I don't know.
Yeah, he's also, because of the difficult words that he's had, difficult decisions earlier in the game, he's also down to 6 minutes, so he's very much aware that he cannot take too long. Sammy has overhead now to bingo, which actually just puts more uh,
And after all that, how many
more pain.
turns? So
Oh,
Chris has had the blank for that was his 4th turn of having the blank, including the phony that he played, and Sammy just plucks a natural bingo with the V. This is just the mega tilt. This is like a really rough one. Hey, you know what? The best thing you can say about this is it's just one game. Obviously, you're
bingo.
getting hit, pretty hard on the scoreboard here in terms of spread that you're coming away with in this game. He's losing by a humongous amount right now, but it's only one. It's only one game in the record keeping, and you can move on. You can come back from this. It's not fatal by any means. But Austin, you just said bingo here.
Yes, Chris has a bingo here, and he can play with incidentally, with the UN spot. Again, not an easy word to find. Pixsides, I think that's a plural maybe of Pixis,
It
potentially.
is, yeah.
124 points and pun, hitting that triple. Unfortunately, he's a little bit too far behind to really catch up, but he needs like another move just like that to kind of put him back in contention. But if he can find this, then I think that will at least make the score a lot more respectable. And I think that's at this stage, as a player, you don't want to get blown out like this on stream too badly, but you just want to make sure that you at least score a good number of points, and I think this will go a long way for that.
Yeah, for sure. This would be great for him. I really hope he finds it to get some measure of, redemption arc here to find such a stylish, difficult bingo here. I really feel like Chris typically has really good word
Oh,
knowledge, but man, it's just not his game here.
yeah.
So Prexy for 42. Normally, this would be certainly among the stronger plays that he would have available, but missing that big bingo here is a tough one for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure when it gets to when it's all said and done, I think Chris will want to erase this from the internet, from everyone ever seeing this ever again.
Yeah.
It's not a pretty one, has to be said, but at the same time, if you want to get all your mistakes out, I think you'd rather get them all out in one game and then play, get them all out, get out of your system, and then do really well in all the other games that you have coming up. So yeah, I mean, we also need to bear in mind that this is towards the end of the day here, but they've already played 7 games. This is the 8th game, and they have another game after this. So Chris has also traveled from Missouri, I believe, in the US. So again, I don't know if he is under any jet lag or anything. So we've got to go take those kind of factors into account. And he does finally gets his bingo down at
There
the
we
bottom of
go. Nice.
but what is the blank?
Yeah, let's hope it's an M or an L, or I guess it could also be an N. I'm going to guess he's taking no chances and he's going to make that an M. That's just my guess. Of course, we could find out that that's not the case. But yeah, hold on a sec. Let me just see if we can get the players back one more time. So yeah, he's finally done with that torturous journey of getting the bingo down. It took a few turns, but we got there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean this is Scrabble, right? Scrabble is definitely a game where things can go wrong. Oh, let me just update the racks here. Things go wrong. Things snowball. There is a mental component. We've seen it in pretty much any situation. I'm not even sure necessarily that like you can't know for sure if you're in Chris's shoes that you've even missed anything. You
Yeah.
might you might just think to yourself that, man, I had really tough racks. I might have missed one or two things in this game. He'll get the bad news when he looks afterwards. Somebody that's watching the stream maybe will tell him. If so, please be nice. Yeah, be
Yep.
gentle.
Yep.
But these things do happen. Stamina is a factor. Mindset is a factor. This is why those of us that play Scrabble really seriously kind of instinctively understand that there are parts of this game that are very much like a quote unquote mind sport, so to speak.
Yep, definitely. And again, these players are not robots. I mean, you're going to miss things from time to time. Sometimes it happens in one game. Sometimes it's spread out over a number of games. And playing on the stream is definitely not the easiest thing to do. I know both these players are very experienced and have played on the stream many times before, but even then, it's still not easy. And especially when you have any ounce of doubt in your head, it can manifest and beyond whatever move you were unsure about and move on to other moves that you were potentially not sure about. There could be all of those four bingos that Chris missed. He could have seen them all. I just wasn't sure about them. But again, I know that for a fact that if we told him that there was a bingo on all those four moves and where it was, he would find every single one.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of the perfect storm for Sammy here that it all happened against him on stream at the same time.
Yeah, I don't want to minimize Sammy's performance
Yeah.
here, playing extremely accurately and also very nice defensive play throughout as well. Sammy is a really, really strong player. He's been rated in the 2100 range in Wespa before for long, long periods of time. I don't think he's there right now, but nobody would be surprised at all to see him summon some of that ability. It's all there. Years and decades of experience for him. He would be the last person to get rattled by being in contention. He's just been there so many times as he switches his L to an R. So no question in my mind that Sammy is going to be in the thick of things as long as the tiles cooperate even a little bit. And I really don't think this is the end of Chris either. He played quite well in our first game that we had him on stream. I feel like he has a pedigree of being an elite player. And, here's something. My record against Chris Lipe is 3-14, 4-13, one of those. So I really struggle against Chris. He just owns me over the board. So, and I have very good records against some really good people in Scrabble, like Nigel Richards. 6-2 against Nigel Richards, but I'm 4-13 against Chris Lipe. So maybe that says a little bit more than anything else about his ability.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, we all kind of have a bogey player, so to speak. And yeah, I think I also have a negative record against Chris Lipe. He always seems to do very well against me, whenever we play, and always very aggressive with how he plays. Looks like Sammy is not going to play out. I would actually like to have seen him. Going back, he actually played Prey. It gave Chris a possible outplay of Furlot, Firlot,
Oh, yeah.
which would have, you would know Furlots and Florist as a anagram pair.
Sure.
I would have liked to see Sammy play Paley, Paly, and then he could go out with Brant. I think that's good. To that open A potentially.
Oh, nice
that way
one.
he would have at least be able to recycle that A and go out. So yeah, I mean these are all kind of minute errors in the grand scheme of this game, but in the same time, both of these players have kind of okay-ish spreads. So any combination that you can get more spread, eke out more spread whenever you can, especially if you know that Chris is kind of not really playing quite as well as he is at this moment in time, then I would obviously go for it.
Yeah, for sure. It's tough. I mean, that is one of the toughest things in Scrabble in games like this from either side to
Yeah.
continue to grind and pay attention to your end game sequences and really maximizing every last point. It's kind of a fallacy that in a game that's decided by 30 or 40 points, you're probably paying much more attention to the end game than a game decided by 200 points. But actually, those spread points end up equally impactful when all is said and done. So the players that have the most focus and that play their best end games on a consistent basis and who really are able to focus no matter the game situation almost always end up having really, really good tiebreakers. And that matters a lot for your eventual placement in the standings. So, yeah, these little details. But at the same time, there is a human factor where you only have so much energy to burn unless you really work on getting to that point as a Scrabble player where you can do all of those calculations and all of that, the pre-end game and end game wizardry without it exhausting you. That's actually kind of tough when you have to make everything so natural that it doesn't really burn through your energy reserves. And I don't really blame anybody. I've done it often enough myself where I'm just too tired. I can't waste my energy optimizing an end game in a 200-point win or loss. So I do get that human element for sure.
Definitely, there's definitely a big human element here. I mean, I think it's just kind of natural, once you've kind of when you kind of feel that you've got the job done, you kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit. Know that the game is really in danger now. You kind of go on autopilot, so to speak, and then just save your energy for other games. And as you said, this is the eighth game of the day, and they're still playing another game probably until they probably finish at about 8:30 p.m. Local time. So it's going to be a very long day for them, and this is just day one. So yeah, there's still plenty more to go. And again, you don't want to be running too low on energy or mental capacity, getting towards day two of the tournament just because you were trying to work out the best end game that would give you an extra 5 points. Like it's not really worth it, so to speak. So, yeah, definitely, obviously, that's just one of the part of the stamina element of long and arduous tournaments like this.
Yeah, I've heard these, I'm not sure how much stock to put in them, stories about chess players burning thousands of calories a day just sitting at the table playing chess.
Yeah.
There's no question that I feel that effect happening, and I've said this from time to time. I literally feel like my head is overheating. I feel like the temperature inside my brain area is like I don't know how much warmer than usual, but it just feels like I've been overheating in my brain. And no, I will not see a doctor about this. So nobody asked me about that in chat. I'm fine. This is totally natural. This is just Scrabble warming the inner workings of my brain. There's nothing weird about it. So, yeah, so there you go. It's a round 8 game. Not one that Chris Lipe will want to remember forever, but certainly a big one for Sammy as he moves up to 7-1, and he's going to be hoping, if we just peek at the standings here, he's going to be hoping that and it looks like Craig Solomons did lose his first game. We haven't seen Craig on stream yet, but we did see Ed Martin win a very, very impressive comeback victory against Phil Robertshaw a couple rounds ago. You see Phil there down at 12th place, still very much in the hunt this early. But yeah, this is if Ed were to lose, his spread is so high that he would probably need to really get a bad blowout loss if Sammy is going to pass him. But Sammy is in all likelihood going to move up to second place, so he definitely improves his chances here. But again, we've got so far to go that looking at the scoreboard too much, Austin, is probably not the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early stages. We're just looking at, really, I think at this early stage, you're just looking at who's got number of wins at this stage. I mean, there's plenty of time for other players to get blowout wins and catch up with
Oh,
Ed Martin on the
sorry, folks.
um, all right, on the spread factor here. I mean, you can see that even Natalie Zolti, who's in the sixth position, has a very high spread also. And then there's a big gap between those two and everyone else on their spreads. Again, notable shout out to Toki Aka in fifth place with a 6-1 with 6-1 record and a minus spread.
That's
So
amazing.
yeah, I don't even know how that's even possible, but he's got there and he's in the top five based on his number of wins. So again, as long as you get the wins on the board, that's what really matters at this stage. And yeah, we're going to just see who can kind of keep this going, this kind of momentum going into day two, and then we'll kind of really see who the front runners of this tournament are going to be.
Yeah, shout out to Natalie Zolti as well with a huge spread there of almost 900 points. So, yeah, that's a very impressive showing by her on day one. So yeah, a lot of these players we have not seen on the stream. So at least in the early going, while we have our pick of a lot of really good options available, we'll try to mix it up a little bit. And then heading into probably the latter half of day two, and certainly on Monday, the final day, we will be prioritizing those top games on the stream just to make sure that we're covering the absolute most impactful matchups here. So, yeah, with that, again, we were almost at the finish line of day one, Austin. I'm feeling okay. I could probably go for some lunch at some point, but I'm up for one more game of Scrabble. How are you doing as we head into the home stretch today?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I mean, for those that don't know, both Will and I are both based in North America, so it's still afternoon time for us. So we're feeling pretty fresh. I like to think. Maybe not you, because you've been up for a long time. You've been away for a long time. But yeah, we're doing good. We got one more game to go. And again, I'm just going to say big thank you to everyone who've been following me on Twitch, new followers today, and got involved with the predictions. You should, if you are watching right now and on Twitch, then go ahead and give Will a sub on YouTube. Definitely
I'm
would do that. Definitely recommend that. And watch all his videos, although I'm pretty sure all of you have pretty much seen a bunch of videos anyway already.
trying to get the link to your Twitch. It's not linking. There we go. Okay, so
Oh,
I got a link out in YouTube as well. So we got to cross pollinate these channels. Thank you very much for the kind words, Austin. But definitely want to use this as an opportunity to plug Austin's Twitch, where we are simulcasting there. Of course, if you're on YouTube and want to check out that POV, it's going to look very similar, except you're also going to get predictions and the Twitch interactive features that I don't know how to do yet on YouTube. So could be a good option if you're looking to show some support there. So I think it's really not going to be long until we pick our final game of the day in round 9. I think we're going to have some great options, but we will let's go to a quick break right now. I think all of our cameras are all set. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes for our final round of the day, round 9 from Milton Keynes, UK at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. All right, everybody. Austin is taking a quick break, but I think our players are here. Of course, we had our player cam get dropped again, so hopefully we'll get that back. But I had told our producer on site that the players would be able to start as soon as they sat down, and I know the players have bagged the tiles. And for those of you that have been asking for Harshan, now is his first streaming appearance. So we're going to have Harshan Lamabadu Surya, and just mentioning, so Austin sitting back down. Hey, Austin, just letting you know, the players did sit down, and I think they're ready to head into their game. So I did a quick intro. We did lose our player cam again, hoping for the best. But yeah, we did see there's the handshake there. Jason Carney playing earlier. I can't remember who it was that he played. I think it was Brett, actually. Was that true?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's who it was. And it was a very, very well contested game with Brett coming out on top. So pretty sure that Jason, I did not know as much about him as I do about Harshan, but he really impressed me in that game. So I think we're going to end the day with a really good contest, Austin.
Yeah, I think so. Again, we saw earlier that Jason's a very good player. And as I said, he's been near the top of the UK rating list for quite some time now. So yeah, he also, as I said, he also played in Vegas last year for the World Scrabble Championships. And yeah, he's a very solid player just overall, and he can really beat anyone on his day. So yeah.
So the players I know are seated. I'm pretty sure the only thing stopping us from beginning is maybe we're trying to get those cams back on. Other than that, we are ready to rock here. So yeah, again, just a quick peek back at the standings. While we try to resolve that issue. So you can see Ed with, we saw him really steal one away from Phil Robertshaw through very little fault of Phil's. The only thing you could say is that Ed made a really clever play of pillar, which is not a valid word, spelt with an E, P-I-L-L-E-R, not valid. So yeah, in any case, he stole that game away, and he has not lost another one. The only 8-0 at the top, but we just saw Sammy come out on top in a big way against Chris Lipe. We haven't seen Craig Solomons or Natalie Zolti on stream yet, but they are doing very well in that top group. And you can see our matchup right now is between the 5th and 6th players in the standings, and there we go. We got them. I think we should be ready to rock here. I think we have the right players, standings, scores, all that good stuff. So we are going to get underway with our final game of the day. Hope it's a good one.
Yep, let's hope for a close game. And once again, this will be the last prediction that I'll be running on my Twitch channel if you're watching from Twitch. I've set the betting line to Harshan plus 40 points. If you think he's going to win more than 40, if you think that Harshan will win by at least 40 points, then vote for option 1. And any other result, then vote for option 2. You've got about 2 minutes to make your prediction.
Oh, yeah, spelling error. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be D-U-S.
Thank you. I got it. Yeah, I was hasty. Thank you very much. I have spelled it right before, but in fact, I even used his name to size these windows when I was building this. I guarantee you this is the name I used. So yeah, that's just me and my haste. Thank you very much for pointing that out. We got it fixed. Yeah, so Harshan definitely one of the stronger players out there. He was just the runner-up at the most recently concluded World Championship against David Eldar, taking him to 7 games in an extremely exciting matchup, I should say, right down to the wire. One of the better, I just felt like it was so epic as I was watching that match. And of course, David Eldar winning his 2nd championship in the process. And ooh, wow, this is such a plausible word. Okay, so Harshan is definitely challenging this.
Yeah, he's going to challenge that one.
So jadeite, the reason why this word makes so much sense, and maybe it's best. Okay, so they're going to the challenge computer. I'll explain why this move makes so much sense. So jadeite with this spelling is valid, and jaditic is valid. So what would jaditic be about if not jadeite, right? Like just looking, this is valid, this is not. Why? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But in fact, just a tough, it's a totally normal play to see Jason make here, and of course it gets challenged off. I feel like that's kind of a reasonable play to make unless you've studied the dictionary crazy hard, Austin.
Yep, very much so. And I'm sure that if he maybe thought a bit longer, he may not have seen jadites with an S as a seven. So again, you're kind of working backwards and thinking, have I seen that? It's a relatively, I say not relatively high probable set of tiles, apart from the J otherwise. So I'm sure that he would have maybe a bit taken a bit longer. He might have noticed that. And maybe again, because you're on the stream, there's a bit more added pressure. You might have additional pressure trying to play the best moves all the time, and maybe a slight element of that of trying not to play the worst move or not the best move. You know, you're pushing the boat out a little bit more than you need to came into play there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know, you either I feel like I'm not sure there's that many people that love the fact that you have to embrace these oddities of the dictionary if you want to play super top level Scrabble. Either you're kind of indifferent to it and you're just like, all right, fine, I'll learn all this minutia if I'm going to be a top level Scrabble player. Or I think for most players, maybe aspiring players, it gets on your nerves. Like it's actively annoying that you would have to, you know, familiarize yourself with this very inconsistent tome if you want to reach a high level at Scrabble. But there's no doubt about it that those players that really do master the ins and outs of the dictionary like that are going to, I mean, that's a big advantage that Harshan just gained. He took the first move away from Jason in this game, and you can see Jason shaking his head, and you know the body language there. Just you know, this game is literally the furthest from over that a game could possibly be. It hasn't even started yet. There's no words on the board, so you know, there's still the winning chances were really not swung super far in one direction, especially with Harshan not having much here, and he just plays PE, Austin. I wonder what he's thinking.
Yeah, he might be thinking that Jason might have a bingo or some kind. He might be like baiting Harshan into playing playing something like, I don't know. But you know Jadeite he has, so maybe I don't know. Because like there aren't that many bingos with Jadeite, I guess. I'm not really quite sure what he would be thinking there. Maybe he's just going for optimal leave, trying to go for optimal leave without blowing the rack up. Jason just played off jam now, so I guess Harshan knows what the other four tiles he has in his rack. But I don't know. I mean, it's probably not a move that I would have played, but at the same time, I haven't become a world championship runner-up before, so.
Yeah, I mean the interesting thing about this is just that, again, from Harshan's POV, let me explain this, right? So again, what he could have done on this opening move, what normally might be the top equity move, which that's what we call the combination of points and leave value. We call that equity, would be something like peened, like this. So that's valid, right? But we know that this would get met with jadeite for 1,000,000 points, and he's definitely knows that spelling, right? I feel like that, yeah. If he knows the wrong one, then he knows that now he knows this is the right one. So you can't play this now because it's going to get hit with this massive play. So I think he just sort of wanted to, it's actually kind of difficult to find a reasonable longer word play that doesn't give that possibility back to Jason. I think that's probably, it's kind of like the best play by default because Harshan's trying to avoid that big play through all the other situations.
Yep, you can't put that E in the four time lane. So the four time lane is like in between where you kind of get the two double word squares. So it really cuts down his options. I mean, unless he decides to play PENED, but with the P one short of the double of the double letter square, like in a weird way. He could do something like that, for example, but maybe PE, he's just trying to maximize his bingo percentages. But in this case, he doesn't get a bingo. He plays Wayne for how much is that?
40. That's a really
That's a lot of
nice,
points.
all
Yeah.
those overlaps. That's like a great play. And moreover, I feel like it's not, well, I guess it is still pretty easy to get 7-letter words here. I mean, the real virtue of Waned is just it scores so well with all these overlaps. 40 points in that spot is nothing to sneeze at. But there is definitely a chance that Jason would draw very well and be able to come up with something here. I guess the thing about it is that this is really only that good for an R, words ending in ER. This is really a far better suffix than anything else to play there. And of course, Harshan knows there's really no evidence that Jason has an R. He didn't play one with Jadeite, and Jam only played a couple of tiles. So maybe you're not so worried about that. And just ultimately, 40 points, you're just going to take that anyway. But wow, look at this swing here, Austin.
Yes. So Jason just plays Cobb. I think it's one of the best players he has available. Harshan now draws into Stavs, which will play underneath Jab. For how many? 85 points. So yeah, it could be first blood to Harshan here in this final game of the day.
Worth noting that speen is a word. So even before this play of Cobb, which gives a significantly better place to play Starve, Starves would play here. So Harshan was basically very, very, very likely to play this bingo that he's drawn of Starves. But now, after Cobb, there's a much better place to do it, getting him a bunch more points. And I was going to say, I don't expect to see him not play this for that much longer, as there it is, the first bingo of the game for Harshan.
Yep, Stavs would have played underneath Peen as well, making Peen, Met, and DA, so it would have pretty much be unblockable, an unblockable bingo. He won't be able to block both ends of Peen. But yeah, Harshan goes into a 74-point lead. And does Jason have anything?
He's got pretty solid balanced letters. Maybe the one extra vowel instead of the consonant is the only fly in the ointment there. There's definitely plenty of 8-letter words that he could have with this, but none that actually fit on this board. So from his POV, he's going to be looking, because these letters are very good, synergistic, low point tiles. But without an actual playable bingo available, I wonder what he's going to do. I mean, so the two thematic types of choices that he could do here would be to play something longer, like diasis through the S of Starves, DIOCESE, or he could go hyper aggressive and play something like EVO right here, just that, which creates I think this is another cry of Bacchic Frenzy. We love all of our cries of Bacchic Frenzy in the Collins lexicon, but if he were to play EVO through here, it would set up a very good sevens line, but also you really are exposing yourself to getting hit pretty hard by a lot of possible plays that Harshan could have. All he would need is an E. So not sure which direction I would go. Maybe there's a middle ground somewhere, Austin, like Tice or something from this T. What do we think of that?
Oh, yeah, these are the kind of moves that I could easily spend like 10 minutes just contemplating, even though there's like a very marginal difference between all those moves. Of course, Diocese would score a bit more, but it gives away a lot of points through that I, through that triple letter square. So, and you kind of blow up your rack too. So it might not be good, especially if he wants to try and bingo soon. I would probably play something like Evo, but I'm probably too aggressive. So I don't know.
Yeah. Tough one. You're right about that I. Definitely instantly becoming the best scoring spot. You could see a play like Diocese. You think you're doing it because you're scoring a bunch of points as opposed to these lower scoring moves, but in fact you're giving away even more points than you would with these low scoring moves. Ultimately, the job that you have here is to win the game, not necessarily score the most points. So if you're playing for 26 but you give a 50-pointer back, Is that really any better than playing for 12 and not giving much back? The problem is these plays through the V actually do give up a lot back some of the time. So, there is our answer. That's the choice. I really feel like this is stylistic. I don't think this is a mistake necessarily at all by Jason. This is just the pathway he's chosen to travel in this game.
Yep, I think so too. Things like Diocese, again, could easily block off bingo lands if you play through that eye as well. So if you had something like that, it might be too easy for Harshan to kind of block the board out with a good score. Something like Evo here sets up another spot with the E obviously underneath, and then keeps that S open with starves. And then maybe if you have an S or something, or maybe bingo through the P or P, and you kind of keep everything more options open, especially if you need to bingo as soon as possible, really. So again, yes, this is a very stylistic choice here, and Harshan kind of, I guess, going for the equity play here, playing OY. Setting up setting up a bingo lane. There's already a bingo lane there, but an easier bingo lane potentially with lots of hooks with TO.
Yeah, it's interesting because he didn't really have that strong of a play. Let me just flip the board back. He didn't have a great play. He had an E and he had a Y, which would have been great if he had a play going all the way across. It would have scored something in the realm of the upper 40s points. But he just didn't quite have the word to play in that spot. So instead, he plays Oi, which are his two weakest bingo tiles on his rack here, getting rid of these two, leaving all this other good stuff. This means he's going to bingo a lot on his next turn, and it is kind of a partial block of this spot. I mean, maybe there are a few instances where he inadvertently blocks, well, not inadvertently, where he blocks something there. But yeah, Austin, you're totally right that from Jason's POV, even a play here from Harshan doesn't block this S or the P. There were definitely chances for him to draw a bingo. Instead, he's drawn the Z, which isn't the worst news, but it's going to be tough. I feel like his best places to play it are all on this row, and they all give a lot of possible comeback to Harshan.
Yep, I think so too. And here, Jason's 82 points behind. I wonder if there's any merit to playing Diciest, setting up the Z for the triple. It's quite possible that Harshan is playing Oi because he's close to a bingo and he might not play next to Diciest. So that might be an easier way to get 30 points now and maybe get another 70 points with the Z on the next turn. It's definitely possible that could be an easier way to come back in this game. I'm not really quite sure myself, but every other move that scores well is going to open the bottom part of the board, like Zitty, Z-I-T-E. And it's going to give something back as well underneath that with a triple there. So you could potentially make an argument to kind of say, roll the dice with Diciest.
That's a really interesting idea. I just feel like that has a chance to be the right play just because of the massive amount of comeback that all these other plays are likely to have. It would just terrify me to play something like, the Z plays right here and open yourself up to getting hammered in many different variety of plays down there, right? So ZITE would play here, and he is going to do that. And,
okay.
If he can avoid getting hit super hard there, which Harshan has a lot of good... Does Harshan not have... He has so many bingos on his rack, but maybe he can't... Oh, he has bit rate down there, which is going to hit like a truck. Oh, my God. Okay. So this could end very badly for Jason. Maybe there were instances where this wouldn't end that badly for him, but I feel like I would be terrified by Harshan playing Oi on his previous turn. I would be thinking to myself, man, I just can't make such a big spot there. But I don't really fault him that much because he's supposed to play Diciest, which is kind of a weird play in its own right, though your rationale for it is spot on. I feel like maybe that is the safest thing. He could have played Toze here, Toze. Maybe that's slightly safer. The problem with it is it leaves two eyes, which you would never want to do. If you draw a third eye, you'll regret that immediately. So all the plays were flawed. And immediately the bad news comes for Jason. It just feels like this game has set up in such a frustrating way for him since that opening play.
Yeah, this is obviously not going the way that Jason wants. He's already, well, how much was, well, bit rate was, how many points was that?
105.
105. That's a huge score. And again, so that was partly the reason why I was thinking Ziti might not have been the best play, in my opinion, because OY is very scary, as you said. You could maybe infer that Harshan has other vowels, like the E, that he could probably play underneath that and hit hard anyway. So I probably would have, again, rolled the dice on Diciest myself, but again, it's not really an error, so to speak, with the two options. But it's just very unlucky that Harshan had a 105-point bingo that goes right underneath the spot that he had.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, there are definitely, when things are going well in a tournament, you can make a play like ZT or however you would. I think that's a variation of just the regular food ZT. You can make a play like that, and maybe your opponent just has absolutely nothing. Maybe they don't have an S or an E that would play underneath tot, right? You really need one of those two tiles if you're going to play under there. Maybe they don't have a 6-letter word that reaches all the way, and you just get away with it. You can just get away with it sometimes. And is that O because of Harshan's draw there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's got multiple bingos here. But again, we're just gonna wait to see what Jason does next. But whatever he plays, I'm pretty sure Harshan is going to bingo again for a third time in this game, and again, it's going to be a very one-sided game.
Yeah, it's a tough one. We've had a couple like that, but we did have a couple super close ones before that, so that's normal. You watch enough Scrabble. There's going to be all types. Some of these games where you get out to a big start and the game is somewhat decided from the get-go, and then, of course, we love it when we get those back-and-forth games that are totally up in the air until the very last move. So, yeah, I have no idea what Jason is supposed to do here, by the way. This is a brutal, brutal situation of being down so much with just terrible letters. He's going to go ahead and play guide. There's probably not too much better than this, but I feel like I would probably want to get rid of both G's if possible. So we'll see if he comes up with a better way to do that. I was thinking that perhaps gig. I think it's a dance. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Gigue. That would play here and get a lot of clunk off. So he's going to go back to guide.
That's a ramekin next to the right of guide, GI and UN.
Yeah, yikes. So it's going to go from bad to worse very quickly.
Yeah, K's going to be doubled as well, so it's going to be almost 90 points. 88 in fact.
So the suggested play for Harshan here, Austin pointed it out, would just be ramekin right here. Let's see, and you can see it's coming down a little bit blurry, but you can still see it pretty easily. Wow, very nice. So Harshan's spotting it. And hold on, let's go back here. And hope that, did we lose our players again? I think hopefully tomorrow we'll have this fixed and swap in sort of a different way of doing this. As long as we have the board camera, we're okay. We can still do analysis, thankfully. But, of course, it's nice to see what the players are up to. So, yeah, something to work on. But, yeah, it's a tough one for Jason here, Austin. It's just how the cookie crumbles. But I guess in both of these games we've seen that have been blowouts, there have been big mistakes early. Do those big mistakes justify the avalanche that followed? Maybe not, but I think ultimately, rather than focus on how unlucky the rest of the game has been, and it has been, it's usually more productive to focus on like, well, I shouldn't have made that mistake at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, very much so. And again, we keep talking about, these errors kind of snowballing. Um, Jadeite from the get-go, kind of put Jason on the back foot. And again, that you may play a phony on the very first turn, and really anything can still happen. But Harshan kind of seized control with playing PE because he knew what Jason had, and then kind of manifested into a bingo first, and then manages to get two more bingos. So again, it probably doesn't justify the kind of unluckiness that Jason has got since then, but that is literally how things go sometimes. You have to look at the errors that you make, and in next time you should ever say, I need to just not do that. Just simple as that.
Sounds simple. Yeah,
Yeah,
the plan sounds simple,
it
but
does. Very simple.
executing it can be. That's why we love Scrabble. It wouldn't be fun if it wasn't challenging. So, all right, Ogmic, why
All right.
not? This is actually the best pre-simulation. We call that statically evaluated before you're taking into account the actual shape of the board and all of those other considerations. Ogmic is the best combination of points and leave available on this turn. It also has the benefit of being crazily aggressive at a massive deficit, which maybe Jason wants to do here. If he wants to, I mean, again, you have to be realistic. What are your chances of defeating the world championship runner-up when you're down by 200 points in this game? But if you have any chance at all, opening a gigantic spot right here is probably the way to go and hope for the best. And actually, it's not like Harshan doesn't have anything devastating in that spot. I guess he's likely to play like Chaw or Schwa or something.
Yep, I think so. I mean, again, you just got to try and make things happen. Again, Ogmate just so happens to be the best statically played, and also opens up a triple lane. I'm fully expecting to see Chaw come down, but not only does it open a triple lane, it opens up a bingo lane above the O as well, of Ogmic, and it doesn't really score much, but you're kind of opening the board in multiple places and just giving yourself a shot to be able to play a bingo somewhere on this board. And you can see that Jason's actually very close to a bingo here, but I don't think he has anything.
Close, yeah, he's
Yeah,
close,
I
but
don't think he has anything. But
annoying, yeah,
yeah,
annoyingly, he is pretty close. All right, we got the players back. Fingers
mm,
crossed. But yeah, I definitely, there's no way in the world that Harshan's not blocking that C. You don't get to be where he is in Scrabble for nothing. And there is the play that we had just called out. I think it's totally nice. Another nice thing about it, I don't think this matters too much. Maybe Harshan will follow up if he draws an E. Maybe he'll get some kind of really cool, stylish overlap with EDH, keeping the E in that spot. But again,
oh,
that's kind of not the most obvious, and he would need an E anyway to make use of it. So we'll see. Who knows?
yep.
Um,
Got to consider everything.
yeah, especially when you're up by 240 points. But
Yeah.
again, this early, you really want to pile on those big wins because that's how you're going to get to the top of the standings with that tiebreaker. So,
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, with Jason very close to a bingo here, it looking like he needs to play off the L and the E somewhere and keep lanes open, or maybe open more lanes potentially. But doing that, he's not going to score very many points. So yeah, it's not looking good for him. But
he
you
can
know,
actually play through this spot too. Something like Lenite looks like it scores
oh yeah,
really, really nicely with Eth and all these other overlaps.
oh
ETH,
that's
Eth,
nice.
and KEA. Those would be pretty cool to fit in that spot. So he'll have to sort of get out of the mindset of trying to bingo because that blows up a lot of the good bingo tiles on his rack. But it does score 35 points and would be some style points. Sometimes style points are all you have to play for at this point of a game like this. So, and meanwhile, Harshan with Dushful there. Okay, so a totally different type of play by Jason. He is going for broke to get that bingo down, just playing lay for 6.
So the thing is, I would have probably have played something like Neb, just to the left instead, opening up the triple, because at the moment he's going to put something there, and then well, with lay, he's going to end the bingo with an E. It's not going to score much, and it's going to open the triple anyway. So you might as well score 4 extra points and make it a bit more threatening that you can actually put something on either side of the N rather than just one side of the L, which isn't going to do too much. So I mean, again, not going to say this is an error, but I think there were probably better ways, a better execution of how that could have been done if he wants to do something down the bottom left corner.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So, yeah, in case I don't think it really needs too much illustration, but the idea that Austin is saying is that after a play like lay, if you actually do get your bingo down, it's going to go here and then give Harshan a ton of counterplay, either alongside the bingo or through this spot to the triple. Whereas instead, if you were to just play Neb and Harshan somehow doesn't have a very good rack, which you kind of need to be true anyway, now you've got a chance of bingoing for many more points to the triple and setting up multiple lanes for yourself while you're at it in the process. So there are a couple benefits there. These tiny little positional tweaks. Yeah, I just again, it's not going to make the difference in this game, but these are little like teaching moments, I guess, for you all out there to think about positions in that way.
Yeah, I mean, again, yeah, it's not going to really make too much of a difference in this instance, but again, in a closer game, that could easily be the difference between winning and losing, especially if you're not necessarily 230 points behind. You could be closer to just 30 points behind, and that might be crucial. But yeah, I mean, it's now going to see what Harshan's going to do here. Wonder what his kind of psyche is at this stage. Like he's pretty much just on the home straight, just ready to cross the line really already. It's a matter of now, can he extract more spread from Jason, and how is he going to do it? And he's going to play Dur, which I think is a way to block the S hook for spin, and also block bingos that end with vowels next to the P as well.
Yeah, definitely a little blocky. Also, of course, you're using one of the two U's and one of your higher point tiles. I don't know. I mean, it does still leave like SOH is still there. I guess the spin hook is a little bit easier to use. You can have more bingos with an S that way. And quickly, Jason plays a U-Tur-I here. I don't really think he has anything super much better than that. But it feels like he's somewhat given up on his quest of bingoing here, burning through 5 tiles at once for not that great of a score. I guess it does open the board a little bit as well, but I think he could hardly be forgiven for just wanting, hardly be, sorry, I think he could easily be forgiven for just wanting to get to the end of the game with some speed and probably go, and I hope these players have changed their dinner reservations because it's 8 p.m. in the UK right now after our slightly late start.
Yeah, it's getting late where they are. I mean, they're not in Spain where they'll have dinner at like 11 o'clock or anything, but yeah, they better get out there and before things close. But yeah, this is definitely a move. I think Jason's kind of throwing the towel in here. He could easily have just played SUI, bottom right corner onto the ass, keeping Inter, if he really wanted to get or move closer to a bingo himself. But it looks like he's actually drawn into Envryon underneath Uteri. So again, there's not really much in the grand scheme of things, but at least he has something. But we'll have to see if Harshan is going to block that spot or what even Harshan's going to do next.
Yeah, that's true. There is so that 7-letter word ready to go down right here, Environ. I think it feels like, I'm just wondering, is that possibly going to stay open? I mean, Harshan, so like normally in this situation, something like flour or fluor right here, like fluorine, would play to this R. Maybe he wouldn't want to do that because it puts an F out in space. But I feel like that type of thinking is more reserved for games where you're winning by like 70 or 80. In this game, I might just say, sure, okay, if he has a bingo to the F He probably doesn't, and if he does, I'm fine anyway. So if he were to play something like that right here to this R, then this spot stays open and Jason's able to bingo. That would leave an E in the triple lane. So there could be some fireworks coming depending on how Harshan chooses to play this. But I guess we'll find out how committed he is to defense here.
Yep, I mean another option to play defense is to play UFO above Uteri, so over the T, E, and the R. With the FE there, you can't play any bingos above the FE, so they won't fit there, but you can still fit bingos underneath. And it would block Envirion in this case, and it also blocks the bingo lane, or at least heavily restricts the bingo lane on the third row through the R Ramekin. So that would only really leave anything underneath Uteri or anything to the left of Lei, and that's really it. But at the same time, Jason's just played 5 tiles, so his rack is pretty close to random. You might have 2 good tiles and that'll be it, but you're not really expecting him to play a bingo here, which is partly why I think Fluor might just be the best play here anyway. Or made even more, have more emphasizing that it is the best play here because Jason probably has a near enough to random rack here.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's how you can interpret playing 5 tiles, is that, you know, he doesn't really have too many tiles that he wants to keep. He's played 5 of them. As we see Harshan playing lift, that looks like he really is committed to the defensive approach. So actually, let's just quickly see before. Yeah, so this is,
there it is.
Before Harshan made his move, there were 19 consonants and 11 vowels. So I feel like the move that he made, lift, kept IOUS, which is normally very vowel heavy, but in this particular case, that's kind of a good thing because there's more consonants than vowels coming. So yes, as Austin said, Environ comes down, and now it's just up to what Harshan drew of how hard he's going to hit that triple, that open triple to the E.
Yeah, there's actually like 0 chance that this E in the spot is going to stay open after this next turn from Harshan. He's going to be playing something here. No matter what, this again, the only way he could lose this game is to be tripled on, and he's got at least an S as a consonant that we know. So
yeah, he has IOUS, so it's kind of like we maybe he somehow missed some consonants, and it's going to be very difficult for him to play through there. But really, all he needs is like 1 consonant, and he's playing through there. So
yeah, exactly.
We'll see. Rack's not updated yet.
You can even play U-Boy.
That's true. We got more. So many cries of Bacchic Frenzy that we love so much. That one is one of the top ones. We've seen a few of them. All right, Jason's rack is updated, but not Harshan's yet. Still, unless, did he somehow? Okay, there we go. He has Lousier. Not sure if there's. Oh, he does. Oh, this is interesting. So he has, the only bingo he has is through the V of Environ. So he would be leaving that spot wide open. I feel like that is almost certainly pretty safe at this score. It would take a really crazy triple even after this to make a difference here, because again, he's going to be going up by 245 points. So it would take a hell of a triple to even make this thing close. So I don't think it's a big deal not blocking that E.
Yeah, I mean the only chances here is if Jason has like a triple with like Q U E something and doubling that Q as well and getting 200 points. And even then he will still be behind. Like that is how far behind he is. But yeah, I mean, he's got the Q and there's actually no real place to play it. So it just kind of compounds Jason's misery even more that the last U just got played with on Harshan Bingo. And I think that's also the last I as well. So that Q is really going nowhere unless he can draw an A and a T somehow. Otherwise, it's just going to be keeping that on his rack for a little bit longer.
Yeah, brutal. It's like it really, when it rains, it pours sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna struggle to use that Q. He doesn't really have any hope coming to him in the bag either. There's no I's, there's no U's. Maybe he'll draw a T. Is that the best he can hope for? Even then, that's not going to fit anywhere that I see very easily. So that Q is a total albatross right now. And on the other hand, Harshan drawing a pretty nicely balanced set of scoring letters. I don't think he's likely to have a bingo here. Actually, does he have? No, not quite.
I think so.
I thought through the R. So in my mind, I was like, there's something through that R, but it's patronly. It doesn't quite fit. So, wow.
Yeah, the A draw. Yeah, picking an A will give him Cade through the Uturi and in the middle of the board. But that really is the only hope in terms of playing the Q at any point now, unless some other new opening comes up. But yeah, it's really very, very dire for Jason here, and he's gonna really have to go through, even though he is 245 behind, further damage limitation at this stage, which is crazy.
Yeah. Tough one for sure. It is not good when the best you can hope for your Q is like a 24-point dumping play to id on the board. This is kind of a textbook example of, there's not very many tiles like this in the set that come up with these horrible situations the way that the Q tends to. I feel like that's like one of the first big building blocks or big learning points that you quickly understand as you go from a casual Scrabble player into a more serious one, is that the Q really is as bad as we all say it is. So, as Jason plays Dern, so yeah, I mean, not sure what he's hoping for here. Maybe I'm trying to see, does this help his Q at all? Not really.
Not really, no. Not really. We'll see soon if he has picked out one of the two A's that's still in the bag.
Yeah.
And we consider Harshan has one on his rack, and the solitary T as well. So, unbeknownst to Jason, Cat is, if for whatever reason it becomes open, is not going to be possible. Or even Talak as well through the L of Rivulos, but you need multiple letters to go. You need pretty much every single letter that you need for Talak left in the bag to go on your rack. But yeah, here Dern is just trying to, damage limitation here, blocking that E from potential more pain coming his way. Something like a Plenty would have fit down there for Harshan. He also has Poly, Poly onto the L Rivulos, scoring 39 points. And I believe there's 3 tiles in the bag, so whether or not that will change Harshan's idea as to what he wants to play.
I have to update
not
this.
Emptying that.
Sorry, yeah, the unseen are about to update. My fault. So you're right. 3 tiles in the bag. I hadn't updated it. This should now. So the Jason's rack is not updated yet. He'll have after Dern, he left ENQS. So we'll see if he's drawn the X or the F or the A's shortly. But those are the unseen tiles.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of Harshan, does he want to play 3 tiles and potentially pick up the Q himself? Or did he just play like 1 tile or 2 tiles and try and make Jason think that he left the Q in the bag and it's his? I mean, who knows?
Tricky, yeah, I don't know. That's definitely a tough one because, you could easily imagine playing Poly as you suggested and then just not drawing something like QX and struggling to use them productively. But he's going to go ahead and just play Poly, which is his highest scoring play, tied with, I guess, Paley in that same spot. So seems reasonable enough, even though you can get some pretty nasty draws here. The score is so far out of reach that it really doesn't matter too much. And I don't think there was a great way to, is he going to, looks like
challenging Poly,
maybe just a challenge. Yeah, I don't know. So this will come back as a valid word. It's going to be, I don't think we've seen very many challenges of valid words here, in fact. Very rarely. Is this our first? I don't even remember.
I think so. I think so, yeah. It's the first in kind of unsuccessful challenge. So For you guys that aren't aware, any unsuccessful challenge, I think it's 5 points per word that you challenge. And we can see that Jason has drawn one of the A's and plays Cade very quickly. But yeah, so Polly scored 39 points, and then because of the unsuccessful challenge, Jason effectively gives Harshan an extra 5 points, so that was 44 points in total for that move.
I see. So Jason just played QAID. That would give him.
Oh yeah, there's the rack.
Oh, yeah. So he now has FONES, which means that Harshan has GALANTX. So, yeah, not a lot of places to play the X, but certainly if you're going to have one of those two tiles between the Q and the X, you would for sure rather have the X. Significantly easier to play, and he'll definitely have a way of doing that. So
yeah, he can't play tax and ST because that gives foxes. So he needs to think of other ideas here in terms of playing the X.
Yeah, there we go. So the rack's updated now.
Yeah.
So yeah, into the home stretch here of this game. Well, since decided. I don't know. I mean, he's got to be careful. Certain things that might look good at first glance, like tax in the lower corner, is not helpful because you get hit with foxes and you don't need to give up such a play. So I'm pretty sure some other choice will be preferred. Actually, the top end game play for Harshan is very impressive. In fact, it's only the top play by one over a couple other similar options. And I'll show it to you here. X-plant through the E and P on the side of the board. That's technically his best play, giving him AG left over for his next turn. So follow-up play, Austin, that he might be likelier to spot is something like Panax. I feel like that could be a more normal play.
Yeah, I think so. Only problem with Panax is that it uses all his vowels. He's going to keep GLT, which I don't think goes out. So unlike X-plant, we would keep AG. That will go out on the next turn. So yeah, I mean, I don't think there are that many combinations and two-turn combinations that actually allow you to go out in two moves, except for X-plant. So that's really the big play here. See if Harshan can. Harshan prides himself on playing the best move from start to finish. So he's going to use all his time here and extract as many points as possible from Jason. And Harshan is always very good at keeping his concentration going all the way from minute one to the last minute. And I fully expect Harshan to, we may not necessarily see X-plant, but he will use his time effectively to find what he finds is the best play.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think the thing that he has going for him is that all the other ways to use the X are sort of compromised somehow, either by, as you said, using up all your vowels, or, things like a play like Axel, for example, to the E of Dern. That's something where you're not going to love doing this because it just opens a triple that maybe you don't need to do. Also, another factor, as is always the case in the end game, is you got to figure out where is Jason going to play? What are his best moves that he's getting ready to do? I don't think he has an easy way of using all 5 of those tiles on the next turn. Let's just see if we play it out. What does he even have? Oh, there is one. There is exactly one place to play all those letters, and it's through TO on the board. Festoon. He can go out right there. So that would be really something if he spotted that as an outplay. I don't know if there's any great way of blocking that without sacrificing too many points. So tricky endgame. It's funny, Austin, how sometimes these totally meaningless endgames are academically have some interesting components to them.
Yeah, very much so. And again, in theory, you should be playing as hard as you can, as best as you can the whole time. We were saying that these players are not robots. No, they've gone through the 8 games already. It's their 9th game today, and the last one of the day. So they must have some kind of level of fatigue going into this. But Harshan could be thinking, you know what, I might as well just use the last minute and think as hard as I can here, and then because there's no other games after today. So after right tonight that is. So you might as well just put in one last push to the end and just try and find the best that you can. But yeah, it really also depends if Harshan has seen Festoon, because really that's the danger here. If he has something like that he's noticed, whether or not he is going to try and actively block it, and then maybe try to set himself up with something with the X or something. Really, who knows? There's a lot of different things you could potentially do, but you could also easily just give away a lot of points as well. So, I mean, yeah,
It's
who
tough.
knows?
I also feel like with Festoon, you have to consider whether your opponent's actually going
Oh,
to see
must
it.
have found
Oh,
it.
there's no way that's not because he saw Festoon. That's really, that's pretty impressive. I'm not sure that this is necessarily going to be evaluated as the best endgame sequence, but I'm still pretty impressed with that by Harshan because
Yeah.
it shows an
Oh,
understanding
this gives away AX here.
of wanting to block. Yeah, this is going to work out much better for Harshan. Look at that. So Harshan blocking Festoon. It's not even clear that Jason saw it, but inducing Jason to play Fond in the upper corner of the board. And sorry, I'll flip it back. And that allows Harshan, because I don't think Jason noticed what he was giving back, Harshan blocking that play, whether Jason saw Festoon or not, gave him a really nice place to score with his X, so it ends up working out very well for him.
Yeah. Jason has Neps and Cades to go out here for 28.
Oh,
It might
nice.
not have ended up better for Hashan because he just gave away two big scores with Bond and Nep potentially. Um, but Hashan would have also, if he saw Explant, he actually would have played Toga or even GAEN onto Uteri and Ryan. So he would have set up Explant to go out if he had seen that. So I think he was on the right lines. If he had a bit more time, he might have found a way to play Explant. But
Right, right.
again, it's again all very academic here.
So instead of Neps, which would have played here for a few more points, the final play of the game was Ose there by Jason. So he sneaks past the 300 point barrier. And boy, this was kind of a tough one from the outset. But again, for those of you that were wanting to watch Harshan play, I hope you got your money's worth on this one because he put together a very, very impressive performance in this game.
Yeah, very impressive. Again, definitely helps when you manage to bingo first, second, and third times in a before your
True.
opponent can get there. But again, it all stems from I guess Jason playing that phone in the first move again. Who is one of those what could have happened moments, I guess. But I guess we'll never know. But yeah, with that information, Harshan could engineer a way to bingo first and manage to win very easily in the end.
So I'm looking at the standings. Of course, we know the players. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time, 3:21 in the U.S. The players, I know they got off to a late start for several reasons today, but I'm sure they must be starving, ready to go eat,
Yeah.
as you alluded to. Only in certain parts of Europe, Spain, and other places would they feel comfortable eating dinner this late. But in any case, that's it. That's round nine. So, real quick, I'll just show you all the schedule here. So, we just finished round nine. Tomorrow morning, I think it's probably likeliest that the two of us will be back and ready at something around here, probably round 13. Maybe if we get up early enough, we can get to round 12. I'm not really sure. This represents 5 a.m. for me and 4 a.m. for Austin, so that's going to be a tough ask. But we will certainly be back for this chunk of play here as things really get interesting in the MGI International Scrabble Classics. And then, of course, after that, we got a whole other day of play when all of the grand prizes will be determined and top finishers will shake their way to the top. So, in any case, let's see if we have any. No, there's still no standings updates here. So we know that Harshan just won his previous game by a lot of points. So he has greatly improved his tiebreaker, and it's going to be a tough act for any of the other 6-win players to get up to 7 and pass him in the standings. Whereas if Sammy Okasaga or Craig Solomons were to drop their game, Harshan for sure would scoot past them, I would think. I guess Natalie Zolti also with a lot of spread, so we'll see if she's able to win her final game. But this is how things look through 8 rounds, and there's one more round to go today. But tomorrow we'll have much more information about where the players are shaking out. And so with that, Austin, I think that about does it for our stream today. Really want to appreciate everybody hanging out on YouTube. This is kind of new for me. I haven't streamed on YouTube since I started taking it more seriously. I hope to have a new video out. The bonus video promised to my viewers for subscribing to Mac Meller's channel last week. I will have that video pretty much in the can. Another hour of work, which I'll do right now. So look for that to come out shortly. But Austin, how have things been going over there on your Twitch channel?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I've got a number of new subscribers, a number of new followers. So again, if you've been enjoying the stream, please go ahead and follow my channel. You'll get to see when we go live again tomorrow and on Monday. Plenty more of great action to come. And yeah, I mean, thanks again for doing this, Will, and I appreciate your efforts for doing this. And obviously, go ahead and subscribe to Will's channel at Wanderer15 on YouTube. If you haven't already, you should go ahead and do it, and then you'll be notified when that video comes out.
Appreciate that, Austin. We got to be close to 1 million views on the Try Guys video by now, right?
Yeah.
Is that...
Yeah, it's about 940,000 now, I think. It came out maybe a few months ago, so yeah, we're doing all right.
Very nice, very nice. So yeah, all right. With that, I think we got our plugs in. Thank you very much behind the scenes to our friends at MGI. For Luke Minowalabi and his whole team for putting this event together, but we are not even at the halfway point here. Tons more Scrabble to come tomorrow. So thank you very much for everybody watching along on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early. Catch you later.